Marshall Peak, Chapter 4518 An Endless Stream. Ma Tai turned to look in that direction, and saw a young girl dressed in turquoise robes with a sweet appearance walking towards them. She was probably the so-called little junior sister. Wan Ying said, "Eldest senior brother didn't give any instructions. I came here to deliver the pill." Before Jing'an could react, a sudden thought occurred to Ma Tai and his eyes lit up and he shouted, "Deliver a pill? Deliver what pill?" Wan Ying was so startled that she jumped to the side and looked at Ma Tai in confusion. "This is..." Jing'an smiled and said, "Don't panic, little junior sister. This sir is the one who made a pill request this morning." "Oh, so it is you." She immediately understood and pursed her lips into a smile. "Since you are here, sir, I'll just hand the pill straight to you. You can also check to see if there's anything wrong with it." While speaking, she handed a jade box to Ma Tai. Ma Tai stared at the jade box in shock. "Pill? Is the pill I requested done?" "N." She tilted her head to the side and stared at him, unable to understand his reaction. Then, she pushed the jade box towards him again and said, "Sir, why don't you take a look first? Afterwards, please accompany senior brother Jing to the front desk and report the results to the deacon stationed here." "Oh, good. Ma Tai finally returned to his senses. He wiped his hands vigorously against his clothes, as though he was afraid the dirt on his palms might contaminate the jade box, and took it with great solemnity. Holding his breath, he opened the box lightly, and a round pill entered his vision. Wan Ying proceeded to say, "Sir, your luck is pretty good. Eldest senior brother managed to produce one high-rank pill." Ma Tai's hands started to tremble uncontrollably, and his eyes stared fixedly on the pill inside the jade box like a leech. He had never felt so emotionally charged before, and he exclaimed excitedly, "A high-rank 10 revolutions clear heart pill." When his voice rang out, numerous pairs of eyes from all directions turned to stare at him in unison. Wan Ying leaned close to her two senior brothers and asked in a whisper, What's wrong with this sir? Why is he making such a huge fuss?" Jing'an replied with a laugh, "Maybe he's just too happy." Is this really what Alchemist Yang refined for me?" Ma Tai was in disbelief. Just moments ago, he had decided to ask for his compensation back, despite the risk of offending a heaven-grade alchemist. Who could have known that he would obtain a high-rank 10 revolutions clear heart pill in the blink of an eye? His life was truly filled with ups and downs. "It's a high-rank 10 revolutions clear heart pill. I never even dreamed that I would receive a high-rank 10 revolutions clear heart pill." When he came here, he felt that he would have been satisfied just to receive a mid-rank 10 revolutions clear heart pill. It had to be said that countless people came to the Seeking Pill Pavilion for pills every year. However, less than 10% of them were lucky enough to obtain high-rank pills. Most of them would only receive mid-rank or even low-rank pills. That's right. It was just refined earlier. In fact, it's still warm from the furnace. If you don't believe me, you can feel it for yourself, Wan Ying pointed out. Ma Tai didn't know which part of his brain was defective, but he listened to her words and actually reached out his hand to touch the pill. Then, he immediately exclaimed in surprise, "It really is warm." Wan Ying smiled even more brightly as she said, "Did you think I would lie to you? I personally watched as eldest senior brother refine this pill. And then I quickly delivered the pill here without a moment's delay." "Many thanks. Many thanks, young lady." Ma Tai thanked her gratefully. Jing'an said, "Sir, there are many eyes here. I think you should put the pill away first." Upon hearing those words, Ma Tai finally realized that there were countless people around him. Moreover, they were almost all staring at the pill in his hands with envious gazes. He quickly closed the jade box and cupped his fist at the three of them. "Please thank Alchemist Yang on my behalf. This Ma will definitely return this great kindness if the chance arises in the future." Unable to understand what Ma Tai was feeling at the moment, Wan Ying was at a loss for what to do and quickly waved her hands. "You're being too polite, sir. You came here to make a pill request, not to mention that you've already paid for it. It's only right that we refine the pill for you." Jing'an chimed in, "Sir, Please follow me to meet the deacon stationed here and report the handover in person. This was a necessary procedure. Every alchemist who provided alchemy services at the Seeking Pill Pavilion had to make a record regarding the success or failure of their pill refining and the quality of the pills they produced. These were related to their evaluation and how many contribution points they would receive as a result. Matai was clearly aware of this procedure, so he immediately nodded and said, "Of course. It's as it should be. Sir, please lead the way." Jing'an immediately led Matai to the deacon stationed at the front desk. Matai took out the high-ranked 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill and left after obtaining the deacon's verification. Meanwhile, the deacon wrote down Yang Kai's alchemy evaluation in his records. At the same time, a large crowd of people suddenly rushed over to the originally quiet and deserted table. They surrounded Wan Ying and the other junior brother, clamoring with questions. When they heard that there was no extended wait required for Yang Kai to refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill, especially after witnessing the high-rank pill that Yang Kai refined for Matai, many people immediately expressed their desire to request alchemy services from him. For a time, the scene was so chaotic that they attracted the attention of the Seeking Pill Pavilion's guards. Only then did the chaotic situation return to order. A short while later, Wan Ying hurried back to Fixed Moon Peak, where Yang Kai's secluded home was located. She also brought with her an entire carriage worth of precious treasures. When she rushed into the secluded home while yelling excitedly, Huarong and Yang Huai naturally came out after hearing the commotion. After listening to Wan Ying's explanation and seeing the carriage that was filled with treasures, Huarong's eyes shone with a green light. She kept circling around the carriage and cheering, "We're rich! We're rich! We're rich!" On the other hand, Yang Kai was very calm. This situation was well within his expectations. He instructed Huarong and Yang Huai to put away the items in the carriage. He told them to keep the useful items, and then bring the rest down the mountain to sell at Profound Pill City for red jades. As for Yang Kai himself, he entered his secluded home with Wan Ying to continue performing alchemy. There was an unwritten rule among the alchemists of Profound Pill sect when it came to performing alchemy. No matter how many pills were refined, they only needed to give one to the person who made the request. They could keep the remaining pills for themselves. It was up to them whether they wanted to hand these pills to the sect or sell them themselves. Nevertheless, even an alchemist like Gao Xian Peng could only refine 4 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pills back when Yang Kai first met him. Moreover, 3 of them were mid-rank pills, while the last was a low-rank pill. Gao Xian Peng was considered one of the best among all the heaven-grade alchemists in Profound Pill sect, but even he could only obtain such results. So what more need be said about the other heaven-grade alchemists? Producing 2 or 3 pills per furnace was basically the norm. In many cases, they might produce only 1 pill or worse, fail at their alchemy attempt altogether. Therefore, most heaven-grade alchemists did not have many 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pills in their possession, despite this unwritten rule. Refining a furnace of 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pills would take at least half a day, or up to 2 days. Furthermore, they needed to rest and recover their strength afterwards, so their efficiency was not very high. Yang Kai, however, was very different from the others. With his alchemy skills, he could produce at least 5 or 6 pills at a time. If he was lucky, he might even produce 7 or 8 pills. When he refined the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill for Matai, he had produced 6 pills from that furnace. 2 of them were high rank while the others were mid-rank. With just 1 furnace of pills, Yang Kai had enough to satisfy the pill requests of 6 people. In addition, the time he took to refine 1 furnace of pills was much shorter compared to other alchemists. It was only because he was teaching Wan Ying along the way that Yang Kai deliberately slowed down his movements. If he focused solely on the refinement process, he would only need an hour or so to finish a furnace of 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pills. Not only could Yang Kai condense many more pills at once than average, but he also took far less time to do so. In this way, providing alchemy services did not affect his cultivation time at all. As the days passed, A long queue formed in front of a certain desk at the Seeking Pill Pavilion every single day. There was an endless stream of people who came to make pill requests. As long as they were there for the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill, they would choose to queue in front of Yang Kai's desk. This couldn't be helped though, as the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill that Yang Kai refined would be mid-rank at worst. With a little luck, they might even receive a high-rank pill. More importantly, there was no precedent of failure. This gave the people who came to ask for pills a great sense of security and reassurance. For that reason, they were willing to spend however much needed for their requests. The number of people who came to ask Yang Kai for pills already created a wait list a year long. Be that as it may, a year was not that long compared to the other alchemists. The 300,000 pieces of red jade that Wei Cheng lost to Yang Kai back then had been finished a long time ago. Most of the resources brought by the people who came to ask for pills were also sold for red jades by Yang Huai and Huarong, who then constantly sent these red jades back to the secluded home for Yang Kai to cultivate with. Meanwhile, the remaining spirit herbs were refined into various pills by Yang Kai. With the help of massive amounts of resources and pills, Yang Kai and the others experienced a rapid growth in their respective cultivations. Huarong, who was previously in the 6th-step heaven realm, had advanced into the 7th-step heaven realm, after serving by Yang Kai's side for a mere 3 months. Wanning Ying and Jing'an advanced into the 7th-step mortal realm and 8th-step mortal realm, respectively. Even Yang Huai advanced from the 2nd-step heaven realm to the 5th-step heaven realm in one go. His growth rate was simply sensational. The Supreme Tyrant body art was indeed perfectly suited to this brawny man, who resembled an iron tower. Supplemented by the large amounts of resources and elixirs given to him by Yang Kai, it was not strange for Yang Huai to experience such remarkable growth. As for Yang Kai, he was now in the 5th-step heaven realm. With the growth of his strength, his demand for cultivation resources also grew larger in turn. The heaven-devouring battle law was certainly heaven-defying. When cultivating this secret art, devouring resources was like drinking water or eating rice. Combined with the continuous stimulation of his dragon vein, there was no amount of resources in the world that Yang Kai could not swallow clean in a short period of time. Fortunately, resources would flow in continuously as long as he continued to provide alchemy services at the Seeking Pill Pavilion. At present, Yang Kai was more worried about his contribution points than red jades. Although he received a set amount of contribution points for every alchemy service he performed, it was not much. He had investigated the number of contribution points required to exchange for the 100 Revolutions Clear Heart pill already, and the number was so high that Yang Kai felt a little speechless. Based on his current rate of accumulation, he would need to perform alchemy at the Seeking Pill Pavilion for at least 20 years to save up enough contribution points to exchange for the pill recipe of the 100 Revolutions Clear Heart pill. It was not surprising when he thought about it though. Generally speaking, it would take at least several dozen years for a heaven-grade alchemist to become a spirit-grade alchemist. As such, a heaven-grade alchemist had more than enough time to accumulate the necessary contribution points. It was just that the speed of Yang Kai's growth and advancement was too fast. In just 3 months, he had advanced from the 2nd-step heaven realm to the 5th-step heaven realm. Yang Kai estimated it would take only a year or two before he reached the 9th-step heaven realm. At that time, he would need the pill recipe for the 100 Revolutions Clear Heart pill in order to refine one for himself. 1 or 2 years was not enough time for him to accumulate enough contribution points, no matter how many furnaces of pills he refined. He even took the time to teach the earth-grade and mortal-grade alchemists in the sect to earn more contribution points. But unfortunately, these contribution points were but a drop in the bucket compared to what he needed. Martial Peak, Chapter 4519 Sect Master Summons. Third Elder Yu Bo Yang rushed into Profound Pill Sect's Elder Hall with a scroll in his hands. Great Elder Wu Fenghua asked, "What's wrong, Elder Yu?" "Greetings, Great Elder." Yu Bo Yang gave a bow before he explained, While checking the daily reports of the sect today, I came across something interesting. Please take a look, Great Elder. Wu Fenghua stroked his beard and smiled lightly. If even you find it interesting, Elder Yu, then it won't be a trivial matter. What happened? Yu Boyang did not elaborate. He simply handed the scroll in his hand to the other party. Then he sat down on a chair next to the Great Elder and poured himself a cup of tea. Wu Fenghua unfurled the scroll and murmured, "Oh, the records from the Seeking Pill Pavilion." Following a quick glance through the records, it didn't take long before his eyes involuntarily narrowed slightly. This? Are you certain that the records are accurate, Elder Yu? Yu Boyang slowly nodded. The deacons in charge of recording the pill quality at the Seeking Pill Pavilion work in groups of 2 that rotate shifts every 10 days. It's impossible for every group to make a mistake. I have also questioned them myself. This is indeed the truth. How can this be? Wu Fenghua stared at a certain part of the scroll, where the name Yongkai of Fixed Moon Peak was clearly written. Below the name were various dates followed by the words pill formed. Lastly came the words high rank and mid rank, that appeared in a cyclical manner behind the words pill formed. Moreover, the words high rank occupied a terrifying 30% in this series. Yu Boyang said, "It's difficult to believe, but this is indeed the truth. Ever since Yang Kai began providing alchemy services 3 months ago, he has never experienced a single failure when refining the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. Moreover, the quality is always mid-rank or above." Wu Fenghua was pensive. It's possible that he may have failed, but he used the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pills he refined previously to make up for the losses. Even so, this success rate is terrifying. He has practically surpassed even veterans like us. In all fairness, can you achieve such success for 3 consecutive months, Great Elder? Wu Fenghua pondered the question seriously before he slowly shook his head. It's difficult. Yu Boyang asked. Even veterans like us can't accomplish this, so how did a young boy like him do it? Not to mention, the quality of the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pills are all mid-rank or superior. Wu Fenghua looked up at the other party. Elder Yu, what do you mean? Yu Boyang explained. This boy must have his own unique insights into refining the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill, which can increase his success rate and the quality of the pills. Wu Fenghua fell silent for a while before he nodded lightly. Yu Boyang continued. Great Elder, please take another look at the number of times he has performed alchemy over the past 3 months. You'll discover something else after you make a comparison. After receiving the reminder from Yu Boyang, Wu Fenghua checked the records once more. A moment later, he raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, "This boy is getting faster and faster." Yu Boyang nodded in affirmation. That's right. In the beginning, he could only refine enough pills to fulfill the pill requests of 2 people each day. He probably refined a single furnace of pills per day, and each furnace produced 2 or 3 pills. Afterwards, he gradually began to satisfy the needs of 3 to 4 people each day. But over the last week or so, 7 or 8 people received a 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill each day. 7 or 8 people. This is truly unheard of. Even if refining 1 furnace of pills produced 3 pills, one would need to refine 3 furnaces of pills to supply enough pills for 7 to 8 people. How could a single heaven-grade alchemist refine 3 furnaces of pills within a day though? Even veterans like themselves would be exhausted after refining 2 furnaces of such pills in a single day. Furthermore, this was not counting the time needed for rest and recovery. Wu Fenghua closed the scroll. It looks like this boy does indeed have his own personal insight into refining the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. Elder Yu, why did you come here to tell me about this matter? What are your thoughts? Yu Boyang's eyes gleamed. Great Elder, this is an important matter that can bring great fortune to Profound Pill Sect. If the boy can spread his alchemy techniques within Profound Pill Sect, then the alchemists of Profound Pill Sect will experience a massive improvement in efficiency. What's more, since his insights can be used for refining the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill, it might also work with other pills. If that is possible, then... Wu Fenghua's eyes narrowed slightly. How could he not realize the importance of the matter? If Yang Kai could share his insights with the entire sect, it would certainly be a huge boon and merit. At that time, the time taken for the alchemists of the sect to refine pills would be shortened considerably. They would have more time to do other things, and in the long term, the benefits towards Profound Pill sect would be immeasurable. Be that as it may, such insights belong to him. Wu Fenghua hesitated slightly. Yu Boyang insisted. He is a Profound Pill sect disciple. If it is something that can benefit Profound Pill sect, he should offer up his insights. Besides, it's not like the sect won't compensate him for his contribution. Wu Fenghua shook his head. This boy is extremely talented, and will definitely become a spirit-grade alchemist one day. There's no need to create friction with him. But, he raised a hand to stop Yu Boyang. This matter is very important, so I must inform the sect master. Sect master can decide on what to do. Why don't you come with me, Elder Yu? Yu Boyang nodded upon hearing those words. Good. The two of them immediately set off to meet the sect master and report their various discoveries. Inside a secluded home halfway up Fixed Moon Peak, Yang Kai was teaching Wanning alchemy with some common materials when Yang Hui suddenly walked inside and announced in a rumbling voice, "Sir, there's an old man outside who claims to be the bodyguard of the sect master. He said that the sect master invites you over for a chat." The sect master? Yang Kai raised an eyebrow at those words. Is it finally here? I'm glad that my continuous attempts recently were not a waste of time. He nodded and added, Got it. I'll head there now. After instructing Wanning to practice on her own, Yang Kai changed his clothes and walked out of the cave mansion, where he immediately noticed the stooped old man. The old man was standing there with his hands behind his back, looking rather ordinary and inconspicuous. There did not seem to be anything special about him other than the fact that one of his eyes was blind. There was no saying what he experienced in the past to become like this. Upon seeing Yang Kai approaching him, the old man simply looked up at him without much reaction. Greetings, senior. Yang Kai stepped forward and bowed. Although he was a heaven-grade alchemist, this old man was the bodyguard of the sect master. The old man was bound to be in the spirit realm, and likely a master at the peak of the spirit realm at that. The old man gently nodded. The sect master has summoned you. Follow me. Saying so, he turned around. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt a gentle force wrapping around him. He then flew forward behind the old man, the scenery passing by him as swiftly as the wind. 10 breaths later, his figure came to a sudden halt, and he found himself standing in front of a grand hall before he could react. The old man turned back and said, Go on in. The sect master and several elders are inside. Many thanks, senior. Yang Kai cupped his fist as thanks and strode towards the hall. Speaking of which, I have never met the elders of Profound Pill sect before. There was a test when he first joined Profound Pill sect, but nobody had revealed themselves at the time, so Yang Kai had never met them before. Being summoned here today was within his expectations though. Ever since he began providing alchemy services, Yang Kai had no choice but to improve and increase his refinement speed, as the number of pills he produced had to keep up with his demand for cultivation resources. Only then could he grow stronger faster. Unfortunately, such outstanding performance would surely attract the attention of Profound Pill sect's elders one day. Yang Kai originally felt a little hesitant about his actions. After all, his current strength was not that high, so it might be dangerous to expose too much of his real ability. However, after careful consideration, he decided that there was no danger to his life, since he was part of Profound Pill sect now. In addition, he might even be able to resolve his concern over the contribution points along the way. Nevertheless, his explanation for certain things had to be carefully considered. Upon entering the main hall, Yang Kai immediately felt 3 pairs of eyes turning towards him, and when he looked up, he saw 3 people sitting up ahead. The one in the middle was an old man dressed in all white. He also had white hair and a white beard. Despite his clearly advanced age, he was in high spirits. His expression was dignified and calm, as though he was used to being in a high position. 2 other old men were sitting on his left and right. One was dressed in green, and the other was dressed in red robes. The 3 of them were extremely imposing, and while the power in their bodies was withdrawn, they were definitely in the spirit realm. Yang Kai took 2 steps forward and cupped his fist. Disciple Yang Kai, greets sect master and 2 elders. The old man in the middle smiled. How do you know that this old master is the sect master? We've never met before, right? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if you addressed the wrong person? Yang Kai calmly replied, if I've addressed senior wrongly, then I'll ask to make sure before I greet you again. The great elder and 3rd elder exchanged a glance with each other, with the latter commenting, he's quite bold. Bailey Yun Sang raised a hand to calm the chatter before continuing, I called you here today because of your excellent performance at the Seeking Pill Pavilion. Be it in terms of quality or quantity, the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pills you refined are far superior to your peers. It's just that the great elder and the 3rd elder have some doubts about certain matters. That's why I called you here to refine a furnace of 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill in front of us. Yu Bo Yang said, both the herbs and the alchemy furnace have been prepared for you. The sect master himself used this alchemy furnace when he was younger, so it is definitely better than your own alchemy furnace. Feel free to use it as you please. Those words made Yang Kai raise a brow. Looking up, he saw a small and delicate alchemy furnace in front of him. He had noticed this object when he first entered the Grand Hall, but he had not paid much attention to it at the time. Looking at it now, he realized that the alchemy furnace was indeed quite old. He could tell that it was extraordinary at first glance. The great elder also spoke up. Do your best at this refining. Don't feel stressed or pressured about anything. Yang Kai thought to himself, if I did my best at refining, wouldn't I frighten you guys to death? Even so, he cupped his fist and said, this disciple will not disappoint sect master and 2 elders. Do you need time to rest or prepare? Wu Fenghua asked. Yang Kai replied, this disciple is full of vigor. There's no need for that. Wu Fenghua nodded. In that case, please begin. Yang Kai bowed, and finally walked over to the alchemy furnace. Activating his spirit chi to stimulate his alchemy flame, he shot the little white flame into the alchemy furnace. As soon as the white-colored alchemy flame appeared, Bailey Yun Sang and the 2 elders were stunned. That was because the white flame seemed to be nothing more than a mortal flame to them. This brat is going to use a mortal flame to refine a heaven-grade pill. Great Elder Wu Fenghua was about to question Yang Kai when Bailey Yun Sang raised a hand to stop him. He glanced at Bailey Yun Sang in astonishment, only to see the latter staring at the white flame with a solemn expression. Moreover, Bailey Yun Sang's eyes were flashing with excitement. Why would a trivial mortal flame make the sect master so excited? Wu Fenghua wondered before a sudden thought struck him. He suddenly recalled a certain legend written in one of the sect's oldest records. Martial Peak, Chapter 45-20 Faded. 4 months had passed since Yang Kai joined Profound Pill Sect. With the exception of the first month, he had spent the remaining 3 months refining 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pills every single day. It could be said that he had perfected the skill of refining this heaven-grade pill, and could flawlessly do so even with his eyes closed at this point. Therefore, he even had the excess energy to covertly pay attention to the reactions of the sect master and the 2 elders. The spirit chi around them fluctuated slightly, and it was obvious that the 3 of them were secretly communicating with each other. Nevertheless, he had already mentally prepared himself to expose some of his secrets. That was why he had to put some effort into refining the pill this time. The white alchemy flame danced as he formed one hand seal after another. After several hours, Yang Kai used his pill condensing technique before smacking the alchemy furnace with his palms. A soft sound immediately rang out from within the furnace. At the same time, the strong aroma of pills filled the air. Taking a shallow breath, he took 2 steps backwards and cupped his fist. Sect master, elders, this disciple has finished the refining. Please inspect and verify the results. All 3 men seated above him stared at him blankly. Their expressions were filled with a sense of shock and disbelief, that could not be concealed. As the elders of Profound Pill sect, they were considered wise and knowledgeable. Moreover, they were accustomed to various great changes in life. Even when battling the other alchemy forces during the Divine Armament tournament, their expressions would remain indifferent and unchanged. However, they had no idea how they were supposed to feel about everything they just witnessed. Everything that happened just now was beyond their comprehension. If they had not seen the entire process from start to finish, they would not have dared to believe that such a bizarre situation could exist in this world. How long? Bailey Yun Sang was the first to return to his senses and turned to look at the great elder, asking this short question. Wu Fenghua quietly counted for a moment before he solemnly said, "Less than 6 hours." Yu Boyang gasped. Even though he had expected such results, he couldn't help feeling absolutely stunned to hear those words. It took less than 6 hours to refine a furnace of 10 revolutions clear heart pills. Moreover, this furnace was refined by a heaven-grade alchemist. Even veterans like them would normally take 8 to 10 hours to refine a furnace of 10 revolutions clear heart pills. It had to be said that they were among the best spirit-grade alchemists in the entire world. If other heaven-grade alchemists were given this task, it would be good if they took only 12 hours to refine a furnace of 10 revolutions clear heart pills. Such results had surpassed the refining record of the entire Profound Pill sect. No, the refining record of the entire Divine Armament world. Bailey Yun Sang nodded lightly. The time has been shortened by half, at the very least. Now we have to check the pills that were formed. Having said so, he walked down from his seat. The great elder and third elder quickly followed behind him. It only took a few steps for them to stand in front of the alchemy furnace. All three of them unanimously had expressions of anticipation and anxiety on their faces, as if there was something very important inside this furnace. "Open it," Bailey Yun Sang instructed. Wu Fenghua responded and raised a hand to smack the alchemy furnace. The cover of the furnace flew into the air, and the situation inside the furnace immediately entered their eyes. Yu Boyang exclaimed in astonishment. He produced 5 pills. Reaching out a hand, he grabbed the 5 pills and examined them carefully, his expression of shock deepening as he shouted, 2 high-rank pills and 3 mid-rank pills. Wu Fenghua hurriedly took the 5 pills from Yu Boyang upon hearing those words. Not only did he perform a similar examination of the pills, but he also used his fingernail to scrape off a bit of pill powder and place it in his mouth to taste. Only then did he exclaim, "There's no problem with the medicinal efficacies." He turned to look at Yang Kai in shock. What he saw in front of him was simply astonishing. Bailey Yun Sang suppressed the excitement in his heart, and doing his best to lower his voice, he looked at Yang Kai and asked, "How did you do it?" Yang Kai cupped his fist. This disciple modified the pill recipe for the 10 revolutions clear heart pill. I also used some different alchemy techniques at the same time. Wu Fenghua nodded. The pill recipe you used just now is certainly different from the one you used when you first joined the sect. Many of the processes have been simplified, and some of the techniques are new and unique. I've never seen such techniques before. With this improvement, you can indeed shorten the refinement time greatly, but that's not all. You can even increase the number of pills formed and their quality. But how did you come up with these improvements? The pill recipe for the 10 revolutions clear heart pill that belonged to Profound Pill sect had been modified and improved over countless generations. Furthermore, this was the pill recipe for a heaven-grade pill, so only a spirit-grade alchemists had the qualifications to make improvements to it. Bailey Yun Sang himself had tried to make improvements to this pill recipe in the past. Unfortunately, his efforts proved to be unproductive, and eventually he gave up after wasting 2 years for nothing. Something that even Bailey Yun Sang had failed to achieve had been accomplished by a heaven-grade alchemist, who only joined the sect 4 months ago. More importantly, the recipe was improved by a wide margin compared to the original. That was simply not something that could be achieved by an ordinary man. This disciple doesn't know either. Yang Kai cupped his fist and replied, "You don't know." Yu Boyang glared at Yang Kai. "How can you not know? Aren't you the one who improved this pill recipe?" Yang Kai replied, reporting to third elder. The pill recipe was indeed improved by this disciple. But this disciple does not know why the changes improved the pill recipe in this way. I just felt that making those changes during the alchemy process would be better. So that's what I did. Those words left Bailey Yun Sang and the other two confused. It's like this. Yang Kai hurriedly brought out the explanation he prepared in advance. This disciple was fortunate enough to join Profound Pill sect. When I first registered to refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill, I used the original pill recipe. Then, this disciple faintly heard a strange voice inside a waking dream one night. The voice was intelligible and impossible to comprehend. This disciple could not understand what the voice was saying at all. But when I woke up and refined the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill again, I instinctively made some changes to the recipe. Afterwards, the voice would appear in my dreams again every now and then. Every time the voice appeared, this disciple gained something. As a result, this disciple improved the pill recipe for the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill over the past few months, until it became what it currently is. I also somehow comprehended a few extraordinary alchemy techniques. This was the explanation Yang Kai prepared in advance. His current performance was rather bizarre, so he needed a valid reason to explain it. Contrary to his expectations though, the three elders looked shocked by his explanation. Bailey Yun Sang asked, "Did you say you faintly heard a strange voice?" "Yes," Yang Kai nodded. This disciple suspected that this knowledge was imparted to me by honored master when he taught me alchemy in the past. It's just that I was too young and could not remember much from that time. So I didn't understand honored master's kind intentions. Maybe performing alchemy again has jolted certain memories, leading to my recollection of various things from the past. That voice is probably the sound of honored master earnestly teaching me. In any case, his fabricated master was not in Profound Pill sect, so Yang Kai decided to push all the responsibility onto him. Bailey Yun Sang slowly shook his head. Your honored master might be a talented genius, but even he cannot succeed to this extent. This matter is probably unrelated to him. Yang Kai was astonished. How are you so sure, sect master? If this matter is unrelated to my fabricated master, then I really don't have a suitable reason anymore. On the other hand, Bailey Yun Sang seemed to no longer wish to dwell on this topic. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "You don't need to ask too much. In any case, I'm certain this has nothing to do with him. The strange voice you heard, this sect master knows what it is." Yang Kai was a little flabbergasted as he thought. How can you know? Even I don't know what it is. Yu Bo Yang quickly asked, "Sect master, do you suspect?" Bailey Yun Sang nodded solemnly. There's no other possibility aside from this explanation. Great Elder Wu Fenghua stroked his beard and nodded lightly. If that's the case, then everything makes sense now. But why would that happen? It is the will of the heavens. Bailey Yun Sang sighed softly and turned to look at Yang Kai again. Do you want to see the true body of this voice? Sect master. Both Wu Fenghua and Yu Bo Yang gave a start of surprise. Bailey Yun Sang, however, just waved his hand and declared, he can even hear its voice, which can only mean that he has fate with it. Allowing him to come into contact with it might lead to further discoveries. Wu Fenghua pondered for a while before he nodded. You're right, sect master. Yu Bo Yang looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. Kid, you sure are lucky. This is a blessing that many people never encounter in their lives. Yang Kai was completely bewildered and asked, Sect master, that voice actually exists? Bailey Yun Sang burst out laughing. You heard the voice yourself. Why are you asking me? Yang Kai didn't know what else to say. He originally wanted to push everything onto his fabricated master. But who could have known that he would create a connection with something else through a series of coincidences? Now that things had come to this point, Yang Kai felt he was riding a tiger and could not get off anymore. Thus, he could only nod in response. I will follow your arrangements, sect master. Bailey Yun Sang nodded in delight. There's no need to rush. Go back and rest for tonight. I will send somebody to get you tomorrow. On another note, there's another thing that I want to ask you. Please ask, sect master. And so he inquired, where did you obtain the alchemy flame you used just now? Yang Kai replied, this disciple obtained this alchemy flame from the divine flame cave a few months ago. But this disciple does not know what kind of alchemy flame it is. Could it be that you know, sect master? Bailey Yun Sang revealed a look of affirmation. He had a guess when he first saw the white flame, and this was simply confirming his initial conjecture. After sorting out his thoughts, he said, it might be an alchemy flame that I know, but whether it is or not will need to be verified. While saying so, he instructed Yang Kai, bring out that alchemy flame of yours. Yang Kai immediately pushed his spirit chi to manifest his alchemy flame. In the next instant, the white flame danced in the palm of his hands, looking extremely gentle. Bailey Yun Sang stared at the white flame, and slowly reached out his hand towards Yang Kai. At the same time, a golden flame suddenly appeared in his palm. The golden flame that danced wildly was extremely pure and scorching hot. One could tell that it was a spirit-grade alchemy flame at a glance, one that was of a much higher grade compared to the white flame in Yang Kai's hands. However, as Bailey Yun Sang moved his hand closer, the golden alchemy flame began to flicker. On the other hand, the white flame in Yang Kai's hand remained steady. This phenomenon became increasingly obvious as the distance between them shortened. At a certain point, the golden flame abruptly shrank into a ball on its own and retreated to Bailey Yun Sang's wrist. It was as though the golden alchemy flame had spirituality and could sense a great danger ahead. Bailey Yun Sang withdrew his alchemy flame and breathed out softly. It really is that alchemy flame. Both Wu Fenghua and Yu Boyang were staring at Yang Kai with complicated expressions. It was obvious that they understood what just happened. Put it away, Bailey Yun Sang ordered. Only then did Yang Kai put away the alchemy flame and humbly asked, Sect Master, what exactly is this white flame? This disciple searched through the records hall, but could not find any relevant entries regarding it at all. Martial Peak, Chapter 45-21 Grand Dao Divine Tone. Half a day later, Yang Kai returned to his cave mansion. In the end, he still did not learn anything about his white flame. Sect Master Bailey Yun Sang and the two elders definitely knew something, but they were clearly hesitating to answer his questions. Perhaps they were worried that Yang Kai was too young and inexperienced to learn the truth. In any case, they did not tell him much. They simply explained that the white flame was not an ordinary alchemy flame, and could not be classified using the standard mortal, earth, heaven, and spirit grades. Moreover, the white flame supposedly had a very long history. They also warned him to use the alchemy flame with caution, and pay attention to any changes in case anything went wrong. Their attitude towards the white flame was very odd. It was a mixture of longing, wariness, and awe. Since they refused to say anything, Yang Kai did not inquire any further. His questions would not be answered anyway. At the moment, he was more concerned about the voice that he randomly mentioned. He initially wanted to push all the responsibility on his fake master. But who could have known that the voice would actually exist? At this point, Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could not shake the feeling that he shared an inexplicable fate with Profound Pill Sect. Back then, he randomly came up with a fabricated master, only for Gao Exa and Peng to misunderstand the situation and ultimately introduce him into Profound Pill Sect. And now, the random voice he created turned out to be connected to some sort of grand existence. Judging by the attitudes of Bailey Yun Sang and the two elders, the true body that produced the voice was likely an extraordinary object indeed. What's more, at present, there was certainly something absolutely incredible in Profound Pill Sect. Yang Kai had a slight guess in his heart, so he couldn't help looking forward to the experience. The next day, the one-eyed old man in the spirit realm, who had come previously, arrived outside the Fixed Moon Peak Cave Mansion once more. As soon as he saw Yang Kai, he immediately pushed his spirit chi, wrapped Yang Kai in it, and took to the sky. By the time they landed, they had arrived in a quiet valley, where an old man stood in front of them. It was Profound Pill Sect's sect master, Bailey Yun Sang. However, he was alone this time. The two other elders from yesterday were nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai stepped forward in greeting. Bailey Yunsang nodded. Come with me. After saying so, Bailey Yunsang took the lead and Yang Kai quickly followed closely behind. As they moved forward, they passed through multiple checkpoints and barriers. Along the way, Yang Kai sensed countless spirit realm masters hidden in the shadows all around them, all of them vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The perception of these spirit realm masters locked firmly on his body when he walked past them with Bailey Yunsang, making Yang Kai feel as though he was being pricked by thorns. This is the restricted area of Profound Pill Sect. Only this sect master and a few other elders are allowed to enter this place. Anybody else who wishes to enter this place will need to spend a large amount of contribution points to gain access. In addition, they will need to pass an inspection to ensure that they are absolutely loyal to Profound Pill Sect before they are allowed to enter. Bailey Yunsang explained while moving forward. Do you feel anything? Bailey Yunsang's question came out of nowhere. Yang Kai shook his head in response, reporting to Sect Master, I don't feel anything in particular. Bailey Yunsang was not bothered by the answer he received, and simply continued moving forward. A short while later, Yang Kai sensed that he had followed Bailey Yunsang into the belly of a mountain. His vision suddenly brightened when he reached this place. There was a large cavern in the heart of the mountain, and the cavern was filled with a gentle light that illuminated the whole place. Yang Kai's gaze was instantly drawn towards an object in front of him. Not far away was a structure shaped like an altar, and an antique four-legged cauldron sat atop it. The cauldron was approximately half the height of a man, and it could be seen at a glance that it was extremely old. There were clear traces caused by the passage of time covering the entire cauldron. The cauldron was also filled with a dense white fog which flowed out gently, like a trickling stream of water, filling the entire space with a strange power. Under the effects of this strange power, Yang Kai felt his mind becoming calm and peaceful. Even his soul reached an unprecedented point of clarity. At this moment, Yang Kai felt a stroke of inspiration, and suddenly straightened his finger like a sword, and turned around to face the cave wall. Activating his spirit chi, he began scribbling something on the wall. Bailey Yunsang was startled by Yang Kai's abrupt actions. He did not know what kind of frenzy had come over this boy, but just as he was about to stop him, his expression changed slightly. He seemed to realize something, and hurriedly fell silent, while paying close attention to Yang Kai's movements instead. A rustling and scraping sound filled the air. This place might be a restricted area, but the large cauldron was the only item of value in this place. The other caverns and altars simply contained normal objects. Thanks to Yang Kai's actions, row after row of densely packed words appeared on the cave wall. In exchange, a thick layer of dust quickly settled around his feet. The entire process continued for half an incense stick's worth of time. Then he suddenly groaned and clutched at his head. His strange movements from before stopped abruptly. Bailey Yunsang walked over to Yang Kai's side and stared at the words written on the cave wall with glowing eyes. His expression was filled with pure excitement, and he murmured under his breath, "Incredible! How incredible!" Sect Master. Yang Kai shook his head slightly before he turned around and called out, "Oh, are you all right?" Only then did Bailey Yunsang remember to check on Yang Kai's condition. Yang Kai shook his head. "I'm fine." Sect Master, what happened? Bailey Yunsang smiled at Yang Kai. "Don't you remember what you did?" Yang Kai stared at the words carved on the cave wall and dazedly said, "I'm not too sure myself. It was as if something suddenly exploded in my head, and I received this knowledge for some reason. I was afraid I might forget, so I quickly wrote it down. If I made a mistake, please punish me, Sect Master." "You did well. You didn't make any mistakes. You did extremely well." Bailey Yunsang looked at Yang Kai emotionally before he turned back to look at the wall. "This is a pill recipe. Do you know what pill recipe this is for?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment. It should be the pill recipe for something called the Mortal Yuan Pill. This pill will be extremely beneficial towards those in the mortal realm once refined. After saying that, he seemed shocked. That's strange. Why would I know this? I've never learned this pill recipe before. Bailey Yun Sang patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. Don't panic. This is not a bad thing. On the contrary, it is a blessing. As for why you know this, think carefully about what happened just now. Yang Kai put on a thoughtful expression. A moment later he replied. After following sect master here, I saw the large cauldron over there, and subsequently heard a bang in my head. Then, could it be that all of this is related to that explosion? Bailey Yun Sang said. This old master did not hear any explosions. I don't know what it sounded like either. Think about it carefully. Have you ever heard that sound anywhere else before? Yang Kai was pensive. It's similar to the voice I heard back at Fixed Moon Peak, but much louder and clearer. And Bailey Yun Sang nodded and pointed to the large cauldron. That is the source of the voice you heard earlier. Yang Kai looked in that direction and asked puzzledly. Sect Master, what is that cauldron? That cauldron? Bailey Yun Sang's expression turned solemn, and he bowed deeply to the large cauldron, quickly explaining. That is one of the 10 great divine armaments, the Medicine King Furnace. Yang Kai was shocked. This is the Medicine King Furnace. Indeed. Bailey Yun Sang nodded. Unbelievable. Yang Kai stared at the Medicine King Furnace blankly. I thought. Thought what? That the divine armaments should be sparkling and radiant? Bailey Yun Sang chuckled. Each of the 10 great divine armaments represents a grand Tao of this world. They might not have a gorgeous appearance, but they are undoubtedly the most valuable objects in the divine armament world. This disciple has been enlightened. Looking at the Medicine King Furnace, Bailey Yun Sang sighed slightly. Do you know why this old master brought you here? Yang Kai shook his head. Logically speaking, a heaven-grade alchemist like you who recently joined the sect would never obtain the qualifications to come into contact with the Medicine King Furnace. Just as this old master told you earlier, this place is Profound Pill Sect's restricted area. Only this old master and several elders are allowed to step into this place. Aside from that, other disciples not only have to spend a large amount of contribution points, but also show absolute loyalty to the sect in order to enter this place and explore its mysteries. Mysteries? Yang Kai keenly grasped onto the key point. Bailey Yun Sang nodded his head with a solemn expression. Yes, mysteries. The mysteries of the Grand Alchemic Tao. Each of the 10 great divine armaments represents a grand Tao of this world, and the Medicine King Furnace represents the Alchemic Tao. There are countless Alchemic Tao truths contained within the Medicine King Furnace. If you can glimpse just one of the mysteries within, you will benefit endlessly throughout your life. Pausing for a moment, he smiled at Yang Kai. That faint voice you heard is the Medicine King Furnace's Grand Tao divine tone. This old master will hear that voice occasionally, but it has always been vague and indistinct. I've never received as much benefit as you have. Yang Kai looked stunned. So you're saying that I managed to improve the pill recipe of the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill thanks to the Medicine King Furnace, and not because my memories of being taught by honored master had resurfaced. And that pill recipe for the Mortal Yuan pill. N. Bailey Yun Sang stroked his beard and looked at Yang Kai in delight. Your residence on Fixed Moon Peak is quite far from here. Not to mention, there are various defenses in place to protect this area. Nevertheless, that did not stop you from hearing the Medicine King Furnace's Grand Tao divine tone. That must mean that you have a connection with the Medicine King Furnace. For that reason, this old master made an exception to bring you here. Judging from the situation, it was a wise move. You immediately received the teachings of the Medicine King Furnace and obtained the pill recipe for the Mortal Yuan pills as soon as you arrived. If you stay here for the long term, your harvest will only be even greater. Yang Kai was taken aback by those words, but rather than happiness he felt dread. If I stay here for the long term, then won't I just be wasting my time here? When he saw the Medicine King Furnace earlier, he confirmed his previous speculation. Bailey Yun Sang and the others believed that the voice he randomly made up yesterday was related to the Medicine King Furnace. It was just that he never imagined things would coincidentally fall into place so perfectly. Bailey Yunsang was apparently also capable of hearing the Medicine King Furnace's Grand Tao divine tone. It was just that the voice he heard was rather ethereal, so he did not benefit much from it. But the mysterious voice really existed. That was why Yang Kai immediately pretended to feel a headache and write down the pill recipe for the Mortal Yuan pill when he caught sight of the Medicine King Furnace. Having mastered countless pill recipes, producing a pill recipe that did not exist in the divine armament world was very easy for him. The Mortal Yuan pill was simply more nonsense that he created. Although I don't know the reason why, this is heaven's will. I can only obey. From today onward, you will live here and comprehend the secrets of the Medicine King Furnace. Don't worry about the affairs regarding the Seeking Pill Pavilion. This old master will help you make arrangements. Marshall Pete, Chapter 4522 Free Access. If it was said that Bailey Yunsang had some doubts about Yang Kai's explanation yesterday, then it could be said that his doubts immediately vanished after seeing the pill recipe for the Mortal Yuan pill. How could Yang Kai have comprehended a pill recipe out of nowhere, if not for the teachings of the Medicine King Furnace's Grand Tao divine tone? Even if it was only a pill recipe for a mortal-grade pill, it was not something that could be created on the spot. It would take a considerable amount of time and countless alchemy experiments to create even the simplest of pill recipes. Bailey Yunsang himself was one of the best alchemists in the divine armament world, but even with his knowledge and experience, he had never seen or heard of the Mortal Yuan pill before. It could only be said that the divine armament had shown its prestige and passed down its legacy to its disciples. Seeing as Yang Kai received such a huge reward the moment he came here, his gains would only be greater if he could stay here for a longer period. That was extremely beneficial to Profound Pill Sect. On the other hand, Yang Kai was secretly cursing in his heart. Damn it! Where will I find cultivation resources if I get trapped in here for a long time? Providing alchemy services at the Seeking Pill Pavilion was his biggest means for gathering resources at the moment. If he could no longer guarantee even that, then his cultivation would surely progress very slowly. There was no saying when he would finally advance into the spirit realm at this rate. Besides, he had too many secrets, and there was a huge risk of exposure if he stayed here for a long time. Nevertheless, he could not deny having a great interest in the Medicine King Furnace. If he guessed correctly, then the 10 great divine armaments were the manifestation of the divine armament world's world force. The reason he came here was to refine part of the small source world's source strength, thereby enhancing the heritage of his small universe. The moment that thought crossed his mind, he quickly said, "I can't, Sect Master." Bailey Yunsang frowned and asked, "Why not? Do you feel that your freedom is being restricted in coming here? If that's the case, you don't need to worry too much. From today onward, you will have free access to this restricted area. This old master will also issue an order to inform the guards outside about this matter. You should know that this is a monumental opportunity for you. This disciple is grateful for your kindness, Sect Master." Yang Kai cupped his fist solemnly. "Truthfully, Sect Master, even though this disciple obtained the pill recipe for the Mortal Yuan pill after that voice exploded in my head earlier, this disciple feels as though my head is about to split apart right now. There are stars dancing in my vision, and I have the feeling that something extremely bad will happen if I continue to stay here." Bailey Yunsang was stunned when he heard the words. Although he could hear the Medicine King Furnace's voice, what he heard was like a vague whisper. As such, he could not determine whether Yang Kai was speaking the truth. However, looking at Yang Kai's pale complexion and excessive sweating, those words did not seem to be fake. He contemplated for a short while before he nodded. Perhaps this old master has been too eager for quick success. The Medicine King Furnace is a divine object, so with your cultivation, it is certainly not something you can come into contact with for extended periods of time. After pondering for some time, he finally added, "In that case, this old master will give you the right to freely access the restricted area. You can come and listen to the Medicine King Furnace's Grand Tao divine tone whenever you think it is suitable. If you obtain any gains from your experience, Organize your findings and hand them to this old master. I will obey your orders, sect master. Yang Kai hurriedly cupped his fist. This outcome was undoubtedly the best he could hope for. He could come and go as he pleased. Thus, it would not prevent him from providing alchemy services at the Seeking Pill Pavilion. Rest assured, your contribution to the main sect will not go unrewarded. This old master will ask the contribution hall to evaluate every single harvest that you obtain in this place, and reward you with the corresponding contribution points. Although you only joined the sect recently, I'm sure you know that having more contribution points is a good thing. You can exchange for anything that you want with those contribution points. This disciple understands. Many thanks for your great benevolence, sect master. Yang Kai looked calm on the surface, but he was dancing with joy in his heart. The problem regarding his contribution points had been solved. Having countless pill recipes in his head, he could just randomly pick one from his repertoire and earn massive amounts of contribution points. Let's end things here today. If you feel unwell, you should go back and take a good rest. Also, don't forget to organize and hand over the improved pill recipe for the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill, as well as some of the alchemy techniques that you displayed yesterday. Yes. Not long after their return from the restricted area, the one-eyed old man came over once more. This time around, he handed a golden token to Yang Kai. There was a large profound character carved on the token. Yang Kai had seen this token yesterday, as Great Elder Wu Fenghua and Third Elder Yu Bo Yang both carried similar ones. The old man had a strange expression on his face when he handed the token to Yang Kai. It was obviously his first time seeing a heaven-grade alchemist receiving an elder's token. Be that as it may, he had always been a taciturn man, so he did not ask a single question despite his curiosity. With this token, Yang Kai was free to come and go from the restricted area as he pleased. Although he wanted to examine the Medicine King furnace as soon as possible, he felt that it was best not to act too eager, so as not to reveal any mistakes. In the following days, in addition to providing alchemy services to cultivation resources, Yang Kai also sorted out the improved pill recipe for the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill, and some of the alchemy techniques that he displayed previously. Then, he went to Profound Pill Sect's Contribution Hall to turn these things over to the sect. It was obvious that the people at the Contribution Hall had received the news in advance. One of the elders in charge of the Contribution Hall personally examined the things that Yang Kai brought, and not only was he full of praise, he also awarded Yang Kai with a large amount of contribution points. The number of contribution points awarded was so large that even Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. If this happened another 2 more times, he would have enough contribution points to exchange for the pill recipe for the 100 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. A few more days later, Yang Kai finally felt that the time was right and rushed towards the restricted area once more. After hanging the golden profound token on his waist, he had a smooth journey with no obstacles. There were many layers of protection in the restricted area, but nobody blocked his path. He soon arrived at the deepest part of the restricted area and came face to face with the Medicine King furnace placed on the altar again. Just like last time, the Medicine King furnace was overflowing with a white fog that was so dense it was almost solid. That white fog filled the entire space with a wonderful power of serenity and peace. Looking left and right, Yang Kai was overjoyed to see that there was nobody around him. The last time Bailey Yun Sang brought him here, he had not been in the position to investigate this place. Now that he was the only person here today, it was only natural that he took the time to study the truth of the Medicine King furnace. Striding to the top of the altar, Yang Kai circled around the Medicine King furnace several times and discovered that there was nothing special about this object from the outside. Is this really worthy of the reputation of the 10 great divine armaments? Are the other 9 divine armaments as bland in appearance? Be that as it may, what Bailey Yun Sang said was true. The divine armaments might not have a gorgeous appearance, but they were the most precious objects in the world, as each one of them represented a grand Tao. The Medicine King furnace was covered in intricate patterns, And as Yang Kai examined the patterns, he suddenly had a realization. The patterns did not seem to be static, but instead changed constantly like living beings when he was concentrating. Moreover, he vaguely discovered a mystery amidst the changing patterns. It looked like Bailey Yunsang's statement was correct. The Medicine King Furnace certainly contained the mysteries of the alchemic Tao in the divine armament world. If a person could understand the mysteries hidden within the ever-changing and flowing patterns, there would surely be an immeasurable effect on the improvement of their alchemic Tao. Yang Kai could not be bothered to investigate these patterns though, as no matter how amazing the Medicine King Furnace was, it only represented the alchemic Tao of the small source world, which was not beneficial to him. What he cared about was the Medicine King Furnace itself. Taking a deep breath, he stretched out his hand and placed it on the Medicine King Furnace. In the next moment, a rumbling sound rang out in his mind like the tolling of a morning bell. Yang Kai immediately felt his soul shaking uncontrollably, threatening to split his head apart from the pain. Unable to stop himself, he howled in pain. His entire body twitched uncontrollably, and even his hand that was pressed on top of the Medicine King Furnace clenched tightly. It took quite a while before he slowly calmed down once more. Even so, the buzzing sound in his head continued endlessly. His entire soul shook so strongly that he was unable to concentrate as a result. This experience gave him the feeling that the Medicine King Furnace was resisting his touch and instinctively rejecting him. After pondering for some time, Yang Kai had a vague feeling that this phenomenon was related to his origins. He was a veritable outsider to this world. Meanwhile, the Medicine King Furnace represented one of the grand Taos of this world. It was only natural that it would reject and resist him. Nevertheless, this brief contact allowed him to confirm that the Medicine King Furnace did indeed contain an aura of source strength. It would seem that his initial speculation when he first entered this world was not wrong. In order to refine the source strength of the divine armament world, he would have to begin with the 10 great divine armaments, as they were the physical manifestations of the divine armament world's world force. Yang Kai originally thought that he would have to wait 100 years until the next divine armament tournament to come into contact with the 10 great divine armaments. Who could have known that the opportunity would come so suddenly? Under these circumstances, Yang Kai's first instinct was to surge his spirit chi in an attempt to refine the Medicine King Furnace. As long as he could refine the Medicine King Furnace, it would be equivalent to obtaining 10% of the divine armament world's source strength. The world force would then become the capital to enhance and strengthen his own small universe once he exited the divine armament world. More importantly, he would not suffer any hidden dangers thanks to his existence and efforts in the divine armament world. The world force was extremely compatible with him. This was one of the cultivation shortcuts for open heaven realm masters that Su Linggong mentioned at the beginning. Yang Kai's spirit chi surged, pouring into the Medicine King Furnace at a steady rate. However, the effects were minimal at best. He could sense that the Medicine King Furnace was absorbing his spirit chi, but the consumption rate was absurdly high. Clearly, refining this divine armament was not something that could be done overnight. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai's spirit chi was nearly exhausted. It had to be said that he had spent countless resources on his cultivation. As such, the spirit chi stored in his body was extremely terrifying compared to others in the same realm. Nobody in the fifth step heaven realm master could compare to him, while even those at the peak of the heaven realm were not on the same level. Be that as it may, Yang Kai was practically a lamp running out of oil after such a short period of time. It looks like I will have to slowly figure out another method to refine the Medicine King Furnace. Fortunately, I can freely access this place now. The future is still far ahead. When that thought crossed his mind, a sharp voice entered his ears. What are you doing? Yang Kai turned to look in the direction the voice came from, where he saw a woman dressed in an imperial dress glaring at him coldly. This woman had quite a beautiful appearance. She looked like she was only in her early 30s, and her body had enticing curves. Her beautiful hair was pulled up behind her head in a dignified bun. Despite never meeting this person before, Yang Kai keenly caught sight of the golden token hanging by her waist. Thus, he quickly withdrew his hands and took several deep breaths before he cupped his fist in greeting. Fixed Moon Peaks Yang Kai greets martial ant. Martial Peak, Chapter 45-23, Refining the Medicine King Furnace. Yang Kai. The woman's pretty brow furrowed together tightly, before the realization struck her a moment later. You're that disciple who joined the sect recently? Yes, Yang Kai nodded seriously, looking him up and down. Her gaze paused on the golden token on his waist for a moment, and she snorted softly. The sect master sure thinks highly of you. He even went so far as to issue you an elder token. She beckoned towards him once more. Come down so we can speak. Yang Kai obediently leaped down and stood before her respectfully. Seeing as this woman also had an elder token on her, she was definitely one of Profound Pill Sect's elders. In addition to being spirit-grade alchemists, all the elders of Profound Pill Sect were also spirit realm masters. She glared at him. What were you doing up there? Yang Kai casually came up with an excuse. The sect master ordered me to come and comprehend the mysteries of the Medicine King Furnace whenever I have the time. This disciple wondered if it would be easier to learn something if I stood closer to the divine armament. That's why I went up there. If there's anything wrong with my actions, please punish me, martial ant. She angrily snapped. The ignorant are truly fearless. How could you dare to touch the divine armament at will? You're lucky I found you early. If I were any later, I would be collecting your corpse instead. He was shocked. Was it that serious? The female elder nodded. The 10 great divine armaments represent part of this world's grand Tao. Ever since ancient times, those who obtained the divine armaments were those with great destiny and immense opportunities. It is not something just anybody can touch as they please. Although Yang Kai felt that the situation was not as serious as she made it seem, he pretended to be overwhelmed by the situation. Many thanks for your warning, martial ant. Her expression relaxed slightly. She then glanced at him with another measuring look. So, did you realize anything just now? I believe so, but it's very vague. I will need more time to sort through and comprehend it. She gently nodded. I've heard about you. Since you have a connection with the Medicine King Furnace, then don't disappoint the sect master's expectations of you. But never forget this, don't act rashly and overreach yourself for the sake of greed. Otherwise, nobody can save you if something goes wrong. Yes, Yang Kai nodded firmly, though he couldn't help feeling strange. This woman seemed rather concerned about him, but he was uncertain if it was just a figment of his imagination. So he offhandedly asked, did you come here to comprehend the mysteries of the Medicine King Furnace too, martial ant? She let out a soft sigh, her well-rounded peaks heaving up and down slightly. That's right. Old people like myself come here every once in a while to see if we can receive any inspiration from this place. If a spirit-grade alchemist wants to exceed their current limits, well, it won't be so easy. It's a pity that we old folk are so useless. On the other hand, a young boy like you can see through some of the mysteries here. It's truly surprising. This disciple simply had a stroke of fortune. Besides, you are not old, martial ant. You are clearly in the prime of your life. The woman glanced at him in surprise before bursting into a peal of laughter, causing flowers to tremble before her beauty. After a while, she finally stopped laughing and snorted softly. You're as glib-tongued as that old ghost. No wonder he took you in as a disciple. Let me ask you this, is that old ghost doing well? Yang Kai was confused for a moment. Then, he realized that the person she mentioned was referring to his fabricated master. Looking at her expression, and listening to the tone of her voice, this woman seemed to have some kind of deeper relationship with his fake master. Now he understood why she seemed concerned over him. When Honored Master taught this disciple was very young. I don't remember much from back then, but Honored Master was quite healthy at the time. Especially when this disciple made a mistake. He was very strong when spanking this disciple's bottom. The woman was taken aback for a moment before she laughed happily. His temper certainly leaves much to be desired, but his vision seems to be as far-sighted as always. You were still young at the time, so it's only natural for him to spank you when you didn't reach his standards. I'm sure he will be very proud if he learns about your current achievements. After that, she asked him a few more questions, to which Yang Kai either came up with more nonsense or simply claimed that he no longer remembered, so as to not reveal any flaws. Nevertheless, the woman listened with relish no matter how trivial the matter was. A long while passed before she waved her hand to dismiss him. It looks like you're tired. You should go back and get some rest. If you run into any trouble, you can come and visit me at Qianluo Peak. I usually live there. Many thanks, Martial Aunt. This disciple will take his leave. Upon returning to the Fixed Moon Peak, Yang Kai went to Yang Huai and inquired about the circumstances. Only then did he learn that the peak master of Qianluo Peak was an elder known as Lan Yin. That was probably the woman he encountered in the restricted area earlier. Yang Kai initially wanted to inquire more about his master, but unfortunately, Yang Huai had lived in the Blood Warrior Hall since he was a child, so he only knew about the existence of this person in Profound Pill Sect, but didn't know much else, so there was nothing that he could tell Yang Kai. In reality, whether intentionally or unintentionally, Yang Kai had begun to search for more information about his supposed master ever since he joined Profound Pill Sect. He had joined Profound Pill Sect as that person's legacy disciple after all, so it would not hurt to learn as much as he could about this person. Unexpectedly, there were no records about him in the records hall. Seeing as he could not inquire too much from the others lest he exposed his lies, Yang Kai had failed to learn much about his master so far. The days that followed were uneventful. Yang Kai provided alchemy services at the Seeking Pill Pavilion to earn the necessary cultivation resources for himself. At the same time, he traveled to the restricted area and back in an attempt to refine the Medicine King furnace. He did not know if anybody else in Profound Pill Sect had attempted to refine the divine armament before, but he was quite certain that there were precedents. After all, who would not be tempted when the divine object was just sitting in the restricted area? It was more likely that Sect Master Bailey Yun Sang and the other elders had tried to refine the Medicine King furnace, only to fail in their attempts. That was because he did not sense any traces left behind by the others from the Medicine King furnace. On the contrary, Yang Kai made some progress every time he went there. Refining the Medicine King furnace was a long-term process, and was by no means something that could be achieved in a short period of time. With the consumption of substantial resources, Yang Kai's cultivation increased steadily. In addition, he also came up with some pill recipes and alchemy techniques that did not belong to the divine armament world. Each time that happened, he would receive a considerable number of contribution points. Moreover, the elders of Profound Pill Sect would research the things that he brought up with great fascination. Yang Kai had already redeemed the pill recipe for the 100 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill, and his cultivation had slowly advanced into the 9th step heaven realm. It would not take long before he was ready to advance into the spirit realm. He had no plans to refine the 100 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill for himself though. With so many contribution points in his possession, he could spend them to exchange for 100 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill from Profound Pill Sect instead, and save himself some time and effort. At this point, it had only been less than 2 years since he entered Profound Pill Sect. The heaven-devouring battle law was as horrifying as it was impressive. If he had not chosen to cultivate the heaven-devouring battle law in the divine armament world back then, he could not have experienced such an explosive growth in such a short period of time. This heaven-defying evil art had greatly shortened his cultivation time. Unfortunately, the drawbacks of this evil art were also gradually revealing themselves. Yang Kai was now in the 9th step heaven realm, just 1 step away from advancing into the spirit realm. At the same time, the strength of his dragon vein had been tremendously stimulated, and his physique was unbelievably strong. In the beginning, Yang Kai believed that his dragon vein could offset many of the hidden dangers brought about by cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law. And that was indeed the case in the early stages of his cultivation. He had not sensed anything wrong at the time, so he confidently and eagerly cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law. However, as time went on and his cultivation increased, his dragon vein was no longer able to keep up with the purification Yang Kai required. He could now sense that the impurities in the energy that he devoured during cultivation were subtly affecting his body and mind. The most obvious sign was that his temperament had become a little more irritable than before. He would occasionally experience random temper flare-ups, without any particular reason. This was not a good sign. It had to be said that one must be aware and wary of arrogance and impatience in cultivation. If his mind became disturbed at a critical moment, there was a high possibility of suffering from cultivation dissonance. Unfortunately, things had already come to this point and Yang Kai had no solution to the problem. So he could only stop cultivating for the time being and slowly stimulate the power of his dragon vein in an attempt to gradually suppress the drawbacks brought about by the heaven-devouring battle law. Thanks to this experience, though, Yang Kai became certain that the heaven-devouring battle law was not something that could be cultivated freely. The hidden dangers that the heaven-devouring battle law brought were unavoidable, no matter how much he guarded against them. It was fortunate that he noticed this situation early on. Only a few years had passed since Yang Kai entered the divine armament world, so he still had plenty of time before the next divine armament tournament. Besides, he was not using his actual body here, so even if he suffered from any hidden dangers, these side effects would not affect him once he left. Due to his given task of comprehending the mysteries of the Medicine King Furnace, Yang Kai had a good excuse to explain why his cultivation was improving so quickly. Among the pill recipes that he contributed, some pills were able to assist in cultivation, and some pills could even directly enhance one's cultivation. These pill recipes were quickly implemented in the Blood Warrior Hall, and their efficacies were swiftly verified. As long as one had these pills and enough cultivation resources, it would not be difficult for them to increase their cultivation. Nevertheless, nobody paid too much attention to Yang Kai's cultivation so far. For an alchemist, cultivation was only an auxiliary to support their alchemy. It was not their main focus. Time flew by, and another year passed. Over the past year, Yang Kai's cultivation did not increase any further. He remained at the 9th step heaven realm. Having noticed the drawbacks of cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law, he had been working hard to stimulate his dragon vein to help eliminate the hidden dangers. Despite all his efforts, however, some of the subtle hidden dangers caused by the heaven-devouring battle law remained, despite his dragon vein having been significantly strengthened during this time. Those little hidden dangers were like gangrene that festered in his body, and he could not remove them no matter how deeply he dug into their roots. Thus, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling helpless. The might of the heaven-devouring battle law was also reflected in this situation, highlighting its immense strength in another aspect. Yang Kai could not understand how Wu Kuang had managed to cultivate this secret art. Logically speaking, Wu Kuang should have lost his mind a long time ago. More so since his cultivation grew to such a level with the heaven-devouring battle law as his foundation. Despite what should have happened though, Wu Kuang was alive and kicking. That was not all. He had even managed to infiltrate myriad demons' heaven. Just thinking about it was unbelievable. Hence, Yang Kai could only admire that guy's talent and genius. On the other hand, both Hua Rong and Yang Huai had grown tremendously. There was nothing much to be said about Hua Rong. She was already in the 6th step heaven realm when she first started serving under Yang Kai. Having her cultivation at such a young age meant that her aptitude was outstanding in the first place, and after serving under Yang Kai, she received an almost unlimited supply of various cultivation resources and pills. Thus, she advanced to become a genuine spirit realm master half a year ago. Yang Huai might have started out on a lower footing, but he was very compatible with the supreme tyrant body art that Yang Kai taught him. Over the years, he also reached the 9th step heaven realm, so like Yang Kai, he could advance into the spirit realm at any moment. It was just that Yang Kai did not allow him to advance so quickly, Yang Kai wanted him to train and hone his strength in the heaven realm for a little longer, in order to solidify his foundation before attempting to break through. Martial Peak, Chapter 45-24, Drawing the Sword from the Sheath. The days at Profound Pill Sect were extremely comfortable and leisurely. Every now and then, Yang Kai would perform alchemy to obtain large quantities of cultivation resources. Nevertheless, most of his time was spent immersed in refining the Medicine King furnace. One day, Yang Huai suddenly walked in and cupped his fist with a solemn expression when Yang Kai was teaching Wanning. Yang Kai continued teaching a little bit more, before he raised his head to look at Yang Huai. "What is it?" Yang Huai replied, "Sir, a message came from the Seeking Pill Pavilion. There's a person called Li Zhengqing, who came looking for you with something to report." Li Zhengqing. Yang Kai raised his brow at the name. "What did he say?" Yang Huai shook his head. "He did not say, but it seems to be urgent." "Bring him here," Yang Kai instructed. "Yes," Yang Huai responded and hurried away again. Wanning asked worriedly, "Eldest senior brother, did something happen back at the Master Sect?" Li Zhengqing's sudden arrival from Void Spirit Sword Sect had made her a little uneasy. She couldn't help wondering if something had happened back at their home. "I don't think so," Yang Kai shook his head. Although he had remained at Profound Pill Sect for several years, his contact with the Master Sect had never been interrupted. They basically exchanged letters with each other every 2 months. The last letter from the Master Sect had only been 1 month ago, so if anything had happened, Su Chong Fa would have notified him. Besides, he was now a well-known heaven-grade alchemist. With Yang Kai protecting Void Spirit Sword Sect, not many people in the divine armament world would dare to offend them. "Don't worry. It's probably nothing. Maybe Honored Master has something to tell us," Yang Kai reassured her while stroking her head. She made a non-committal sound in response and stood quietly by the side. Despite reassuring Wanning otherwise, Yang Kai had the vague feeling that something had indeed happened to the Master Sect. Otherwise, there was no need for Li Zhengqing to come running here in person. It didn't take long before Li Zhengqing was led inside by Yang Huai. Even though they had not met for several years, this old man had not gotten any older. Rather, he seemed to have gotten much younger. He had only been in the Earth realm back then, but he was now in the Heaven realm. Moreover, he was in the second step Heaven realm. It was just that he seemed a little dusty and disheveled from his long-distance travel. "Li Zhengqing greets, sir." Li Zhengqing greeted Yang Kai respectfully. Yang Kai nodded. "Why have you come?" Li Zhengqing looked solemn. "Reporting to sir. The former sect master suddenly fell ill half a month ago. The 2 elders sent this old master here to invite you back to have a look, sir." "What?" Wanning jumped up at those words and nervously exclaimed, "Honored master is ill." Similarly, Yang Kai's expression became grim. "Why did this happen?" Li Zhengqing bowed his head and replied, "The 2 elders claimed that the former sect master is old and frail, and the sudden decline of his vitality seems to be related to the injuries he sustained when he was younger." Wanning quickly asked, "How was Honored Master when you departed?" Li Zhengqing quickly answered the question. He was unconscious. His situation was not good, but he should not be in danger for the time being. Be that as it may, it took this old master half a month to travel here, so I don't know how he is now. Eldest senior brother. On the verge of tears, Wanning turned to look at Yang Kai. "Don't panic." Yang Kai reflexively comforted her. After pondering for some time, he continued, "Wait here for a moment. I will report this matter to the Elder Council and return to the Master Sect immediately." Turning his head to the side, he instructed Yang Huai, "Summon Huarong back here." "Yes," Yang Huai replied in a low voice. Yang Kai hurriedly walked out of his secluded home. Activating his spirit qi, his figure transformed into a streak of light that traveled quickly towards the Elder Hall. Then, he went up to the Elder on duty and briefly explained the situation. A short while later, he flew back from the Elder Hall. Yang Kai originally thought that he would face some difficulties. After all, he was currently tasked with comprehending the Medicine King Furnace's Grand Tao Divine Tone. To put it bluntly, he was very highly valued by Profound Pill Sect, so it should have been impossible for him to leave Profound Pill Sect so easily under normal circumstances. At the very least, he would need to obtain Bailey Yunsang's approval. Who could have known that Third Elder Yu Boyang, who was on duty at the Elder Hall, would agree immediately after listening to the situation. He even told Yang Kai to go swiftly and return quickly, as well as to be careful on the road. Nevertheless, that was a good thing. Yang Kai did not know Su Chong Fa's current condition, so he was anxious to return home, and did not have time to be delayed. When he came to the Divine Armament world, this world had given him a brand new identity that came with the relevant causality and emotions. That was why his anxiety and worry upon hearing that Su Chong Fa was very ill were not fake. They came from the bottom of his heart. Many years ago, Yang Kai had already known that Su Chong Fa's potential had been exhausted. The furthest Su Chong Fa could go in this life was the third step Earth realm. Having gotten on with age, he would one day face his predestined time of death, if his cultivation could not advance any further. It was just that Yang Kai never imagined that day would come so quickly. By the time Yang Kai returned to his cave mansion, Huarong was back. This woman, who had always been playful and mischievous, was surprisingly tactful and did not joke around this time. She simply stood there waiting quietly. A short while later, a ball of light rushed into the sky. Working together, Huarong and Yang Kai used their spirit qi to wrap around Yang Huai, Li Zhengqing, and Wan Ying and took off into the sky. Third Elder Yu Boyang stood in front of the Elder Hall with his hands behind his back, his eyes narrowing slightly. A sound came from beside him soon after, and following that, a person walked over to stand beside him and looked out into the distance. Did he leave? He nodded. He left. In that case, go ahead with the plan. Turning to look at Bailey Yunsang, he frowned and asked, Sect Master, is this really the right thing to do? Regardless of the boy's origins, he has never done any harm to Profound Pill Sect over the years. What's more, he can hear the Medicine King Furnace's Grand Tao Divine Tone. The number of pill recipes that he contributed over the years has been plentiful. He played a huge role in the development of Profound Pill Sect. Bailey Yunsang sighed. How can I not know that? But it is precisely because this is related to the Medicine King Furnace that I have to proceed cautiously. It will be best if he has no intentions to betray Profound Pill Sect, but if he is a spy who was sent here. Yu Boyang nodded lightly. That's true. We cannot afford to be careless in this matter. He paused for a moment and asked, Isn't it better to capture him and question him directly? Why go through the trouble of luring him out? Bailey Yunsang shook his head. He is a famous figure now, and no one among the heaven-grade alchemists in the sect can rival him in terms of talent. If this matter spreads to the public, it will surely become troublesome if any other disciples were to notice. It's better to proceed quietly for now. We can explain the situation once we figure out the truth. Yu Boyang nodded at those words. You've considered everything, Sect Master. Profound Pill Sect was quite far from Void Spirit Sword Sect. It would take half a month to travel by horseback at the fastest. That was how long it had taken Gao Ming to bring Yang Kai to Profound Pill Sect back then. However, Huarong and Yang Kai were using their spirit qi to fly on this trip, so it was only natural that their speed was much faster than before. Huarong might only have advanced half a year ago, but she was still a genuine spirit realm master, so she had the capital to fly. On the other hand, Yang Kai was different from others, even though he was only in the 9th step heaven realm. The reserves of spirit qi in his body were extremely vast, and could support the intense consumption flying long distances required. If it were any other heaven realm master, they would not have been able to fly for so long. They traveled as swiftly as the wind, and it didn't take more than a day for them to travel half the distance. Huarong suddenly turned to look at Li Zhengqing and asked, Are you feeling warm? Li Zhengqing was sweating profusely, but he forced a smile. You must be joking, young lady. It is simply this old master's first time flying so high in the sky. I can't help being a little nervous. She nodded lightly and comforted him. Rest assured. I won't drop you. He whimpered in response. Another day later, the mountain where Void Spirit Sword Sect was located came into view. The four of them landed directly in front of the mountain gate. Huarong glanced at Yang Kai breathlessly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Even though she had entered the spirit realm, flying for 2 consecutive days was still difficult for her. Throughout the journey, she had consumed many pills that were personally refined by Yang Kai to replenish her depleted energy. On the contrary, a 9th-step heaven realm master like Yang Kai was neither flushed nor breathless. Comparing the two of them, it was almost as though her cultivation was much lower than his. Nevertheless, she clearly sensed that the spirit qi that Yang Kai consumed throughout the journey had not been any less than herself. How exactly did he achieve that? Unfortunately, now was not the time to consider this matter. As soon as they landed, Huarong immediately sensed that something was wrong as there was nobody guarding the mountain gate of Void Spirit Sword Sect. Moreover, the entire Void Spirit Sword Sect seemed to be empty. It was completely silent inside. However, she was keenly aware that there were several powerful auras lurking around and quietly watching them. Sir! Huarong breathed in lightly and stepped closer to Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes flashing a grim light. Yang Huai's physique also tensed up, like a rampaging ominous beast. An indescribable malevolent aura suddenly erupted from his entire body. His flesh wriggled, followed by crackling sounds that came from within his body. A moment later, his entire body became nearly 10 centimeters taller. Although he did not have Huarong's powerful perception, he had a sharp instinct. Just like an ominous beast that had fallen into a hunter's trap, the various incongruities in his surroundings made him feel as though he was facing a formidable enemy. Li Zhengqing. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly and called out softly. This subordinate is here. Li Zhengqing replied with his head down. His entire body was shivering like a leaf in the wind, and sweat dripped down his forehead without pause. How have I treated you? Yang Kai glanced sideways at Li Zhengqing with a cold look in his eyes. Li Zhengqing trembled. Without your help, this old master would never have advanced into the heaven realm. To this old master, your favor amounts to being given a new lease on life. Given a new lease on life indeed. Yang Kai coldly snorted. So this is how you repay me? Li Zhengqing's complexion went pale, but he stubbornly insisted. What do you mean, sir? This subordinate does not understand. I'll give you one last chance. How is my honored master? Yang Kai stared deeply into Li Zhengqing's eyes, his tone incredibly grim. A momentary struggle flashed across Li Zhengqing's expression, but he steeled himself and stood by his story. Sir, the former sect master is very ill. Zheng. A clear and crisp sword cry rang out. Following the flash of a sword light, Li Zhengqing reacted as if struck by lightning. He reached out to clutch at his throat and stumbled backwards, his eyes widening in disbelief. Staring at Yang Kai incredulously, he cried out hoarsely, "Yes, sir." Fresh blood gushed out uncontrollably from between the gaps in his fingers. Yang Kai held the true void sword as a drop of crimson fresh blood slowly slid along the length of the blade. A gust of wind blew past, causing his hair to dance and his clothes to flap wildly in the wind. Just because my sword has not been unsheathed for a long time. Did you really think that this was a mere decoration? Come out. With a single sword slash, sword chi overflowed in all directions, blotting out all other light. Marshall Peak. Chapter 45-25. No one can stop me if I want to leave. Following that sword strike, an overwhelming sword wave swept out in all directions. Gravel flew everywhere and countless figures emerged from their hiding places, landing in all directions to surround Yang Kai and the others in a tight circle. There was a loud crash as Li Zhengqing collapsed to the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. His vitality was gone. Not only had Yang Kai's sword strike sliced through his body, but the sharp sword qi had also flayed much of his flesh from his bones. One of the people who revealed themselves turned to look at Li Zhengqing's corpse and frowned almost imperceptibly. seeming to be surprised by Yang Kai's decisive action. This behavior was completely different from the Yang Kai that he knew. In Profound Pill Sect, Yang Kai had always presented himself as a genial and polite young man. Aside from his dispute with a heaven-grade alchemist called Wei Cheng when he first joined the sect, he never lost his temper at anybody, or even got into an argument. Despite being outstandingly talented, and being highly cherished by the elders of the Elder Council, he had never acted as though he was better than others. Not only did he get along well with the other heaven-grade alchemists, but many of his comrades and juniors in the sect had also received his guidance. Thus, he was extremely highly regarded among all those who were below the spirit-grade alchemists in Profound Pill Sect. When their gazes met, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and spoke in a cold voice. "Vice Hall Master Wu." There were a total of 3 men hiding in the surroundings earlier, and one of them was none other than the Vice Hall Master of the Divine Flame Hall, Wu Jingqi. Back when Yang Kai and Wei Cheng had dueled against each other, Wu Jingqi had acted as their witness. Therefore, there was a slight connection between them. Over the years, Wu Jingqi had interacted with Yang Kai on numerous occasions, especially as the latter revealed an aptitude for the alchemic Tao that surpassed all others in his grade. That was because Wu Jingqi had intentionally tried to forge a friendship between them, so the relationship between these two could be considered pretty good in recent years. For that reason, Yang Kai never imagined that he would encounter Wu Jingqi here. Wu Jingqi's expression was rather complicated, but he had already expected this scene when he first received this mission. Hence, he said nothing. Yang Kai turned to look at the other person, his pupils contracting slightly at the sight. Old Man Qi. Wu Jingqi was in the 5th step spirit realm, so he was not weak, but Yang Kai was not afraid of him. If it really came down to a fight, he might not be able to do anything to Yang Kai either. However, it was a whole different case with Old Man Qi. This old man was the blood warrior of Profound Pill Sect's sect master, Bailey Yunsang. Yang Kai had interacted with this old man on several occasions, and even the elder token in his possession had been handed to him by the old man. The old man was in the 9th step spirit realm, which was practically the peak of the entire divine armament world. So Yang Kai was well aware of how horrifying the old man was. Yang Kai did not know the third person. Nevertheless, it was a given that this man was also in the spirit realm, since he was standing here. So that's how it is. Is this all part of the sect's plan? Yang Kai asked, looking at Old Man Qi. He did not know the old man's full name, and had always just addressed him by his surname. Be that as it may, Yang Kai immediately understood something when he saw these 3 people. He had been wondering why he was allowed to leave Profound Pill Sect so easily, as logically speaking, he shouldered the heavy burden of comprehending the mysteries of the Medicine King Furnace. That made him an extremely special existence in Profound Pill Sect. Regardless of whether he had a valid and unavoidable reason, Profound Pill Sect would not have allowed him to leave so easily. Even on the off chance that he was allowed to leave, Profound Pill Sect would have dispatched many masters to protect him, lest something unfortunate occurred. Contrary to Yang Kai expectations though, Yubo Yang had allowed him to leave without any fuss. Now looking at the current situation, it was obvious that this was all planned by Profound Pill Sect in advance. That was why he was not met with any resistance when he departed. Many thoughts flickered through Yang Kai's mind in that moment. He had made substantial contributions to Profound Pill Sect over the years, through comprehending the mysteries of the Medicine King Furnace. In doing so, he had turned over various pill recipes and alchemy techniques to the sect. Not to mention, he had displayed an aptitude for the alchemic Tao that greatly surpassed all others. Logically speaking, Profound Pill Sect should value me very much. Why did they suddenly lure me out to Void Spirit Sword Sect and ambush me? After thinking about it, there was only one explanation that came to mind. The lies he fabricated in the past had been exposed. Profound Pill Sect had learned that he was completely unrelated to that fabricated master of his. Does that mean that my fabricated master has returned to Profound Pill Sect, or made contact with them somehow? Guarong, Yang Huai, and Wanningying were stunned. They could not understand what was happening in front of them. Besides, Old Man Qi and the others did not act immediately after revealing themselves. Therefore, Hua Rong and the others were completely confused and at a loss for what to do. Old Man Qi looked at Yang Kai calmly and said, "Young boy, surrender without a fight. This old master does not hold back in a fight. Alchemists are generally weak and feeble. It will be bad if I accidentally hurt you." Wu Jingqi also persuaded Yang Kai from the side. "Alchemist Yang, it's better not to resist. The order we received is to bring you back to sect. Also, the sect master specially ordered us not to endanger your life." Yang Kai turned to look at the stone monument carved with the characters Void Spirit Sword Sect, and asked, "Where are the people of Void Spirit Sword Sect?" Wu Jingqi replied, "Rest assured, the people of Void Spirit Sword Sect have not been harmed. Half a month ago, we transferred them all to Profound Pill City. I'm sure they've settled there by now." Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief at those words. Good. At this point, it was obvious that Su Chong Fa being seriously ill was simply Li Zhengqing's excuse to lure him back to Void Spirit Sword Sect. When that thought crossed his mind, he frowned. If the sect master wants to capture me, then why did he lure me out here? He could have made his move back at the sect. Wu Zhengqi shook his head and said, "I don't know the exact details. We are simply acting according to our orders." He gave a bitter laugh before he continued. "To be honest, this Wu didn't even know that the person to be captured was you, Alchemist Yang." Turning to look at Old Man Qi, he added, "Perhaps Old Qi might know something." Old Man Qi shook his head. "This old master does not know either. The sect master gave his order, so this old master obeyed." Glancing at the true void sword in Yang Kai's hands, he gave a warning. "Young boy, this old master knows that there are 2 sword chi attacks sealed within that true void sword replica in your hands, but those sword chi attacks will not be effective against this old master. You can give it a try if you don't believe me." Yang Kai nodded. "You are very strong, Old Qi, so I know well that these 2 trivial sword chi attacks will not be able to do anything to you." Old Man Qi replied, "Since you know that, then follow this old master back to the sect. If there is some sort of misunderstanding, you can explain yourself clearly to the sect master in person." Likewise, Wu Jingqi tried to persuade Yang Kai. "Old Qi is right. Alchemist Yang, please follow us back to the sect." Yang Kai took a short breath and narrowed his eyes marginally. "I will definitely return to the sect, but not now." Old Man Qi's eyes contracted slightly. "Boy, this old master does not wish to harm you, but that does not mean that I won't." Yang Kai raised his hand to interrupt Old Man Qi. "Old Qi, it's not that I underestimate you. However, there is no one in this world who can stop me if I am determined to leave." Old Man Qi's expression darkened, and he seemed to have been angered by those words. Shameless boasting. Ignoring Old Man Qi, Yang Kai turned to look at Hua Rong and Yang Huai instead. "I'm in trouble now. What do the 2 of you plan to do from now on?" Hua Rong gritted her teeth. "What else can I do now that I've boarded your boat? Why don't you follow them back? It's better than being dragged back after getting beaten half to death." Yang Huai was never one to speak much. He simply cupped his fist and shouted, "I will serve you until the day I die, sir." Wu Jingqi sighed. "Those who come from the Blood Warrior Hall have always been fiercely loyal to the alchemist that they choose to serve." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Very good." Then he turned to look at Old Man Qi and added, "Old man, please pass this message to the sect master when you return to the sect. I will return within 10 days and explain everything to him at the time. I ask that the sect master treat the people of Void Spirit Sword Sect kindly. They are unrelated to this matter." Old Man Qi raised his eyebrows. "Things have already come to this. Are you still caught up in your delusions? Attack." As soon as the words left his mouth, he reached out to grab Yang Kai. A terrifying spirit chi spread out in a fluctuating wave, almost like ripples spreading out across the surface of a pond. With the hand looming over them, both Hua Rong and Yang Huai were so scared that all the hair on their bodies stood upright. There was a sense of being shrouded by a cage made from the world itself, which gave them the illusion that there was nowhere to run. The might of a ninth-step spirit realm master was evident. It was not something that either one of them could even hope to compete with. In the next moment, however, Old Man Chi's expression changed drastically. That was because he was caught off guard by a sudden discovery. When he reached out towards Yang Kai, he found that rather than getting closer, the distance between them actually extended further and further away. The space between them seemed to stretch out strangely, even though Yang Kai was clearly standing right in front of him without moving a muscle. There was a peculiar force affecting his perception and judgment. He was shocked. In all the years that he spent cultivating, he had never encountered something as peculiar as this. He urged his spirit chi fiercely, trying to break free from the influence of that strange power, but unfortunately, his attempts proved to be fruitless. Yang Kai's voice sounded in his ears. "I told you. If I want to leave, nobody in this world can stop me. Old man, don't forget to pass my message to the sect master. Also, please tell him that I don't hold any malice towards Profound Pill Sect." The space in front of Yang Kai distorted abnormally, and by the time Old Man Chi's hand clenched shut, Yang Kai and the others had already inexplicably vanished out of sight. Similarly, the attacks of Wu Chi and the other spirit realm master landed on empty space, narrowly missing Old Man Chi. Old Man Chi's eyes widened so wide that they were bigger than eggs. He could scarcely believe what he was seeing, and turning to look around his surroundings, he shouted, "Where are they?" Wu Chi and the other spirit realm master shook their heads in unison. 3 spirit realm masters had formed a tight encirclement around Yang Kai and his group, but Yang Kai and the others had disappeared right in front of their eyes. What's more, one of them was also a 9th-step spirit realm master. If they had not witnessed what happened themselves, even they wouldn't have believed it. Impossible. Search for them. They must be hiding nearby. Old Man Chi shouted angrily, and hurriedly began searching his surroundings. A short while later, the 3 of them gathered together and looked at each other, their expressions extremely ugly. Yang Kai and the others were gone. They not only vanished without a trace, but also left no clues behind. Just now, what did he do? Wu Chi asked with a gloomy expression. It was his first time encountering such a bizarre phenomenon after so many years of cultivation. Old Man Chi snapped angrily. If I knew what kinds of means he used, I would not have allowed him to get away. Wu Chi and the other spirit realm master looked at each other only to see the inexplicable horror in each other's eyes. What happened just now was simply too bizarre. They could only watch helplessly as 4 living people vanished from under their very noses. More importantly, if Yang Kai could disappear so suddenly, then he could also appear just as suddenly. Such an ability would be very difficult to fight back against. Martial Peak, Chapter 45-26, Lend Me Some Red Jade. In the middle of the wilderness, the stench of blood filled the air. A calf-sized beast corpse lay in a pool of blood. Meanwhile, 7 or 8 bony earth wolves gnawed away at the flesh of their prey and devoured their food greedily. This was a perfect hunt. Under the command of the alpha wolf, this small group of earth wolves had finally obtained a chance to fill their stomachs after starving for half a month. The alpha wolf, who was much larger than the other earth wolves, had already eaten his fill, and at this moment, he was lying lazily by the side and licking his front paw that had been injured earlier. All of a sudden, his ears stood up alertly. His golden eyes were fixed on a certain point in the space in front of it. The area in that direction was twisted and distorted. Furthermore, pitch-black lines abruptly appeared in the area like cracks that had been torn open. An uneasy feeling rose in the alpha wolf's heart, and he slowly got to his feet, baring his fangs and growling in that direction. The other earth wolves snapping for food looked over in unison, and a series of wolf howls rang out one after another in the next moment. The pitch-black cracks interweaved with each other, moving faster and faster. Then, a strange force suddenly erupted from within, and 4 figures eerily appeared out of nowhere in the vision of the earth wolves. A huge black hole that emitted the chaotic aura of nothingness appeared behind these 4 people. But under the effects of the local world principles, the black hole was quickly sealed shut again. The golden pupils of the alpha wolf contracted sharply, becoming the size of needlepoints. He let out a low howl before he turned and fled. At that moment, his beastly instincts allowed him to sense the threat of death. Thus, the earth wolves fled swiftly across the wilderness and vanished out of sight in the blink of an eye. When Yang Kai and the three others suddenly emerged, only Yang Kai stood there without much of a reaction. The other three, including Huarong, were very pale. Covering their mouths with their hands, they ran to the side and bent over to vomit out everything in their stomachs. Experiencing teleportation for the first time was not a glorious feeling. The feeling of tearing space, then traveling through the chaotic void, was akin to the sensation of one's body being broken down into countless tiny pieces, and then recombined once more. Yang Kai had witnessed this scene in front of him many times, so he was unsurprised by it. Huarong and the others were not considered weak in the divine armament world, but they were not nearly strong enough to withstand the effects of teleportation. If not for his protection, they would have been sliced to pieces by the void turbulence. Turning to look back at the pitch-black cracks that were rapidly sealing together, Yang Kai frowned slightly. The world principles here were far stronger than he imagined. Several years had passed since he first arrived in the divine armament world, and his cultivation was now in the ninth step heaven realm. The power of his dragon vein had also been greatly stimulated during this period. Aside from strengthening his dragon vein, Yang Kai mainly cultivated the Tao of space over the past year. He was uncertain whether it was due to the limitation of his cultivation, but his progress in the Tao of space was very unsatisfactory, and many of his space secret techniques could not be used. Nevertheless, he was titled Void Great Emperor in the Star Boundary, thanks to his accomplishments in the Tao of space, so he was still capable of displaying its brilliance, even though he was in the divine armament world. At the very least, escaping from Old Man Chi was not an issue. What surprised Yang Kai was that Profound Pill Sect had planned the incident involving Void Spirit Sword Sect. First, they lured him back to Void Spirit Sword Sect. Then, they arranged for Old Man Chi and two other Spirit Realm Masters to ambush him. If his guess was correct, then Profound Pill Sect must have figured out that he had nothing to do with his fabricated master. Otherwise, there was no reason for them to do something like this. Fortunately, Wu Jingqi had mentioned that the people of Void Spirit Sword Sect had been relocated and resettled in Profound Pill City approximately half a month ago, without any casualties. That being the case, Yang Kai would need to return to Profound Pill Sect regardless of anything else. My cultivation in the ninth step heaven realm is a little lacking. Now that I have 1 year's worth of accumulation and precipitation, it's time to advance into the spirit realm. Just now, Huarong walked over with a pale complexion, her face practically colorless as she asked, "What happened? Where are Old Man Chi and the others?" "We shook them off," Yang Kai responded casually, and looked around his surroundings, and did not know where they were. Although he could use space principles to an extent in this place, he could not control them with precision. That was why he could not guarantee his landing location or distance traveled. Randomly choosing a direction, he beckoned towards the others. "Let's go. Let's find somebody to ask for directions." Huarong remained confused. She could not understand how they managed to shake off the pursuit of 3 powerful spirit realm masters. Following Yang Kai, she came to stand beside Yang Huai and reached out to poke him in the waist as she asked quietly, "Hey big guy, do you know what happened just now?" Yang Huai's expression was cold, and he said nothing. She snapped, "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" He lowered his head to look at her, his expression becoming more and more troubled. Huarong became puzzled and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "I need to throw up again." After saying that, he rushed to the side and retched again. After walking for less than an hour, the group came across a small village. Huarong went ahead to ask for information, and it didn't take long before she returned and pointed in a certain direction. "Heavenly Martial City is in that direction." Yang Kai nodded lightly and looked at her. "Can you fly?" She pointed at her colorless small face. "Do you think I can fly in this state? I barely have the strength to walk right now." Yang Kai raised an eyebrow at those words and nodded. Then, let's find a place to stay for the night. None of them had any objections, so they quickly found a place to set up camp. Yang Huai hunted a roe deer. And after that, the four of them lit a bonfire and roasted something simple to fill their now mostly empty stomachs. After resting for a night, they finally recovered their strength. An hour after sunup, Yang Kai and the three others arrived at Heavenly Martial City and landed directly in front of the City Lord's mansion. Many of the guards at the City Lord's mansion immediately reacted, as though they were facing a formidable enemy. Heavenly Martial City was quite prosperous, and there were many Heaven Realm Masters in the city. Even so, Huarong's unconcealed aura clearly indicated that she was a Spirit Realm Master. The guards couldn't help being fearful of her as a result. How could they dare to act rashly before figuring out the reason for the arrival of Yang Kai and the others? The City Lord of Heavenly Martial City, Miao Hong, soon received the news and came forward to check out the situation. As soon as he saw Yang Kai, he was stunned. Alchemist Yang. Yang Kai cupped his fist. City Lord Miao, it's been a long time. It really is you, Alchemist Yang. Miao Hong laughed loudly. What a rare guest. Waving his hands widely, he scolded the guards around him. Disperse! Disperse! How can you all have eyes but fail to see? He is a heaven-grade alchemist from Profound Pill Sect. What do you think you're doing? When the guards saw this situation, they immediately understood that these people were acquaintances of the City Lord. Thus, they couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief and scattering back to their posts. Meanwhile, Miao Hong enthusiastically came forward. Alchemist Yang, it's been several years, but your noble bearing remains unchanged. You praise me too much, City Lord Miao. Yang Kai smiled in greeting. Please forgive me for coming without invitation. Miao Hong smilingly replied. You are my savior, Alchemist Yang. I've yet to thank you properly for what you did for me back then. This Miao is absolutely thrilled by your arrival. How can I be upset with you? Come, let's talk inside. It might be that he was grateful for the saving grace he received in the past, or that he wanted to strengthen their friendly relations. But regardless, Miao Hong was extremely hospitable. He initially wanted to host a huge banquet to welcome Yang Kai, but to his disappointment, the latter was in no mood for pleasantries and politely declined. Inside a reception room, Yang Kai sternly said, I came here because I have something to ask of you, City Lord Miao. Upon hearing this, Miao Hong patted his chest loudly. Please feel free to speak, Alchemist Yang. As long as it is within this Miao's abilities, this Miao will not refuse. I want to borrow some red jades from you, City Lord, Yang Kai declared. No problem. How many do you need, Alchemist Yang? Miao Hong immediately agreed. His answer was very straightforward. How many do you have? Yang Kai countered with another question. Miao Hong was flabbergasted by the question, but he quickly realized that the amount Yang Kai needed might be enormous. Then again, Yang Kai was now a heaven-grade alchemist. That was not all. He was an extremely well-known heaven-grade alchemist in Profound Pill Sect. He would not be lacking in funds. Therefore, he would not borrow money from Miao Hong if it were a small amount. After pondering for some time, Miao Hong finally answered. To be honest, this Miao has never taken an inventory of how many red jades there are in Heavenly Martial City. I don't know if I can satisfy your needs, Alchemist Yang. Why don't we do this instead? Come with me to the treasure vault. All the resources in Heavenly Martial City are stored there. Yang Kai did not refuse. He nodded and said, N. Miao Hong gestured politely and walked ahead to lead the way. Along the way, Yang Kai asked, Aren't you going to ask me why I need so many red jades, City Lord Miao? Miao Hong laughed. You are famous now, Alchemist Yang. Even this Miao who lives in Heavenly Martial City year-round has heard your name. You're a walking billboard among the heaven-grade alchemists in Profound Pill Sect. Alchemist Yang, you came to borrow from this Miao, because you think highly of this Miao. If it is within this Miao's abilities, I will surely help you to the best of my abilities. As for what you plan to do, that's your business. Yang Kai nodded. Rest assured, City Lord Miao. For everything that I borrow from you today, I will surely reward you handsomely. Miao Hong chuckled. We'll talk about the future when the future comes. We're here. Needless to say, the treasure vault of Heavenly Martial City was very heavily defended. There were several layers of guards protecting the place both overtly and covertly along the way. It was just that City Lord Miao Hong himself was leading the way, so these guards did not dare to stop them. When Miao Hong opened the gates of the treasure vault, a strong wave of spirit qi immediately poured out. Yang Kai stepped inside, and immediately saw several small mountains of red jades. There were at least 2 or 3 million pieces in this place. Thinking about it, it was not that strange. Back then, Miao Hong had readily given Yang Kai 200,000 pieces of red jades in order to thank him for his help. How could he afford to be so generous if he did not have the backing of immense wealth? Aside from the red jades, there were also tons of spirit flowers, exotic herbs, and strange ores. All the wealth accumulated by Heavenly Martial City over the years was currently stored inside this treasure vault. Take a look, Alchemist Yang. Is this enough red jade? Miao Hong asked with a smile. It's enough, Yang Kai nodded. I will need to enter retreat for a few days. Please make the necessary arrangements, City Lord. Miao Hong nodded. Good. Go ahead and enter retreat in peace, Alchemist Yang. This Miao guarantees that nobody will come and disturb you during this period. Many thanks. Yang Kai cupped his fist. Immediately after that, he issued some instructions to Hua Rong and Yang Huai. With a loud rumble, the doors of the treasure vault closed. Hua Rong and Yang Huai stood on both sides of the entrance, and even Wan Ying stood nearby, trying her hardest to keep her eyes open and remain vigilant of her surroundings. Martial Peak, Chapter 45-27, Dissonance in His Cultivation? Glancing at the closed gates of the treasure vault, Miao Hong smacked his lips and asked Hua Rong, what is Alchemist Yang's current cultivation? Hua Rong glanced sideways at him. Why are you asking so many questions? The aggressive reply left him unable to catch his breath. Unfortunately, she was a spirit realm master, so while he might be a city lord, Miao Hong did not dare to make a fool of himself in front of Hua Rong. He could only smile flatteringly in response. Wan Ying probably couldn't bear to continue watching. Her eldest senior brother was borrowing the other party's land and red jades after all, which was why she spoke up softly from the side. Eldest senior brother is currently in the 9th step heaven realm. Even though he had guessed as much, Miao Hong couldn't help gasping at those words. When they first met, Yang Kai had only been in the 9th step earth realm at the time. Only 4 years or so had passed since then, but Yang Kai was already in the 9th step heaven realm. That was the same as Miao Hong himself. Even if heaven-grade alchemists did not lack for pills to aid in their cultivation, the speed at which Yang Kai grew was terrifying. Miao Hong had never heard of anybody who could advance from the 9th step earth realm to the 9th step heaven realm in such a short time. Seeing as Yang Kai not only came here to borrow red jades, but also to enter retreat, it was obvious that he was planning to break through into the spirit realm. The spirit realm? I've been yearning for that realm for so many years. Miao Hong had been stuck in the 9th step heaven realm for a long time. His accumulation had reached its peak, so all he lacked was 100 revolutions clear heart pill. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, his eyes immediately brightened. He had helped Yang Kai to advance into the spirit realm. If everything went smoothly, Yang Kai would surely become a spirit realm alchemist. Therefore, it would not be too difficult to ask Yang Kai to refine 100 revolutions clear heart pill for him when the time came. The key for me to advance into the spirit realm might just lie with him. Inside Heavenly Martial City's treasure vault, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged with the small mountain of red jades piled up beside him, and focused his mind. A long while passed before he took out a small jade box. As soon as he opened the jade box, a Longan-sized pill entered his view. This tiny pill had cost him 10,000 contribution points. More importantly, it was the key to advancing into the spirit realm. It was 100 revolutions clear heart pill. Half a year ago, Yang Kai purchased 100 revolutions clear heart pill for Hua Rong, when she needed to advance into the spirit realm. Considering that he would definitely need one in the future, he had also prepared one for himself. In any case, he did not lack contribution points in Profound Pill Sect. Having contributed various pill recipes and other alchemy-related knowledge over the past few years, by now he had accumulated more than 100,000 contribution points in the contribution hall. It would seem that his actions at the time had been a wise choice. Otherwise, he would be stuck trying to figure out a way to refine the 100 Revolutions Clear Heart pill at this moment. Gathering his thoughts, Yang Kai opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. He simultaneously activated the heaven-devouring battle law, and his entire body immediately transformed into a black hole that devoured everything around him. The spirit chi contained within the red jades piled up inside the vault was pulled by an irresistible force and gathered inside his body. His flesh squirmed, his meridians swelled, and the spirit chi accumulated inside his body became larger and larger as a result. At the same time, crackling sounds rang out incessantly as the red jades quickly ran out of energy and turned into dust. Half an hour later, Yang Kai's entire body swelled up massively as his clothes and his black hair flapped wildly around him. In the short span of half an hour, he had already consumed as many as 100,000 pieces of red jade. Moreover, this was just the beginning. More and more pieces of red jades were drained clean with the passing of time. The meridians below his flesh squirmed like earthworms, looking extremely terrifying. It felt as though there were invisible shackles in his body. But under the continuous impact of the massive amounts of spirit chi, these shackles were constantly showing signs of loosening. A faint blood mist permeated the air, lingering around the sides of his body. At this time, Yang Kai was very glad that he had spent an extra year strengthening his dragon vein after reaching the 9th step heaven realm. If he had advanced directly into the spirit realm without any forethought back then, his body might not have been able to withstand such violent force. The power of the heaven-devouring battle law was terrifying beyond imagination. Not to mention, this power would increase with the improvement of one's cultivation. Without a strong enough body as support, it would be impossible to support the influx of so much power all at once. Even at this moment, Yang Kai could feel various aches and pains all over his body, and there was no need to even look to know how many injuries he had sustained during this breakthrough. Ignoring everything, Yang Kai continued to circulate the heaven-devouring battle law, and devoured the energy within the surrounding red jades without pause. Following the consumption of many red jades, he felt himself coming closer and closer to the barrier. At a certain moment, a shout came from outside the door. It was followed by several loud crashes mixed with low groans. Immediately after that, the gates of the treasure vault shattered apart, and an old man slowly walked inside the treasure vault amidst the flying rubble, his hands behind his back. Snorting, he shouted, "Don't be so presumptuous." When he lifted his gaze and looked forward, his eyes immediately contracted, and his expression filled with horror. Even with his experience and knowledge, he had never seen such a bizarre sight before. Yang Kai was sitting down cross-legged inside the treasure vault with a thick blood mist lingering around his body. Nobody knew what kind of strange secret art he was cultivating. But more importantly, there was a frenzy of energy gathered around his body. The energy turmoil was absolutely terrifying, almost as if the oceans themselves were all boiling. Another person followed closely behind the old man and walked into the room. Similarly, he soon froze in shock. These two were Old Man Qi and Wuxia Qi. Yang Kai had disappeared from right in front of them yesterday. A search of their surroundings might have been to no avail, but they did not give up so easily. After all, they had received orders to bring Yang Kai back alive. There was no reasonable explanation for their empty-handed return if they gave up just like that. After a brief discussion, they sent the other spirit realm master back to report to Profound Pill Sect, while the two of them, Old Man Qi and Wuxia Qi, continued to search for Yang Kai's whereabouts. While passing through the vicinity of Heavenly Martial City, the two of them sensed an unusual spirit chi fluctuation and immediately came over to investigate the situation, only to encounter Hua Rong. and the others who were standing guard outside the treasure vault. Never had they expected to be so lucky as to find Yang Kai's whereabouts so easily. Even though Hua Rong and the others had tried to stop them, what could a newly advanced Spirit Realm Master and a 9th-step Heaven Realm Master do against Old Man Qi? They were easily knocked aside by the old man with a few casual moves. When Old Man Qi entered the treasure vault, he was greeted by the scene in front of him. Wu Jingqi was taken aback for a moment. Old Qi, Alchemist Yang seems to be advancing into the spirit realm. Old Man Qi nodded almost imperceptibly and said lightly, "Let's wait." Old Man Qi did not attack immediately. The order Bailey Yun Sang gave him was to bring Yang Kai back alive. And if he attacked now, Yang Kai's breakthrough would inevitably be disturbed. Yang Kai would die on the spot if he were distracted at such a critical moment, which was why Old Man Qi did not dare to take such risks. As Bailey Yun Sang's personal blood warrior, Old Man Qi was well aware that Yang Kai's existence was very important to Profound Pill Sect. Furthermore, Yang Kai would only be useful alive. A dead man had no value. Fortunately, they did not need to wait long. In less than an hour's time, a powerful aura erupted from within Yang Kai's body, and a shockwave that was visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. Everything in the treasure vault was thrown into disarray as a result. Both the expressions of Old Man Qi and Wu Jingqi sank slightly. They had never seen such a violent and imposing breakthrough before. The blood mist suddenly dispersed, and Yang Kai abruptly jerked his eyes open. His eyes were scarlet and contained a deep-seated evil, as if they could penetrate space to look into the essence of everything in the world. "Just what kind of evil art did you cultivate?" Old Man Qi shouted the question with a frown. At this moment, Yang Kai gave him a completely different feeling from usual. A malevolent aura lingered around Yang Kai, making him seem like a wild beast that had finally obtained freedom after being trapped for many years, and was hungry to devour its prey. He seemed like a completely different person compared to his usual demeanor. Yang Kai ignored Old Man Qi, looked down at his hands and clenched his fists lightly. It felt as though the entire world was in the palm of his hands when he slowly closed his fist. Wu Jingqi stepped forward and shouted, "Alchemist Yang, stop going down the wrong path. Please follow us back to the sect." Yang Kai looked up at Wu Jingqi. The corner of his lips lifted slightly, revealing a sinister smile. "The one going down the wrong path is you." Wu Jingqi frowned. "Alchemist Yang, are you suffering from cultivation dissonance?" Yang Kai's current state felt very wrong to him. "No, I'm perfectly fine. I've never been better." While speaking, Yang Kai slowly stood up and took a deep breath. An enraptured expression appeared on his face. "Power is truly delightful." Old Man Qi's expression darkened. "He is probably suffering from cultivation dissonance. Don't waste time talking to him. Capture him." Wu Jingqi nodded lightly and shouted, "Alchemist Yang, please forgive me." As soon as the words left his mouth, his body shot towards Yang Kai like an arrow, unsheathing his blade and slashing down as he approached. The blade in his hand was a spirit armament. As the Vice Hall Master of Profound Pill Sects the Divine Flame Hall, and a 5th-step Spirit Realm Master, it was only natural that he qualified to wield a spirit armament. The blade light was blinding as Wu Jingqi poured his lifelong cultivation into this slash. Regardless of whether it was the angle of the blade or the timing of his attack, both were impeccable. He was confident he could split a mountain with this single stroke. At that moment, Old Man Qi's shout suddenly entered his ears, "Watch out!" Before Wu Jingqi could figure out what was happening, his vision blurred all of a sudden. Yang Kai appeared in front of him without any warning. Immediately after that, an overwhelming and terrifying force came from the front. His figure halted for a moment in mid-air, and then he was violently thrown backwards. Hong! A loud rumbling crash rang out as Wu Jingqi did not know how many walls he smashed through before he stopped skidding backward. A path of destroyed buildings was left in his wake. Using his blade to push against the ground, he managed to climb to a half-kneeling position with some difficulty. A mouthful of blood surged up from the back of his throat. Opening his mouth, he vomited blood, The spirit chi in his body was extremely agitated, and the hand with which he held his sword was bloody and trembling uncontrollably. Even the muscles along his arm had burst open. An inexplicable sense of terror flooded his heart, and his eyes widened as far as they could. It was not until this moment that he realized Yang Kai had seriously injured him in a single move. That terrifying force that struck him, and the unstoppable invasion of spirit chi, nearly made Wu Jingqi think that he was facing a ninth-step spirit realm master, rather than a newly advanced one. Hong hong hong. A series of explosions sounded, and every single one was accompanied by a violent eruption of sword chi. Wu Jingqi looked up and saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Old Man Qi was a ninth-step spirit realm master, but he was clearly being suppressed by Yang Kai in the sky. Every time sword light flashed, fresh blood was drawn. Martial Peak. Chapter 45-28, The Strongest Alchemist. Wu Jingqi wore a horrified expression on his face. The scene in front of him was even harder to accept than the fact that he had been heavily injured by Yang Kai in one move. He had just personally witnessed Yang Kai advancing into the spirit realm. In other words, Yang Kai was only in the first-step spirit realm. Be that as it may, the strength displayed by this first-step spirit realm master was beyond his ability to comprehend. Is he even human? Yang Kai's figure flitted about erratically, and despite Wu Jingqi's sharp eyesight, he could barely keep track of him. Sword lights flashed continuously, and every blow contained terrifying power. Even Old Man Qi, who was in the ninth-step spirit realm, had great trouble parrying those attacks. Wu Jingqi had never seen such a novel method of fighting in all his years of cultivation. Moreover, it came from an alchemist. In his impression, few alchemists in the world would study the martial Tao, even if they had impressive cultivation. That was because they spent most of their energy and time on the alchemic Tao. Besides, their cultivation was basically nurtured through the use of pills. After all, the main reason they improved their cultivation at all was simply to perform better in alchemy. In this way, the strength that an alchemist could generally exert often did not match their cultivation. An alchemist in the ninth-step heaven realm might not win in battle, even if their opponent was several steps weaker than them. It was precisely because of this consideration that the Blood Warrior Hall existed in Profound Pill Sect, and why wandering alchemists recruited bodyguards to protect themselves. However, the exact opposite was true when it came to Yang Kai. Every punch and every kick was delivered with unparalleled precision and vicious power. It was impossible to achieve this level of combat sense without being immersed in the way of killing for hundreds of years. That being said, how old was Yang Kai? He was only 18 years old when he first joined Profound Pill Sect, which meant he was only slightly past 20 this year. Where did he get such extensive fighting experience? All of a sudden, Wu Jingqi recalled something. When Yang Kai and Wei Qing formed a feud with each other over an incident in the Divine Flame Cave, both of them agreed to fight on the martial method stage. In the second round, Yang Kai had personally fought against one of Wei Qing's bodyguards who was in the heaven realm, and the bodyguard had been knocked off the martial method stage in a single move. At the time, Wu Jingqi simply assumed that Yang Kai had launched a sneak attack, and the heaven realm bodyguard had been caught off guard. It would now seem that Yang Kai had already revealed his extraordinary talent in fighting back then, and his strength had only been exponentially magnified with the improvement of his cultivation. At this point, he was definitely the strongest alchemist in the entire divine armament world. A muffled groan brought Wu Jingqi's messy thoughts back to the present, and when he looked up again, the two figures in the sky that were originally engaged in battle had separated, now standing several dozen meters apart from each other. Old Man Qi's body was riddled with tiny wounds, making him seem as though he had been fished out of a pool of blood, and there was an incredulous expression on his face. During the brief confrontation just now, he had been at a complete disadvantage. He would have been killed by Yang Kai by now if not for his mighty strength. On the opposite side, Yang Kai held the true void sword lightly. His eyes were lowered, and his large hand holding the sword trembled uncontrollably for some reason. The veins in his forehead bulged, squirming and undulating like earthworms under his skin. His eyes had also changed to become completely blood red. His appearance looked extremely horrifying. "You should leave now, old man Qi. If you don't leave now, you will probably die here." Yang Kai's suppressed voice resembled the growling of a trapped beast. Old man Qi stared at Yang Kai with a fleeting look of struggle in his eyes. He seemed to want to continue the battle, but he simply gritted his teeth and came to Wu Jingqi's side in a flash upon recalling what happened just now. Wrapping his spirit qi around Wu Jingqi, he soared into the sky. Just like that, a raging dispute ended in such a bizarre turn of events. All that remained was the city lord's mansion that was now in shambles. Miao Hong walked over from the side with an awkward expression and softly called out, "Alchemist Yang." It was not as though he had been unaware of Old Man Qi and Wu Jingqi's arrival. It was just that he arrived too late. By the time he reached this place, Old Man Qi had already barged into the treasure vault. Besides, Miao Hong was only in the 9th step heaven realm, so it was impossible for him to stop Old Man Qi regardless. What shocked him even more was how Yang Kai had fought viciously against the 2 spirit realm masters from Profound Pill sect. Nevertheless, what he witnessed also told him that there was some kind of dispute between Yang Kai and Profound Pill sect. He might not understand the reason behind this incident, but it was the truth that Yang Kai's advancement into the spirit realm had been disrupted. Both parties were not people he could afford to offend. Hence, Miao Hong was worried that Yang Kai would blame him for this incident. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Kai suddenly turned to look in his direction. The murderous intent in those crimson eyes practically threatened to erupt outward. For an instant, Miao Hong felt as though the entire world was shrouded in blood. Great panic flooded his heart, and the feeling of death hit him in the face. He was so scared that he stumbled several steps back unconsciously. Then, the murderous intent dissipated without warning. Drenched in cold sweat, Miao Hong looked up only to see Yang Kai standing there quietly, gripping his sword tightly. Yang Kai had closed his eyes at some point, but the frightening aura continued to fluctuate around him. It was almost as though that murderous intent would explode with an astounding impact at the slightest stimulation. What in the world is going on? Miao Hong was completely confused. Similarly, Hua Rong and Yang Huai did not understand what was going on. Although they had followed Yang Kai for several years now, it was not until today that they realized just how terrifying his strength was. They felt as though they had only gotten to know him today, and their eyes were filled with a mixture of shock and doubt. In the dark of the night, 2 figures flew across the sky. They were Old Man Qi and Wu Jingqi, who escaped from Heavenly Martial City earlier. Thinking back to what happened just now, the 2 of them still found the reality extremely difficult to accept despite experiencing it for themselves. A 5th step spirit realm master and a 9th step spirit realm master had been defeated by a newly advanced spirit realm master. So much so that they were completely powerless to fight back. Old Qi, Alchemist Yang. Wu Jingqi couldn't stand the uncomfortable silence. Thus he was the first to break it. Cultivation dissonance, Old Man Qi replied solemnly. That boy is definitely suffering from a dissonance in his cultivation. Wu Jingqi sighed softly. As expected. He had guessed as much in his heart, but it was a truth that was difficult to accept. Yang Kai was a rare talent in Profound Pill sect. Since ancient times, no other heaven-grade alchemist among all the heaven-grade alchemists providing alchemy services at the Seeking Pill Pavilion had ever achieved a success rate as high as his. It was a pity that a talented individual like him would suffer from cultivation dissonance. How else could a person's temperament change so much? That boy retains a small portion of his consciousness still. Unfortunately, whether or not he can survive this catastrophe will depend entirely on his fortune. This is an urgent matter. We need to report back to the sect. Old Man Qi coughed lightly, and, with this old master's strength alone, he is not his opponent. We have failed this mission. Wu Jingqi couldn't help smiling bitterly. I'm afraid the sect won't believe us even if we told them. The corners of Old Man Qi's mouth twitched. Our duty is to inform them of the truth. Whether they believe us or not is up to them. The site where Heavenly Martial City's treasure vault was originally located had been destroyed. Although the structure of the building was extremely solid, how could the building remain standing after a battle between two spirit realm masters took place here? The remains were now nothing more than rubble and ruins. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stood there motionlessly like a statue, his sword still in hand. The sun rose in the distance as the moon set on the opposite horizon. During this time, the aura fluctuating around Yang Kai's body slowly calmed down, and the malevolent aura sweeping out in all directions gradually faded. 3 days later, he abruptly opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. The heaven-devouring battle law was undeniably peculiar, and the drawbacks were clearly unavoidable. Yang Kai had devoured an immense amount of energy in one go during his breakthrough, and almost exceeded the limits of what he could bear as a result. That was what triggered the hidden dangers of cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law, which in turn caused a great change in his temperament and aroused a wanton killing intent in him. His battle with Old Man Chi had only added fuel to the fire. If Old Man Chi had continued to fight, Yang Kai wasn't certain he could have stopped himself. The most likely outcome would have been Old Man Chi dying at his hands, forging an irresolvable blood feud with Profound Pill Sect. That was not the outcome Yang Kai hoped to see. It was fortunate that Old Man Chi was a veteran who could read the situation. He immediately fled as soon as he discovered that something was wrong, thereby giving Yang Kai a chance to recover. Unfortunately, the root of the problem had not been eradicated, even though Yang Kai's situation had been temporarily stabilized. He would need to meditate and recover for a long time to resolve the hidden dangers brought about by his advancement. Regrettably, Yang Kai turned to look in the direction of Profound Pill Sect as he sighed. "I'm running out of time." Eldest senior brother, Wan Yingying shouted timidly with an expression that resembled a frightened rabbit. She clearly wanted to approach him, but did not dare to do so. Yang Kai turned his head to look at her and nodded lightly. "I'm all right now." Upon hearing those words, she burst into tears and plunged into his arms with her head lowered, whimpering through her sobs. "You scared me to death. Eldest senior brother, what happened?" Yang Kai stroked her head lightly. "Something went wrong, but I'm fine now." "Sir." Both Yang Huai and Hua Rong walked over. The former had an expression of reverence on his face, while the latter appeared uncharacteristically serious. Hua Rong had always been casual and unrestrained in front of Yang Kai. That couldn't be helped as her strength was greater than his. Still, as a bodyguard, she had been dedicated to her duties, even if there had barely been any need for her to do anything in recent years. It was not until today that she discovered something shocking. Yang Kai's actual strength was many times greater than her own. Her presence as a bodyguard was completely unnecessary. Therefore, she was uncertain about how to act around him. Yang Kai gave them a slight nod before turning to the side. "City Lord Miao, I need your help with something." Miao Hong was startled and immediately came forward. "How may I help you, Alchemist Yang?" "Please help take care of my little junior sister for a few days." Yang Kai patted Wan Yingying's head. Miao Hong was stunned for a moment. Then, he immediately nodded in response. "No problem. Please rest assured, Alchemist Yang. Young Lady Yingying will never suffer any grievances in Heavenly Martial City." After a pause, he lowered his voice and asked, "Alchemist Yang, are you?" "I'm going back to Profound Pill Sect," Yang Kai replied. The people of Void Spirit Sword Sect were there, and so was the Medicine King Furnace. No matter what, he needed to return to Profound Pill Sect. Miao Hong seemed to have expected Yang Kai's answer, and nodded his head solemnly. "Please be careful in that case, Alchemist Yang. Profound Pill Sect is one of the 10 great sects in the divine armament world after all." Yang Kai smiled. "I know the strength of Profound Pill Sect better than you, City Lord Miao. I lived there for several years after all." Miao Hong was taken aback slightly before nodding. "That's true." Afterwards, Yang Kai instructed Hua Rong and Yang Huai. "The two of you will stay here to look after Yingying." Yang Huai cupped his fist and quickly said, "Regardless of the dangers, I would like to follow you to the death, sir." Hua Rong quickly pulled Yang Huai behind her back. This big guy has always been stupid, don't listen to him. If you don't return, I'll take Ying and run away from here. Good. Martial Peak, Chapter 4529, Strength of 1,000 Men. As always, Profound Pill's sect was bustling with noise and excitement. That was especially true in the vicinity of the Seeking Pill Pavilion and the recruitment stage. People would gather around these places all year round. After all, there was a never-ending stream of cultivators who wished to make pill requests or attach themselves to an alchemist. All of a sudden, a figure descended from the sky and landed directly in front of the Seeking Pill Pavilion. The undeniable aura of a spirit realm master radiated from the figure, startling passers-by with the sudden turn of events. Everybody hurriedly turned to look at the figure in amazement, secretly marveling at who would be so bold as to act so presumptuously in front of Profound Pill sect. It had to be said that Profound Pill sect was one of the 10 great sects in the divine armament world. So no matter who came here, they had to walk up from the foot of the mountain, otherwise their conduct would be considered disrespectful. On the other hand, the expressions of the guards on duty at the Seeking Pill Pavilion became very sullen. They quickly stepped forward to confront that figure, only to become respectful upon recognizing the figure. Then they immediately cupped their fists in greeting. Alchemist Yang. Yang Kai nodded lightly and ignored them. Looking up at the reception palace located at the top of the mountain, he strode forward without hesitation, as a series of exclamations rang out from behind him. Over the past few years, Yang Kai's reputation in the Seeking Pill Pavilion had flourished. Countless 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pills had been refined by him personally, and the lowest quality among them was mid-rank. Many cultivators had advanced into the heaven realm thanks to those pills, and for that reason, 8 out of 10 cultivators who came to the Seeking Pill Pavilion for a 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill would seek out Yang Kai for help. It was just that Yang Kai generally performed alchemy on Fixed Moon Peak, and rarely ever appeared in person at the Seeking Pill Pavilion. That was why only people from Profound Pill sect could recognize him. No outsiders knew what he looked like, so when they learned that this man who was almost excessively youthful was actually the famous alchemist Yang, they suddenly had the feeling that knowing somebody by their reputation was not as good as meeting them in person. When Yang Kai walked past the recruitment stage, the melodious tolling of a bell suddenly rang out from the depths of Profound Pill sect. The bell rang 9 times in quick succession. The expressions of everybody who heard the bell immediately changed drastically. They glanced in the direction of Profound Pill sect's headquarters in disbelief. For the bell to be tolled 9 times meant that something major was happening. There were only a handful of times where the bell had rung 9 times throughout the history of Profound Pill sect, and every single time had spelled an impending disaster that almost destroyed the entire sect. The bodyguards of the Seeking Pill Pavilion immediately started dispersing all the people who came to make pill requests and sealing the passage leading up the mountain. It didn't take long for all the people to be chased out. Although most of the people in Profound Pill sect were clueless about what was going on, the entire sect was now shrouded in a sense of turmoil. One man stood in front of the reception palace with a bitter smile, watching as Yang Kai walked up the mountain, his expression a little bewildered. He could not imagine how Yang Kai, who had only been an earth-grade alchemist just a few years ago, could cause such a huge commotion in the sect today. This person was the one who introduced Yang Kai into Profound Pill sect, and it was also thanks to his close personal relationship with Yang Kai that he was sent here. A cool breeze blew past as Yang Kai looked up at the man blocking his path and cupped his fist. Senior brother Gao. Gao Xanpeng looked at Yang Kai with a complicated look in his eyes and returned the greeting. Junior brother Yang. The 2 bodyguards behind Gao Xanpeng gripped their swords tightly, their expression solemn. Like wolves that were about to pounce on their prey, they were ready to attack at any time. Why are you here, senior brother Gao? Does the sect master have instructions for me? Yang Kai asked. Gao Xanpeng smiled bitterly. You caused quite a commotion this time, junior brother. The higher-ups want to have a good chat with you. Yang Kai nodded. That was what I was thinking too. Otherwise, I would not have returned to this place. Gao Xianpeng breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you think so, junior brother Yang. Since you're of the same mind, please surrender your sword and seal your cultivation. Then, come with me to meet the sect master and the elders. Is that the sect master's will? Yang Kai asked with a raised eyebrow. Gao Xianpeng nodded lightly in response. Yang Kai sighed. I hold no malicious intentions towards the sect. Although I have indeed kept some secrets, all I really did was go with the flow. Gao Xianpeng said. I believe you, junior brother. It's just that the current situation requires you to show some sincerity, junior brother. Yang Kai slowly replied. The fact that I came back here is the greatest sincerity I can show. If the sect insists on doing this their way, then I will be forced to slaughter a path out of this place. To be honest, I'm reluctant to do something like that, but if I have no other choice, then that's all I can do. Gao Xianpeng's expression changed. Junior brother, please don't be so impulsive. You're only one person. Yang Kai smiled slightly. I may be alone, but I'm strong enough to represent 1,000 men. Junior brother. He raised a hand to stop Gao Xianpeng. You don't need to say any more, senior brother Gao. Please inform the sect master and the elders that I can only persist in incense stick of time. Gao Xianpeng gave Yang Kai a deep look before he sighed heavily. I will pass the message to them. You're on your own now, junior brother. While saying so, he turned around and headed towards a spirit peak in the distance with his 2 bodyguards in tow. His figure vanished out of sight in the blink of an eye. Following Gao Xianpeng's departure, 8 figures emerged from their hiding places to surround Yang Kai. Every one of them wielded a spirit armament, and they eyed Yang Kai aggressively. Yang Kai turned to look around and gently nodded. The Blood Warrior Hall's heavenly guard. A bunch of loyal fools indeed. When the last word left his mouth, Yang Kai's figure abruptly became strangely hazy, and in that moment, he slipped past their encirclement and appeared where Gao Xianpeng had been standing earlier. The true void sword was held in his hand as fresh blood slid down the length of its blade. The Blood Warrior Hall's heavenly guard were shocked. 8 spirit realm masters had surrounded Yang Kai, but none of them saw how he managed to break out of their encirclement, and by the time they reacted, Yang Kai was already walking away. They immediately acted to stop him, but something peculiar occurred. When they tried to push their spirit chi, streams of blood involuntarily spurted out of their bodies. All their strength quickly flowed out through their wounds, and with a series of thuds, all 8 of them fell to one knee on the ground. They were absolutely horrified. Only now did they realize that they had been injured by Yang Kai. Fortunately, while their injuries were severe, they were not lethal. They simply lost their ability to fight, and could only watch helplessly as Yang Kai walked forward with a mixture of horror and reluctance to admit their loss. Nevertheless, they understood one thing clearly. With the unfathomable speed that Yang Kai displayed just now, killing them would have been as easy as waving his hand for him. The reason he wounded but did not kill them was definitely an act of mercy. Chi 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 chi. A never-ending series of sounds sliced through the air next as countless arrows flew over from all directions, pelting down on Yang Kai's location in a dense rain, each one containing an extremely terrifying force. Under such an intensive barrage, even a 9th-step spirit realm master might not come out unscathed. However, the angle and trajectory of these arrows had clearly been calculated with great deliberation, with none of them aiming at his vital spots. It was clear that even now Profound Pill Sect had no intention of taking his life. Yang Kai did not move a single step, but the sword in his hands danced and formed a barrier of sword lights. Under the urging of his spirit chi, a series of rattling and clanging sounds rang out, and every single arrow in that dense rain was cut down without a single exception. Many of the cultivators hiding in ambush turned pale with fright at the sight. In that moment of daze, Yang Kai's figure vanished from their field of vision. Immediately after that, the first scream resounded through the air. The screams of agony continued endlessly. Subsequently, the cultivators hiding in the vicinity collapsed limply in pools of their own blood. Inside the main hall located several mountains away from the reception palace, all the higher-ups of Profound Pill Sect had gathered together. With Sect Master Bailey Yun Sang in the lead, many elders, deacons, and protectors assembled behind him. Gao Xin Peng had just finished reporting the results of his negotiation with Yang Kai, after which Bailey Yun Sang nodded lightly and gave a wave of his hand to dismiss him. Great Elder Wu Fenghua said, "He certainly is a man who values his comrades. He came back despite knowing that he is no match for us. Unfortunately, he is a little arrogant." Yu Bo Yang frowned. "Sect Master, that brat has only just advanced into the spirit realm. No matter how unusual he is, how strong can he be? Don't you think we are a little too nervous about this? We've deployed all the forces that can be deployed in Profound Pill Sect. If word got out about this incident, we will be the laughingstock of the public." Bailey Yun Sang replied, "I certainly hope we are just overestimating his strength, but I don't dare to take what old Qi said lightly." Yu Bo Yang turned to glance at old man Qi and scowled. "Old Qi, are you sure that brat is so strong that even you are not his opponent? Are you sure you're not mistaken about this?" Despite listening to Old Man Qi's reports earlier, almost nobody in the entire Profound Pill Sect believed him. Be that as it may, his words were stated with utter certainty. Wu Zhengqi also provided a testimony to the fact, so it was difficult for them not to believe the words of those two. Although they had agreed to deploy all the combat forces they could, Profound Pill Sect's leaders still couldn't help feeling that they were being overly cautious. Old Man Qi lowered his eyes and spoke quietly. "This old man might not compare to you in the alchemic Tao, Third Elder, but this old man has immersed himself in battle for centuries now. That boy is the strongest master this old man has ever seen in his life. If he wanted to kill me, he could have taken my life within 10 moves." Yu Bo Yang blinked and burst out laughing. "Old Qi, why are you being so humble? You're one of the strongest masters in the divine armament world. Aside from the armament masters, there aren't many people who can kill you, let alone in 10 moves." He subconsciously believed that Old Man Qi was exaggerating about Yang Kai's strength to shirk the responsibility for failing the last mission. It was just that Old Man Qi was a highly trusted and influential individual in Profound Pill Sect thanks to his position as the sect master's personal blood warrior. So Yu Bo Yang could not criticize him too much. Old Man Qi simply chose to remain silent. Reporting, a shout rang out as a cultivator sped through the sky and landed in front of them. Yu Bo Yang quickly asked, "How is the situation over there? Did you capture that brat yet?" After asking his question, he realized that the messenger looked extremely panicked. The messenger's voice trembled. "Alchemist Yang has broken through the first and second lines of defenses and is quickly approaching the third." "What?" Yu Bo Yang exclaimed in astonishment. Likewise, Bailey Yun Sang and the other elders also had horrified expressions on their faces. They could barely believe their ears. How much time had passed since Yang Kai arrived? It had been no more than 10 breaths since Gao Xin Peng came to report the situation. So how did Yang Kai break through 2 lines of defenses already? It had to be said that the Blood Warrior Hall's Heavenly Guard was in charge of the first line of defense, and they were all Spirit Realm masters. Even if they were not the strongest masters in the sect, they highly outnumbered their opponent. Moreover, they were proficient in group tactics, so even if it was Old Man Qi, it was uncertain whether he could achieve victory against them. Meanwhile, the second line of defense consisted of dozens of cultivators who were adept at archery. Falling into their encirclement would mean severe injuries at the very least, if not death. Did he break through the defenses just like that? Yu Bo Yang had not believed Old Man Qi earlier, but it would now seem that Old Man Qi had not been exaggerating. But what kind of alchemist has such terrifying combat power? Martial Peak, Chapter 4530, A Stick of Incense's Time. Before anybody could digest the shocking news, another person came running in with another shocking report. Yang Kai had already broken through the third line of defense and passed the reception palace. Moreover, he was currently heading straight for River Viewing Peak. Rumbling explosions came from a couple dozen kilometers away, and everybody raised their heads to look in that direction. Although they were blocked by several mountains and could not see the situation over there clearly, they could see the never-ending flashing lights that illuminated half the sky in that direction. The situation beyond the mountains gave off the vague feeling that an ancient ominous beast had escaped and was charging towards them in a bloody frenzy. They could sense the frighteningly vicious and hostile aura coming from that direction despite being so far apart. A short while later the commotion died down. River Viewing Peak had been defeated, and the two defense lines set up there had been completely destroyed. Yu Bo Yang stared forward in a daze. How is this possible? How is this possible? Likewise, Bailey Yun Sang was ashen-faced with disbelief. What happened today was simply too shocking. Profound Pill Sect was one of the 10 great sects. Be that as it may, they failed to stop a single alchemist who had only just advanced into the spirit realm, even though they deployed their full strength against him. How could the power of a single person be so terrifying? Gao Xianpeng stared into the distance with a complicated gaze. Yang Kai's words from before echoed in his mind. I may be alone, but I'm strong enough to represent 1,000 men. He had assumed that Yang Kai was merely spouting empty boasts in an effort to boost his morale. Contrary to his beliefs though, it would now seem that Yang Kai was perfectly capable of representing the strength of 1,000 men. Of course, an ordinary army of 1,000 men could not have broken through the defenses of Profound Pill Sect. A short while later, the two lines of defenses on Flying Tooth Peak collapsed. Flying Tooth Peak had been defeated. The only thing that stood between Yang Kai and the higher-ups of Profound Pill Sect at this point was Purple Sun Peak. There was only one line of defense on Purple Sun Peak, where a total of 30 Spirit Realm Masters from Profound Pill Sect had gathered together. Furthermore, their cultivations ranged from the lowest in the 3rd-step Spirit Realm to the highest in the 8th-step Spirit Realm. This was an extremely powerful lineup, enough to wipe out most sects in the divine armament world. It was a lineup that only one of the 10 great sects could assemble. When the higher-ups of Profound Pill Sect looked in that direction from where they stood, their superb eyesight allowed them to see the large square on Purple Sun Peak, where the 30 Spirit Realm Masters stood at the ready. Each of the 30 Spirit Realm Masters wielded a different spirit armament, and additionally, they stood facing 8 distinct directions, forming the 8-directional Golden Lock formation. A figure stepped out from under the cover of numerous buildings and strolled over to the square. The sword in his hand was chipped in places along the length of the blade. Even an extraordinary spirit armament could not withstand the impacts of so many high-intensity battles in such a short period of time. He's injured, Yu Boyang shouted. From where he stood, he could clearly see that Yang Kai's clothes were tattered, and he was covered in countless wounds with fresh blood trickling out. Everywhere he walked, he left behind an evident trail of bloody footprints. Wu Fenghua commented, after fighting so many elites of Profound Pill Sect alone, injuries are inevitable. It would be weirder for him to remain unscathed. Besides, it looks like he won't last much longer. Even the spirit armament in his hand is on the verge of being destroyed. Bailey Yin Sang nodded lightly. Let us hope so. Profound Pill Sect's original intentions no longer mattered. Now that things had come this far, this battle could no longer be easily stopped. Things would only end when one party suffered complete defeat. It was just that Bailey Yin Sang himself never expected Yang Kai's strength to be so terrifying. Yang Kai only just broke through to the spirit realm. At this rate, won't he be invincible if he advances to the 9th-step spirit realm? No. With the strength he has displayed so far, it can already be said that he is invincible. Who in the divine armament world can be his opponent unless the armament masters themselves take action? During their brief conversation, an intense battle had broken out on Purple Sun Peak. Dozens of silhouettes weaved about. Turbulent waves of spirit chi collided with each other, and deafening explosions rang out incessantly. Such a malevolent aura. Lan Yin frowned slightly, Even though she was standing here, away from the battle, she could clearly detect the evil qi radiating from Yang Kai's body. His aura was overflowing with brutality and destruction, which made her feel extremely uneasy. What kind of movement skill is that? Wu Fenghua was staring at the battle in the distance, but despite being in the spirit realm himself, he could not follow Yang Kai's movements at all. As far as he could tell, Yang Kai's figure moved about in a ghostly and erratic manner, vanishing abruptly from one spot only to appear in a completely different place without any warning in the next instant. There were no traces of his movements whatsoever. Even the 30 or so spirit realm masters on Purple Sun Peak could not do anything to him. On the contrary, the many spirit realm masters of Profound Pill Sect were flustered by their first experience against an opponent like Yang Kai. Meanwhile, Old Man Qi squinted at the fight in the distance. He could sense the evil qi surrounding Yang Kai becoming stronger, and an intense feeling of unease flooded his heart for some reason. That feeling of unease suddenly climbed to the peak when Yang Kai sliced off part of the neck of a spirit realm master. That attack had nearly taken the life of that spirit realm master. Sect Master, I want to investigate the current number of casualties among the cultivators in the sect. Old Man Qi hurriedly whispered in Bailey Yunsang's ear. Bailey Yunsang was completely focused on the fight in the distance, shocked by Yang Kai's elusive movement skill, so he frowned when he heard those words and asked, "Why do you want to investigate that now?" All the defense lines set up previously had been destroyed, so it was conceivable that many, if not all those cultivators had suffered tragic ends. It is related to the survival of the sect. Please give me permission, Sect Master. Old Man Qi looked extremely solemn. Bailey Yunsang glanced at Old Man Qi and was startled by what he saw. Despite spending so many years with each other, he had never seen Old Man Qi looking so solemn before. Thus he nodded slightly. Go. Old Man Qi nodded, and with a slight shift of his body, he flew directly towards the reception palace. As a ninth-step spirit realm master, there was no question that his speed was incredible. It only took him several dozen breaths of time to hurry back. However, his expression was even more solemn than before he departed. What did you find? Bailey Yunsang asked. Old Man Qi replied, No one has died. Everyone who participated in the battle was only wounded. Everyone was shocked by those words. Yu Bo Yang widened his eyes and asked, Not a single person died. Old Man Qi nodded slowly. Not one. Everyone looked around at each other. Although several reports had come in earlier, they had only reported that the defenses had been broken through. They had not mentioned a single thing about the casualties, and nobody bothered to ask either. That was because casualties were inevitable in a battle like this. That was why they subconsciously believed that Profound Pill Sect would suffer heavy losses today. They were certain that Profound Pill Sect would take a great hit to its overall strength after this battle. Who could have imagined that not a single person had died? The brows of all the leaders in this place that were originally furrowed gloomily after hearing that the defense lines had been broken immediately relaxed considerably at the news. Regardless of the current circumstances, that was good news. Bailey Yunsang sighed. It looks like that boy has not forgotten his kinship with us, and held back enough to not kill anybody in the sect. Wu Fenghua stroked his beard. He might be cautious about acting lest innocents be hurt. After all, the people of Void Spirit Sword Sect are in our hands. Regardless of his reasons, this is a good thing for us. Bailey Yunsang nodded. Old Man Qi, however, shook his head and said, You're wrong, Sect Master. On the contrary, this is not a good thing for us at all. Bailey Yunsang looked over in puzzlement. Why do you say that, Old Qi? Old Man Qi glanced at the battlefield in the distance and explained his reasoning. When this old master went to investigate the defense lines earlier, I discovered that young boy had extremely precise control over his strength at the beginning. Although everyone there was disabled, their injuries were not severe, and they only need to recuperate for some time to recover fully. However, he seemed to be slowly losing control over his strength as time passed. The injuries he inflicted got progressively more severe as a result. If you look at the current situation, Sect Master, Bailey Yinsang looked over after hearing those words, just in time to see Yang Kai stabbing his sword into a cultivator's chest. When Yang Kai drew his blade out, fresh blood splattered everywhere. The spirit realm master quickly backed away, with an absolute look of horror on his face. Old Man Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. Just now, he forcibly shifted his trajectory. Otherwise, Wrong Boy would be dead by now. The wrong boy Old Man Chi mentioned was referring to the spirit realm master, who had been run through. Bailey Yinsang instantly understood. He is suppressing his murderous intent, but he is quickly reaching his limits. That's why his attacks are getting more and more brutal. Old Man Chi nodded solemnly. That's right. This old master experienced the same situation when I fought him in Heavenly Martial City previously. If this old master had continued to engage in battle with him at the time, he would have lost control and killed me. He paused for a moment before continuing. Do you remember the message Alchemist Gao brought back earlier, Sect Master? Bailey Yinsang frowned. Which message? Yang Kai said that he could only persist for a stick worth of incense. Old Man Chi sighed. We all thought he meant that he could fight for at most an incense stick worth of time. But it would now seem that the time limit he was referring to was how long he could retain his sanity. Once this time limit is up, he will most likely lose all sense of reason and massacre us. What is the reason for all this? Bailey Yinsang looked puzzled. This old master does not know. But this old master believes that it has something to do with the secret art he cultivated. That evil art has affected his heart. Sect Master, we can't afford to continue this battle. At the rate things are going, Profound Pill Sect will suffer catastrophic losses, even if we manage to kill him. Seeing the hesitation in Bailey Yinsang's eyes, Old Man Chi added, Sect Master, don't forget that he is also an alchemist. He still has his alchemy flame. As soon as those words came out, a sudden thought occurred to Bailey Yinsang, and he suddenly recalled the white alchemy flame. Even though his mental cultivation was very stable, he could barely resist the urge to curse out loud. Yang Kai's strength was so overwhelming that he could practically wipe out the entire Profound Pill Sect with his sword alone, which was why Bailey Yinsang had subconsciously forgotten Yang Kai's identity as an alchemist. Alchemists might not engage in battle often, but that did not mean they could not fight at all. Generally speaking, their alchemy flame was their greatest strength when engaged in battle with others. From the beginning until now, Yang Kai had not used the power of his white alchemy flame. It was obvious that he did not wish to increase the number of casualties. Otherwise, the people he injured would not be alive right now. Not to mention, that white alchemy flame was the most mysterious and most powerful alchemy flame in the divine armament world. Other people might be unaware of the truth, but how could Bailey Yinsang be so ignorant? At that thought, Bailey Yinsang did not dare to hesitate any longer and sighed softly. Order them to retreat. Old Man Chi accepted the order and turned around to rush towards the battlefield. I'll go. Somebody spoke up suddenly and rushed towards the battlefield ahead of Old Man Chi. Lan Yin immediately gave a startled cry. Furthermore, her expression was filled with worry. The battle was very fierce on Purple Sun Peak, and out of the 30 or so Spirit Realm Masters who made up its defense force, less than half of them were still able to move. All of them looked like they had seen a ghost, and their expressions were filled with abject terror. Although they could just manage to parry and block Yang Kai's indiscriminate barrage of attacks, they had no solution against his elusive movement skill. It was only a matter of time before they were all defeated. Martial Peak, Chapter 4531, Tacit Understanding. Sword light flashed in all directions, and murderous intent permeated the air. Many of the Spirit Realm Masters who were originally in formation had already been separated, and were now each fighting independently. From time to time, somebody would get injured and collapse in a pool of their own blood. All of a sudden, somebody rushed onto the battlefield and shouted in a thunderous voice, "Unfilial disciple, stop this madness at once." While speaking, He stood directly in front of Yang Kai with his robes flapping wildly around him. The true void sword abruptly halted in front of his forehead, and the fluctuating sword wave pierced his skin. Fresh blood flowed down the bridge of his nose. Their gazes met, with Yang Kai's crimson-red eyes filled with brutal hostility and destruction, causing the other party's eyes to contract involuntarily. Despite living for so many years, this man had never seen such wild eyes before. Old man Qi is right. This brat is about to reach his limits, a limit where he can no longer maintain his sanity. Once he exceeds his limits, he will instantly transform into a killing machine that slaughters all living things. At that time, he will completely fall into a state of cultivation dissonance. Without his conscious mind, the entire profound pill sect will surely fall along with him. The battlefield riddled with endless fighting suddenly fell into an eerie silence at this moment. Only the repressed groans of the fallen continuously rang out from all around them. Meanwhile, the remaining 7 or 8 spirit realm masters breathed heavily and did not dare to act rashly. Yang Kai blinked. The thick crimson red in his eyes resembled fresh blood. His gaze shifted downward and landed on that person's left hand with 6 fingers. Then, a trace of confusion flashed through his eyes, as though he could vaguely remember something. That person shouted again. "What are you doing, unfilial disciple? Are you planning to rebel?" That man's expression did not change in the slightest, even though Yang Kai was holding a spirit armament against his forehead. It went to show his courage and boldness was not ordinary. The cogs in Yang Kai's head slowly began to spin. The thick crimson red in his eyes faded slightly, and the spirit chi surging wildly around his body gradually subsided. He tilted his head to the side and stared at the person in front of him before muttering, "Honored master?" Now that the fighting had stopped, the murderous intent that threatened to overwhelm his mind was beginning to dissipate, and he regained the ability to think. Naturally, Yang Kai had never seen this man in front of him before. However, the unique characteristic of having a 6-fingered left hand was too conspicuous. Anybody capable of sight would notice such a unique feature. Besides, the only people who would appear in front of him at this time could only be part of the higher-ups in Profound Pill sect. After combining several facts together, that person's identity quickly became apparent. It was his fabricated master, Dan Qingzi. During the years that Yang Kai spent in Profound Pill sect, it was only natural for him to pay attention to any information regarding his so-called master. Unfortunately, the heaven-grade alchemists in his generation did not know much, and he was in no position to ask the elders of the previous generation for more information. Fortunately, there was Lan Yin. The two of them would occasionally encounter each other in the restricted area, and seeing as she had feelings for his fabricated master, the two had various common topics to discuss. Intentionally or unintentionally, Yang Kai learned quite a lot about his fabricated master over the years. Yang Kai's fabricated master was named Dan Qingzi. Dan Qingzi was the most outstanding and talented alchemist in Profound Pill sect. What made him so special was that he was talented in both the martial Tao and the alchemic Tao. Not only were his alchemy skills superb, but his actual strength was also immense. Thanks to his aptitude that surpassed his peers, he became extremely arrogant. When the former sect master was approaching his predestined time of death, Dan Qingzi believed that he would definitely be the one to take over as the sect master of Profound Pill sect. Who could have known that the former sect master would transfer the position to Bailey Yinsang instead? In a fit of rage, he decided to leave Profound Pill sect. Although the higher-ups of Profound Pill sect had been searching for his whereabouts all these years, their efforts proved to be fruitless. Nobody knew where he went. Needless to say, an incident of this nature could not be publicized. That was why only the elders of the older generation knew about it, while the rest of the disciples were clueless about what happened to Dan Qingzi. Most people only knew that there was an extremely talented spirit-grade alchemist wandering outside the sect with no news from him. This information was what Yang Kai slowly coaxed out of Lan Yin through their continuous interactions over the years. "It has been more than 10 years since we last met. This old master thought you didn't recognize me anymore. It turns out you didn't forget about him after all. Dan Qingzi's expression was cold and calm, but a drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. Nobody could remain completely nonchalant when there was a spirit armament pressed against their head, with pure murderous intent radiating from it. Therefore, a clear look of relief flashed through his eyes when he heard Yang Kai calling him honored master. The crimson in Yang Kai's eyes faded bit by bit as he spoke. Disciple is heavily indebted to your kindness, honored master. How could I dare to forget you? With just a few simple words, the tense situation eased in an instant. Both of them understood each other's intentions. The so-called honored master and unfilial disciple relationship between them was nothing but a fabricated reality. Dan Qingzi had never taught Yang Kai, and Yang Kai had never studied under Dan Qingzi. This was a fact known to all parties involved. Be that as it may, the current situation required a breakthrough point in order to be resolved. The reason Dan Qingzi volunteered to come here was due to this consideration. Since Yang Kai claimed that Dan Qingzi was his master, then Dan Qingzi might as well acknowledge the statement. Now that Dan Qingzi had paved the way forward, it was only natural for Yang Kai to go along with the story. There was no need for any prior discussion. In the face of this difficult situation, both the young and the old quickly formed a tacit understanding between them. If you didn't forget, why aren't you putting away your weapon? Are you planning to kill me? Dan Qingzi shouted. Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment before he remembered to sheath the true void sword. Please forgive me, honored master. This disciple had no such intentions. Nevertheless, he was puzzled. He had caused a huge commotion in Profound Pill sect, and even if he did not kill anybody, he had injured many. Moreover, these people were the masters of the sect, so if any great enemy were to attack at this time, Profound Pill sect would be powerless to resist. There was no saying how Profound Pill sect planned to deal with him after he caused so much trouble. Still, there was a high likelihood that Profound Pill sect was willing to reconcile with him since Dan Qingzi went so far as to take the initiative to come here. Otherwise, there was no need for such measures. Dan Qingzi looked sorrowful. This old master knows that your actions were not intentional. Your aptitude is far too outstanding, and as a result, your cultivation improved too quickly. Not knowing restraint and not having a stable enough mental state caused you to suffer from cultivation dissonance, which in turn resulted in a drastic change in your temperament. You nearly caused an irrevocable disaster. Fortunately, the sect did not give up on you. The sect used all its power to help you restore order from chaos. Thank goodness their efforts were not in vain. Yang Kai stared at Dan Qingzi, and the admiration he felt for this old fox was almost beyond words. This old man is undeniably cunning. Not only did he resolve the tense situation in Profound Pill sect with a few choice words, he also made it seem as though I am now heavily indebted to Profound Pill sect. It was obvious that Yang Kai had come charging into Profound Pill sect all on his own. However, the story had been changed to one where Profound Pill sect had pulled out all the stops to help him recover from his state of cultivation dissonance. Yang Kai was so grateful that he almost felt like crying. He had caused such a large commotion today, and the sect needed an explanation. This story provided the best outcome for both parties. It would also stabilize the people's hearts. More importantly, Yang Kai deciphered the hidden meaning in Dan Qingzi's words. Even now, Profound Pill sect considered him one of their disciples. They had no plans of abandoning him. Yang Kai did not know whether it was Dan Qingzi's own intention or Profound Pill sect's will. Nevertheless, those details no longer mattered. The chance to remain in Profound Pill sect was exactly what he wished for. He would need to figure out another method to steal the Medicine King furnace otherwise. At that time, it would be another endless battle. Cough. Dan Qingzi lightly coughed into his fist. Unfilial disciple. Have you not recovered? Why are you staring at me? Is there any untruth in this old master's words? Yang Kai quickly shook his head and declared, What you said is true, honored master. This disciple has failed and brought shame to you. This disciple will be more diligent in the future, so as to avoid another incident like today. Dan Qingzi breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in satisfaction. It's good that you can think that way. Come with me. We will meet the sect master and the elders. Yes. Yang Kai responded respectfully, acting as though he was a meek and obedient disciple. In front of everybody's eyes, Dan Qingzi flew over to Bailey Yun Sang, and the others with Yang Kai in tow, as the higher-ups of Profound Pill sect watched those two with complicated expressions. Dan Qingzi and Yang Kai had not suppressed their voices during their conversation earlier. Furthermore, those standing in the vicinity were basically spirit realm masters, so every one of them had heard the entire conversation clearly. Bailey Yun Sang and the elders were all worldly masters, so how could they not understand the current situation? It was just that the sudden turn of events was beyond their expectations, so they were uncertain about how to handle a star of calamity like Yang Kai. As such, Dan Qingzi was the first to speak. Sect Master, my disciple has overcome his cultivation dissonance and regained his true nature. Bailey Yun Sang subconsciously nodded upon hearing those words. That's good. That's good. Pausing for a moment, he continued. Since you've regained your senses, you should return and have a good rest now. Yang Kai cupped his fist. This disciple is grateful for your benevolence, Sect Master. It's just that this disciple has caused such a huge commotion in the sect. This incident will haunt me forever, so I wish to request punishment. Please approve my request, Sect Master. Bailey Yin Sang frowned and glanced at Dan Qingzi in puzzlement. Dan Qingzi shook his head so slightly that his movements were practically imperceptible. His response indicated that he did not know what the brat was planning either. Bailey Yun Sang frowned. It's not like you meant to cause such a commotion. You were suffering from cultivation dissonance after all. This old master understands your situation. There's no need for punishment. I hope you will be more careful in the future. That will be a blessing to the sect. Those words came from the bottom of his heart. Following this battle, he had a profound insight into the true meaning behind the word terrifying. Despite gathering all the elites in Profound Pill sect, they could not stop a single boy who had only just advanced into the spirit realm. 80% of Profound Pill sect's forces had been heavily injured in this battle. So who could possibly bear the brunt if another battle were to break out once more? Yang Kai cupped his fist again. Your magnanimity is boundless, Sect Master. This junior is undeserving of your kindness. Unfortunately, the incident today started because of me. So if I don't receive any form of punishment, the disciples in the sect will surely have trouble accepting this decision. It will eventually lead to unrest within the sect. For the future of the sect, this disciple is willing to receive punishment. Bailey Yun Sang couldn't help widening his eyes to stare at Yang Kai and thinking to himself, what the hell is this brat up to? Didn't I say that I won't pursue this matter any further? Couldn't he just obediently go back and have a good sleep? Why is he bringing up such nonsense and speaking as though he is so righteous? A few of the elders frowned, but they also knew Yang Kai was not wrong. The commotion today had gotten out of hand, so it would be difficult to appease the people's hearts without a reasonable explanation. Dan Qingzi frowned and asked, what do you think is an appropriate punishment for you? Yang Kai bowed and quickly said, this disciple asks to be confined in the restricted area for 10 years to reflect on his mistakes. Honored Master, Sect Master, please approve my request. Martial Peak, Chapter 4532 Learning While Doing. The talented heaven-grade alchemist Yang Kai, whose aptitude surpassed all his peers, had advanced too quickly in his cultivation and built up an unstable foundation as a result. Consequently, he experienced a dissonance in his cultivation during his advancement into the spirit realm and underwent a drastic change in personality. Thankfully, the sect master and the elders did not give up on him. They went to great lengths to save him, and their efforts paid off. They succeeded in turning the situation around. What joyous news! That was the news that quickly spread throughout Profound Pill sect in a very short time. The battle that took place yesterday caused a huge uproar in the sect, so it was only natural for everyone to be aware of the incident. Nevertheless, not many people actually knew what happened to cause such a commotion. Only those cultivators who participated in the battle understood some of the truth, but even they did not know much either. In any case, this explanation did not make many people suspicious of the truth, when combined with Yang Kai's violent and murderous aura at the time. Yang Kai's actions had indeed made him seem as though he was experiencing cultivation dissonance. After the war subsided, the work of rebuilding was yet another troublesome matter. The explanation given to the public was only to stabilize the hearts and minds of those inside and outside Profound Pill sect. Besides, the cultivators who were injured by Yang Kai needed time to heal and recuperate. On the other hand, the most troublesome matter besieging the higher-ups of Profound Pill sect at this moment was Yang Kai's final request to reflect on his mistakes in the restricted area for 10 years. All the higher-ups of Profound Pill sect had gathered in the reception hall for a meeting. Those in attendance ranged from the sect master down to the elders, protectors and deacons. Even though so many talented people crowded around inside the main hall, the atmosphere was absolutely dismal and gloomy. The topic of discussion for the day was none other than the matter involving Yang Kai's request for self-reflection for a period of 10 years. It would have been fine if he had requested for any other area in the sect, but the key point was that the restricted area was where the Medicine King furnace was currently placed. Profound Pill sect had no choice but to handle this matter with great caution. Before learning the details of his background, they had allowed him to freely access the restricted area, come into contact with the Medicine King furnace, and comprehend the Grand Tao Divine Tone. Now that they knew that he had ulterior motives, how could they dare to let him come into contact with the Medicine King furnace? Unfortunately, nobody could come up with an acceptable solution on how to handle this matter. Staring at the silent crowd below, Bailey Yun Sang rapped his knuckles on the armrest of his chair. Stop pretending to be mute. Let's exchange some ideas about how we should handle this matter. Great Elder, what is your opinion? Being called upon by the sect master directly, Wu Fenghua had no choice but to express his opinion. He was silent for a moment before he said, "That boy knows the importance of the Medicine King furnace to Profound Pill sect. Seeing as he dares to make such a request with that knowledge in mind, it can be seen that he is definitely scheming something. I'm afraid that he won't give up unless we agree to his request. What's more, judging by the strength that he has displayed so far, Profound Pill sect wouldn't be able to stop him even if he wanted to barge into the restricted area forcefully." That was right. In his opinion, Yang Kai's final request was not a self-inflicted punishment, but a request. It was a request for reconciliation with Profound Pill sect. Agreeing with the request was the only method to gain some possibility of reconciliation between both parties. If they refused to meet his request, there was no doubt that another battle would break out between them. How the situation would turn out after that remained unknown. In any case, there was no denying that Profound Pill sect had taken all the people of Void Spirit Sword sect captive in Profound Pill City. Even if not a single person from Void Spirit Sword sect had been harmed, Profound Pill sect was at fault in that sense. Bailey Yun Sang frowned. Great Elder, are you saying that we should agree to his request? Wu Fenghua shook his head. This elder has no such intentions. It's just that this elder is of the opinion that little junior brother should not have accepted the fabricated master-disciple relationship in the first place. If not for that master-disciple relationship, we would not be facing this issue now. Before Dan Chengzi could speak, Lan Ying glared furiously. Great Elder, have you even thought about what the consequences would be if little junior brother had not done that? Wu Fenghua said. Judging by the situation at the time, it would not have been difficult to stop that brat, even if little junior brother had not done that. It was proven that he retained a shred of his consciousness from the beginning to the end. Lan Ying looked like she was about to argue further, but Dan Chengzi raised his hand to stop her from speaking, and looked up at Wu Fenghua. You're right. He retained a shred of consciousness from beginning to end. That's why he did not kill anybody in Profound Pill sect. That's also the reason why Profound Pill Sect only recorded countless wounded, but not a single casualty in the battle yesterday. With that in mind, how should we have dealt with the incident even if we did manage to stop him? That brat is so strong that nobody in Profound Pill Sect can stop him. Do we just let him go? He has been comprehending the mysteries of the Medicine King Furnace for several years now. Not to mention that he also turned over many pill recipes and alchemy techniques. Will you feel at ease if we let him go free just like that, Great Elder? Wu Fenghua considered the question carefully before he slowly shook his head in response. It was just as Dan Chengzi had mentioned. Yang Kai had comprehended so many mysteries of the Medicine King Furnace. Who could allow him to leave so easily? We can neither keep him here, nor let him leave. In that case, we can only use this master-disciple relationship to tie him down. It doesn't matter whether it is real or fake. As long as he calls me honored master, even the fake relationship will become real. Bailey Yun Sang looked pensive. Little junior brother, did you recognize the master-disciple relationship yesterday with this consideration in mind? Dan Chengzi cupped his fist. Things were too urgent at the time, so I had no time to discuss this matter with you, sect master. Bailey Yun Sang waved his hand dismissively. You have always been quick-witted. None of us can compare to you in this regard. You did the right thing. With this master-disciple relationship to bind him, that boy will be forced to act with more consideration in the future. Regrettably, that does not solve the problem at hand. Dan Chengzi said. What the sect master and the others are worried about is simply whether he has any other intentions towards Profound Pill Sect, or whether he is a spy sent by another sect to spy on the secrets of the Medicine King Furnace. That's right, Bailey Yun Sang nodded. Dan Chengzi slowly shook his head. In my opinion, these are not problems at all. Everybody looked towards him and he continued. It has not been long since I returned to Profound Pill Sect, and the understanding I have of my disciple is also based only on what you've told me. But it's precisely for this reason that I can look at the problem from an outside perspective, unfettered by certain constraints. Let me ask you this, sect master. Has he ever done anything malicious to the sect in all the years since he entered the sect? Never. Have you ever seen him in close contact with any other sects? Aside from Void Spirit Sword Sect, we have never noticed anything of the sort. But Void Spirit Sword Sect is where he was born, so it is understandable that he has frequent contact with them. He has comprehended various pill recipes from the Medicine King Furnace. There have been over a dozen so far. If he had any malicious intentions towards the sect, he could have selected only a few to contribute to the sect, and kept more of them secret. However, I don't believe he did that. Bailey Yun Sang nodded lightly. There had been more than a dozen brand new pill recipes over the years, which was a huge contribution to the sect. Another point is the battle yesterday. There were no casualties in the sect, only countless wounded. It can be seen that he cares for the sect. Besides, if he was a spy sent by another sect, would they allow him to attack this place all on his own? Wouldn't they be afraid that an unforeseen accident might occur? Bailey Yun Sang pondered for a moment and asked, Junior brother, are you saying that he was not instructed by a third party to join Profound Pill Sect? Dan Chengzi shook his head. He joined Profound Pill Sect completely by accident. What do you mean by that? Everybody looked at him in curiosity. He asked in return, do you remember how he joined Profound Pill Sect? Yu Bo Yang considered the question. Little Gao encountered him in Heavenly Martial City during a trip there, and they ended up competing with each other in alchemy. The result was that he refined a 10 revolutions clear heart pill, using our Profound Pill Sect's recipe. That's why Little Gao suspected that he obtained the pill recipe from here. After making some inquiries, Little Gao determined that you were the one who taught him in the past, little junior brother. If you had not returned to the sect without warning the other day, we probably would never have known that it was all a lie. Dan Chengzi gave a wry smile. I've always considered my talents to be above all others in the alchemic Tao, with few who are qualified to be my equal. However, after a brief chat with the brat last night, I finally discovered what it means for there to always be mountains beyond mountains. Everybody looked at Dan Qingzi in astonishment. His arrogance was well known. If not for that, he would not have left the sect in anger over the sect master's position back then. Therefore, it was their first time hearing him say something so humbling. Bailey Yunsang asked, "Little junior brother, what did you talk about last night?" "We talked about how he joined Profound Pill sect." Dan Qingzi breathed out a long breath. "He is now my disciple, so it's only natural for me to show concern for him as his honored master." Pausing for a moment, he finally explained himself. Little Gao was correct. The pill recipe that Brat used to refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill back then did indeed belong to Profound Pill sect. I'm sure you all verified that fact yourselves when he first joined Profound Pill sect, senior brothers. Wu Fenghua nodded. That's right. We verified that the pill recipe he used does indeed belong to Profound Pill sect. It's precisely because of this that we had no doubts about his origins. After all, there's no way for him to fake the pill recipe. We were convinced that you took in a disciple while traveling abroad. There is nothing wrong with the pill recipe. What Little Gao misunderstood was that he learned the pill recipe from me. On the contrary, the pill recipe was taught to him by Little Gao himself. The crowd was absolutely dumbfounded by Dan Qingzi's words. Dan Qingzi said, "Little Gao is outside right now. Go ahead and summon him to tell us about what happened back then. I'm sure you'll understand soon." While saying so, Dan Qingzi clapped his hands lightly. Gao Xianpeng walked in a short while later and bowed to the people in the room, before he stood there obediently with his back straight. Dan Qingzi said, "Little Gao, tell us about the details of your alchemy competition with Yang Kai back then. Don't skip over even the smallest of details." Gao Xianpeng did not understand the reason behind Dan Qingzi's order, but he still answered earnestly. The incident might have taken place several years before, but the memory remained fresh in his mind. Under his narration, the scene at the time seemed to be reenacted before everyone's eyes. During this period, Dan Qingzi would also ask some key questions from time to time. A short while later, Gao Xianpeng left in confusion. Meanwhile, the entire main hall was so silent that one could have heard the sound of a pin dropping. After a long time, Yu Boyang finally gulped nervously before positing. Little Gao claimed that Yang Kai was always one step slower than him during their competition, from the first step of organizing the herbs to the final step of condensing the pills. Could it be that boy was learning on the spot? A series of gasps filled the air, and everyone's eyes contained a light of disbelief. Alchemy was an extremely sophisticated process, from condensing medicinal liquids to the timing of adding herbs, to the control of the alchemy flame. Each step required extensive experience and long-term accumulation. Even with a pill recipe, an alchemist might not be able to successfully refine a pill in such a short time. They would often experience countless failures just to accumulate enough experience before they succeeded. Learning a recipe on the spot was simply impossible, much less succeeding in the refinement. Dan Qingzi said, "I didn't believe it either, but it is the truth. I deliberately used a pill recipe I created myself to test him last night, and the result was similar to the time when Little Gao competed with him. He would always be one step behind me throughout the entire process, but he succeeded in the refinement nonetheless." All of the higher-ups in Profound Pill sect were shocked to their core. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4533 Bargaining. What? How can anybody in this world be so talented in the alchemic Tao? Wu Fenghua was so shocked that he was a little incoherent. Dan Qingzi had used a pill recipe he created himself to test Yang Kai. In other words, the pill recipe was not known to anybody except for Dan Qingzi himself. But even so, Yang Kai had managed to replicate the pill recipe in its entirety on the spot. Something like that was too scary to even imagine. Dan Qingzi sighed. Without such aptitude, he would never have heard the Grand Tao divine tone, or comprehended the mysteries of the Medicine King furnace so easily. Don't even get me started on the pill recipes that he contributed to the sect over the years. Bailey Yunsang was stunned. If that's the case, then it was little Gao who misunderstood the situation back then. Dan Chengzi nodded. The brat was in the 9th step Earth realm at the time, so he was in urgent need of a 10 revolutions clear heart pill to advance into the heaven realm. Unfortunately, his outstanding talents in alchemy were wasted without a pill recipe. He coincidentally heard that little Gao would be heading to Heavenly Martial City, so he tried various means to approach little Gao. On the grounds of competing in alchemy, he successfully learned the pill recipe for the 10 revolutions clear heart pill. You know what happened next? He was young and weak at the time, so when little Gao asked questions and pushed for answers, he simply went with the flow, and things somehow ended with him being recognized as my disciple through a series of twists and coincidences. Bailey Yun sang, and the elders looked at each other with speechless expressions on their faces. Under those circumstances, who could have imagined that the pill recipe Yang Kai mastered had been learned on the spot? The only reasonable explanation was that a senior expert from Profound Pill Sect had secretly taught the pill recipe to him in the past. And this senior expert could only be Dan Chengzi, who was wandering outside the sect at the time. Bailey Yunsang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No wonder he claimed that entering the sect had been an accident. It turned out to be true. Yu Bo Yang pondered in silence for a moment. If that's the case, then it's a good thing for the sect. We were simply worried that he might be a spy sent here by another sect to gather intelligence on the secrets of the Medicine King furnace. Judging from the current situation, he is unrelated to any other sects. On the contrary, his identity as a Profound Pill Sect disciple can no longer be denied. Wu Fenghua nodded. What third elder said is correct. Besides, he has never displayed his martial strength in all the years that he joined the sect. If not for the circumstances forcing his hand, nobody would have known how strong he was. It can be seen that he is equally talented in both the martial and alchemic Dao. Dan Chengzi said, that's why the Medicine King furnace is so attractive to him, and why he made such a request yesterday. Turning to look at Bailey Yunsang, he cupped his fist. Sect Master, I think it will be fine to agree with his request, but he has to promise us something. Bailey Yunsang looked up at Dan Chengzi. What are you thinking, little junior brother? Dan Chengzi said, over the years, he has comprehended more than a dozen pill recipes from the Grand Dao Divine Tone of the Medicine King furnace. If he is willing to continue contributing to the sect, then it is a good thing for Profound Pill Sect. We can let him stay in the restricted area for 10 years, but if he learns something new again, he must share all his findings with Profound Pill Sect. Since ancient times, the Divine Armament Tournament has been held once every 100 years. But how many people have actually comprehended the mysteries of the divine armaments throughout history? How is this not a huge opportunity for Profound Pill Sect? After all, nobody else has been able to comprehend anything of significance from the Medicine King furnace aside from him. Bailey Yunsang did not answer. He was silent for a long time before he said solemnly, this is an important matter that needs to be further discussed carefully. Dan Chengzi did not rush Bailey Yunsang when he heard the other party's answer. That was because he knew that Profound Pill Sect had no other choice aside from this option, unless they could overcome Yang Kai through force and suppress him. While the meeting was ongoing, Yang Kai went to visit the people of Void Spirit Sword Sect in Profound Pill City. Su Chang Fa had not changed in the slightest. He was still in the 3rd step Earth realm, though after such a long time, he seemed to have gotten older. On the other hand, Hong Xiu and Gu Kongning's cultivation had increased substantially. They were now in the 6th step and 7th step Earth realm respectively. They had not known what was going on when Profound Pill Sect brought them to Profound Pill City, but they could vaguely sense that something was wrong. Unfortunately, Profound Pill Sect was much stronger than them, so they were powerless to resist in any way. Now that they met Yang Kai again, it was only natural for them to get to the bottom of the matter. Yang Kai did not explain in great detail, He simply claimed that he asked the sect to bring them here. Seeing as Profound Pill City was a city born from Profound Pill sect, it was naturally a much better environment than the Backwater Mountains Void Spirit Sword sect used to occupy. Su Chong Fa and the others were naturally skeptical of his explanation. Over the next few days, Yang Kai accompanied Su Chong Fa and the others sightseeing in Profound Pill City. The hustle and bustle of the large city was very dazzling to the group of people who came from the rural countryside, so everything was new and interesting to them. 5 days after the battle inside Profound Pill sect, Dan Qingzi personally came to Yang Kai's cave mansion on Fixed Moon Peak. Disciple greets honored master. Yang Kai came out to greet Dan Qingzi, bowing politely. Both of them knew that this master-disciple relationship was a farce. Even so, Yang Kai did not neglect to maintain the necessary etiquette. His actions made Dan Qingzi very satisfied. Nodding lightly, Dan Qingzi said, "Let's go inside and talk." "This way please, honored master." Yang Kai gestured with his hand, welcoming Dan Qingzi into his secluded home. Then, he instructed Wan Yingying to brew a pot of tea. He had sent a messenger to Heavenly Martial City 3 days earlier to fetch Hua Rong, Yang Huai, and Wan Yingying, who had remained behind previously. Everybody took their seats and savored the fragrance of the tea. Then, Yang Kai asked, "Honored master, did you come because the sect has decided on that matter?" Dan Qingzi raised his eyes to look at Yang Kai and put his teacup down. "A few days ago, you caused a huge commotion and injured countless sect members. Although your contributions have been significant, exempting you from punishment will not quell the public outrage. On account of your remorse and your sincerity to ask for punishment after the fact, the sect has decided to accept your previous suggestion. Your punishment is to reflect on your mistakes in the restricted area for the next 10 years. Are you satisfied?" Yang Kai hurriedly poured the tea for Dan Qingzi with a chuckle. "I'm very satisfied." Putting down his teacup, he cupped his fist in the direction of the mountain peak where Bailey Yunsang lived. "The sect master is wise indeed." The corners of Dan Qingzi's mouth couldn't help twitching at the sight of Yang Kai's excitement. In this world, he is probably the only person to be so happy to be punished to reflect on his mistakes for 10 years. Cough. Dan Qingzi lightly coughed. "But there is one more thing you need to guarantee." Yang Kai said, "Honored master, please speak." "If you learn anything from the Medicine King Furnace, you need to report your findings to the sect immediately." "Of course. This disciple has always done that," Yang Kai readily agreed. Having said that, it was true that one could indeed comprehend some alchemy-related knowledge from the Medicine King Furnace. However, Yang Kai had no interest in such knowledge. Besides, the findings he turned over to Profound Pill sect were knowledge that he had already mastered long ago. During his time in the restricted area, Yang Kai would only need to provide a pill recipe or alchemic Tao teaching that did not exist in this world to the sect every now and then. That would be enough to keep them happy. "Good." Yang Kai poured tea for Dan Qingzi again. "Honored master, this disciple has one other thing that I need your help with." Dan Qingzi immediately looked at Yang Kai vigilantly. "What is this matter?" It was not strange for Dan Qingzi to be so wary. Even having lived for so many years, he had never met a freak like Yang Kai. How could he possibly resolve a matter that even this small monster could not? That was why he asked that question so cautiously. "It is a trivial matter for the sect." Yang Kai smiled. "As you know, I was born in Void Spirit Sword sect, honored master. It is a small and declining sect that is not worth mentioning in front of a behemoth like Profound Pill sect. Due to some misunderstandings previously, the people of Void Spirit Sword sect were brought to Profound Pill City and have now settled down there." Dan Qingzi nodded. "I know about this. Do you wish for the sect to escort them back?" Yang Kai grinned. "It is such a long journey. Don't you think that running back and forth is very troublesome? Besides, there's nothing to miss about those backwater mountains." This disciple was thinking, since they are already here, they might as well remain. Profound Pill City is so large, so taking care of the entire Void Spirit Sword sect should not be a problem. Right? Dan Qingzi glanced sideways at Yang Kai, a deep sense of vigilance in his eyes. Yang Kai continued, "Several years have passed since this disciple joined the sect. I've noticed that there is no unified planning in Profound Pill City. There is no city lord's mansion either, much less somebody to manage its day-to-day affairs. Why don't you assign Void Spirit Sword Sect to manage the city?" Dan Qingzi immediately fumed angrily. "What a large appetite you have. Aren't you afraid that you might not be able to digest what you eat?" Yang Kai smilingly replied, "One won't know until they actually try, but regardless, it's still better than to starve." Dan Qingzi was about to speak again, but Yang Kai raised a hand to interrupt. "A 50-50 split. Void Spirit Sword Sect will submit to Profound Pill Sect and help Profound Pill Sect manage Profound Pill City. The profits will be split equally between both parties." The words that Dan Qingzi wanted to speak were forced back into his mouth. He was silent for a long time before he spoke again. Profound Pill City is a large city that can generate profits every single day. It is not as if the sect is unaware of that fact. But do you know why the sect never bothered to assign somebody to manage the city? Please enlighten me, honored master. Dan Qingzi replied. Profound Pill City started out as a gathering place for the people who came to request pills. Rather than a city, it was more like a temporary camp back then. Over the years, more and more people came to request pills. And with the increasing popularity, the foot of the mountain slowly developed into a village, then a town, then a city. Although Profound Pill Sect could be considered quite well developed back then as well, it was far from what we have achieved today. Not to mention, most alchemists are addicted to alchemy and were consumed by it all day long. How could they have the heart to manage a city? By the time the sect developed and prospered, the situation in Profound Pill City had already stabilized. It is a huge piece of fat just waiting to be eaten, and for that reason, various great forces from all sides have gathered here. The situation is very messy, and not so simple to intervene in. After a short pause, he added, of course, the main reason is that the sect is not lacking in wealth. Not only is there no desire to manage the city, but there is no good excuse either. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. That's exactly why it is best for Void Spirit Sword Sect to step into this position. Void Spirit Sword Sect has submitted to Profound Pill Sect. Moreover, they left their hometown behind. They need the means to make a living. Otherwise, they would starve to death. Dan Qingzi stared at Yang Kai seriously, and a long while passed before he said, 30-70. The sect will take 70% and Void Spirit Sword Sect will take 30%. Yang Kai nearly jumped out of his seat when he heard those words. What a large appetite, honored master. Didn't you say that the sect is not lacking in wealth? Why must you make things difficult for Void Spirit Sword Sect? Dan Qingzi replied angrily. Void Spirit Sword Sect doesn't even have a single spirit realm master. How will they manage the situation in the Profound Pill City? The sect will have to step forward in this aspect. Isn't it reasonable for us to take 70%? If we actually do this, the sect will simply be borrowing Void Spirit Sword Sect's name to take control of Profound Pill City. It can be Void Spirit Sword Sect, but it can also be any random great force. 30% is a lot already. Brat, don't be too greedy. Don't forget your place. Yang Kai responded solemnly. This disciple might be part of Profound Pill Sect, but I am also the sect master of Void Spirit Sword Sect. I am responsible for its interests. Martial Peak, Chapter 45-34, 10-Year Retreat. An hour later, Dan Qingzi finally left. A 40-60 split was the final outcome of their negotiation, after a long back-and-forth argument. Yang Kai was very satisfied with the results. Although Void Spirit Sword Sect would only receive 40% of the income, that was still an unimaginable amount of wealth. It was enough to benefit Void Spirit Sword Sect endlessly. In fact, he was originally prepared to accept the 30-70 suggestion as a last resort. Thankfully, Dan Qingzi had no wish to disturb the peace that had finally managed to create. That was why he eventually backed down and agreed to the solution of a 40-60 split after arguing with Yang Kai for a while. With his assurance and facilitation, this plan would most likely be implemented without a hitch. Naturally, Profound Pill Sect would not wish to offend Yang Kai over something like this either. Not long after that, Yang Kai went down the mountain to where Su Chong Fa and the others were living to inform them about this matter. When they heard the news, they were absolutely astonished and delighted. They never even dreamt that such a blessing would happen to them in this world. Having gone sightseeing in Profound Pill City for the last few days, how could they not know the prosperity of the city? It just never occurred to them that they would be managing this place one day. In addition to their happiness, they also felt a certain level of worry about the current strength of Void Spirit Sword Sect. After all, a place like this was simply beyond what a small great force like Void Spirit Sword Sect could manage. Fortunately, Yang Kai himself had mentioned that they would be relying on Profound Pill Sect to back Void Spirit Sword Sect in this matter. One of the reasons was that they would give Profound Pill Sect a reason to take control of Profound Pill City. The other reason was that Profound Pill Sect themselves did not have the time or the energy to manage this city. Even so, Su Chong Fa was a worldly man, so how could he not know that the biggest reason for this outcome was thanks to Yang Kai's mediation? In comparison, submitting to Profound Pill Sect was not that difficult to accept. For the next half-month, the entire Profound Pill City underwent a drastic change. A large number of Heaven Realm Masters and Spirit Realm Masters from Profound Pill Sect frequently went in and out of the city. A small sect called Void Spirit Sword Sect also emerged out of nowhere. With the cooperation of Profound Pill Sect's higher-ups, Void Spirit Sword Sect quickly took control over the entire city. Needless to say, there were some obstacles along the way, but these obstacles seemed almost comical in the face of overwhelming power. Yang Kai did not participate in this endeavor, and simply watched from the shadows. Once all the dust had settled, he finally entered the restricted area to reflect on his mistakes. From that day onward, nobody else saw him again aside from his two personal blood warriors, and the higher-ups of Profound Pill Sect with the qualifications to enter the restricted area freely. During the first 2 years in the restricted area, Yang Kai did absolutely nothing. He simply focused all his strength on removing the drawbacks and hidden dangers brought about by cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law. His advancement into the spirit realm had been too sudden, and he had not been fully prepared at the time. Consequently, the hidden dangers of the heaven-devouring battle law erupted without warning after he devoured a large amount of red jade, negatively affecting his mental state. That was why he showed signs of cultivation dissonance during the battle in Profound Pill Sect. Following the 2 years of meditative cultivation, his dragon vein became increasingly powerful, and most of the drawbacks that emerged during his advancement into the spirit realm were resolved as a result. Although it had been an extremely dull 2 years, it was equally rewarding. Yang Kai's gains were definitely worth the effort he put in. On the other hand, the higher-ups of Profound Pill Sect were growing rather anxious. That was because Bailey Yun Sang and the elders would see Yang Kai in the same posture, where he just sat there without moving whenever they went to the restricted area. For a whole 2 years, he just sat there without comprehending the mysteries of the Medicine King Furnace. Therefore, Profound Pill Sect gained nothing at all. Fortunately, the situation improved after 2 years. Hua Rong and Yang Huai constantly brought in large amounts of cultivation resources into the restricted area. And as Yang Kai's cultivation increased at a steady and safe pace, several extraordinary and powerful pill recipes were also delivered to the higher-ups of Profound Pill Sect. Bailey Yun Sang and the elders were absolutely jubilant. They ecstatically began researching the various pill recipes and alchemy techniques, thanks to which the level of the alchemic Tao in Profound Pill Sect soared. In addition to cultivating, Yang Kai was also refining the Medicine King Furnace. This object was the manifestation of the divine armament world's source strength, so refining it was extremely difficult. Despite having entered the spirit realm now, There was no way for Yang Kai to refine the Medicine King furnace completely in a short period of time. Time flew by. A period of 10 years was neither too long nor too short. 10 years was just the blink of an eye to the divine armament world. While in the eyes of Profound Pill sect, this past decade was a period of vigorous development for the sect. Originally, there were several sects known for their achievements in the alchemic Tao in the divine armament world that could compete with Profound Pill sect. During the previous divine armament tournament, Profound Pill sect had fought against these sects for the Medicine King furnace, and even though Profound Pill sect came out the winner in the end, the advantage they held was not very obvious. Now, however, the level of the alchemic Tao in Profound Pill sect was far more advanced than those sects. All the greatest alchemy sects had jointly organized an alchemic Tao conference 1 year ago. However, Profound Pill sect came out on top in both the competitions between the Earth-grade alchemists and the Heaven-grade alchemists. In particular, 7 out of the top 10 contestants among the Heaven-grade alchemists were Profound Pill sect disciples. Moreover, all top 5 spots had been monopolized by Profound Pill sect. Something like this had never happened before. The whole world was shaken when this news spread out. The other alchemy sects were reluctant to admit their loss, but they could only be resigned to their fate. Meanwhile, Profound Pill sect cheered when this news reached it. Everyone, from the sect master to the common workers, every one of them was filled with great pride. In terms of the alchemic Tao, this was the era of Profound Pill sect. When drinking, one should never forget the one who dug the well and provided the water. Needless to say, Profound Pill sect did not forget about the biggest contributor behind the scenes. The sect master and the elders gathered outside the restricted area to wait quietly. Likewise, Yang Huai and Hua Rong stood nearby with expectant looks on their faces. During the past decade, Hua Rong had advanced from the first step spirit realm to the 4th step. Her cultivation was not slow. In fact, it could even be said that she progressed extremely rapidly. Yang Huai's progress was even more astonishing. He had gone from the 9th step heaven realm to the 5th step spirit realm in this period. His cultivation speed was even faster than Hua Rong. After all, he was only in the heaven realm back when she first advanced into the spirit realm. The extreme compatibility of the secret art, his long-standing accumulation, and the endless supply of resources were the main reasons for Yang Huai's success. Of course, the primary reason for their success today was all thanks to Yang Kai. Leaving aside everything else, it would have been impossible for them to obtain so many cultivation resources without him. Void Spirit Sword sect was presently in charge of Profound Pill City, so they took in a large income every month. Even though they only received 40% of the total, that wealth was enough for a small sect to grow and develop rapidly. Aware of Hua Rong and Yang Huai's identities, Void Spirit Sword sect was generous towards these two, and would share whatever good things they came across with them. Furthermore, Yang Kai had accumulated countless contribution points, which Hua Rong and Yang Huai could use to exchange for large amounts of resources from Profound Pill sect. Not to mention, they also had the pills that Yang Kai personally refined for them. With such an immense supply of resources, even those with the worst aptitudes in the world could shine. What more, Hua Rong and Yang Huai, whose aptitudes were fairly outstanding in the first place. Everybody waited for over an hour outside the restricted area, but there was no noticeable movement from the inside. Little junior brother, is Marshal Nephew aware that his punishment ends today and he is allowed to leave? Bailey Yun Sang turned to glance at Dan Chengzi. Dan Chengzi frowned. I mentioned this to him when I visited him several days ago. Logically speaking, he should be aware of this matter. Judging by the time, he should be emerging soon. Yu Bo Yang asked. Could he be comprehending something again? I seem to hear the Grand Tao divine tone, but it is too mysterious for me to understand. Wu Fenghua stroked his beard. He might also be performing alchemy. Didn't he ask for many precious herbs to be delivered a few days ago? Bailey Yun Sang nodded. If that's the case, then we cannot disturb him. It doesn't matter. Let us wait here a little longer. Sooner or later he will. Before he could finish his sentence, he abruptly raised his head and stared blankly at the sky above the restricted area. For some reason, an unpredictable and ever-changing seven-colored light had appeared in the sky. The light had appeared too suddenly. Moreover, it was extremely obvious. Seeing as none of them were blind, it was only natural for them to notice it immediately. Like Bailey Yun sang, the others all stared up into the sky blankly. Nobody knew what that light was. Lanin shouted, "This light is coming from the restricted area." Everybody was slightly shaken by her words. Bailey Yun sang hesitated for a short while before he spoke through gritted teeth. "Let's go in and have a look." Originally, he had decided not to disturb Yang Kai out of consideration that the latter might be comprehending the mysteries of the Medicine King furnace, or performing alchemy. However, he could not help but investigate the situation now that the strange light had emerged from the restricted area all of a sudden. The Medicine King furnace was far too important after all. As soon as the sect master spoke up, the rest no longer hesitated and single-mindedly rushed into the restricted area. Upon stepping into the restricted area, they looked up only for every one of them to stare forward in complete shock. The entire restricted area was completely enshrouded in that seven-colored light. The source of the light was none other than the Medicine King furnace, located in the center of the restricted area. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stood in front of the Medicine King furnace, facing the crowd. The white alchemy flame danced inside the Medicine King furnace, as he was throwing extremely precious herbs into the Medicine King furnace, in an orderly manner, causing a faint medicinal fragrance to permeate the air. Yu Bo Yang was dumbstruck. Is he using the Medicine King furnace to perform alchemy? Dan Qingzi nearly bit off his own tongue in shock. The Medicine King furnace was the divine armament of the alchemic Tao. It contained the truth of the alchemic Tao and the ultimate mysteries of alchemy. Since ancient times, regardless of their identity, all the people who obtained the divine armament would treat it like a precious treasure and take meticulous care of it, for fear of breaking it by accident. The same went for Profound Pill sect. The Medicine King furnace had been placed inside the restricted area to keep it safe after they obtained it. Aside from the sect master and several elders, nobody else was even allowed to approach the Medicine King furnace. Trespassers would be killed without hesitation. Such a precious object. How could there come a day when somebody would use this divine armament to perform alchemy? Everybody was dumbfounded. The sight in front of them was something they never even dared to imagine in their dreams. There was no denying that the Medicine King furnace was indeed a furnace, but be that as it may, who would think to ever actually use it for alchemy? That was something nobody ever dared to consider. And yet, that very scene was happening right in front of their eyes now. That's just crazy. Dan Qingzi was about to stop Yang Kai when a wave of great curiosity stopped him in his tracks. What will happen if he performed alchemy using the Medicine King furnace? What will the pill he refined be like? As soon as the thought appeared in his mind, he couldn't help looking forward to the results instead. Everybody else seemed to have had the same idea. After overcoming their initial shock, they simply stood there silently and paid close attention to Yang Kai's movements and the reaction of the Medicine King furnace. A short while later, they revealed odd expressions on their faces. They had always known that Yang Kai's aptitude in the alchemic Tao was outstanding, and several elders had even seen him refining pills in the past. Nevertheless, comparing his skills back then and his skills now was like comparing clouds and mud. The difference was simply enormous. Martial Peak, Chapter 45-35. One Step Away. Yang Kai displayed all sorts of peculiar alchemy skills and exquisite control over the temperature of the flame. Even the spirit-grade alchemists who had immersed themselves in the alchemic Tao throughout their entire lives had to admit that they could not match up to him. Every single movement seemed to contain the secrets of the alchemic Tao. It was almost as though the person standing in front of the Medicine King furnace was personally interpreting the truth of the alchemic Tao. Not long afterwards, traces of aura appeared in their minds. Even the grand Tao divine tone that usually sounded extremely vague suddenly became clear at this moment. The mysterious grand Tao divine tone echoed in their heads and cleansed their souls, causing the ambiguity and the chaos to become clear and recognizable in an instant. Therefore, they became incredibly excited. All of them were spirit-grade alchemists. In other words, they had basically reached their respective peaks in the alchemic Tao of the divine armament world. There was no means for them to progress any further. Be that as it may, their encounter today had given them a glimpse of further possibilities, and they couldn't wait to return to their secluded homes to enter retreat. A loud rumbling sound pulled them out of that mysterious state. They returned to their senses. Whilst bemoaning the loss, they suddenly saw something even more shocking. Yang Kai was rhythmically slapping the sides of the Medicine King furnace with both hands. Every blow caused a ripple that was visible to the naked eye to spread out from the Medicine King furnace. Following the rhythmic patting, the medicinal fragrance in the restricted area became stronger and stronger. The pills were about to form. The spirit-grade alchemist stared at Yang Kai's movements without blinking, overflowing with curiosity. Nobody had ever used the Medicine King furnace to refine pills before. So just what would a pill produced by the divine armament be like? Every single person in the restricted area held their breath in anticipation, lest the air they exhaled disturbed Yang Kai's alchemy processes. After the last blow was struck, Yang Kai used his pill condensing technique. A string of 7 colored lights suddenly flew out from within the Medicine King furnace. Everybody took a closer look in that direction, and only then did they notice that what flew out of the Medicine King furnace were not lights, but spirit-grade pills, glowing with a 7-colored light. These spirit-grade pills had rapidly shot out of the furnace in quick succession to form a straight line, thereby creating the illusion that they were a string of lights. 9 pills, Bailey Yun Sang exclaimed, staring blankly at something in midair. In his field of vision, there were a total of 9 spirit-grade pills, each one perfectly round, flawless, and overflowing with spirituality. The elders were shaken to the core. 9 was the limit. In theory, each furnace of pills could produce 9 pills. Therefore, producing 9 pills in one furnace was a sign of perfection. In reality, even the most skilled alchemist rarely managed to produce 9 pills. That was because the process would require an alchemist to fully utilize every bit of the medical efficacy of the herbs during the alchemy process. Moreover, not even the slightest mistake could be made throughout the refinement. There was no doubt that these requirements were extremely difficult to achieve, and only when one's luck was extremely good could they occasionally produce such a result. Ever since Bailey Yun Sang started cultivating alchemy until now, he had only produced 2 furnaces of 9 pills. Not to mention, those were heaven-grade pills. As for spirit-grade pills, even an experienced spirit-grade alchemist like himself was unable to produce 9 pills in one go. If even he was unable to do that, what more needed to be said about other spirit-grade alchemists? Looking at the pills that Yang Kai had refined just now, it was obvious that they were spirit-grade. Even so, he managed to produce 9 at once. The Medicine King furnace might have contributed to the situation. Nevertheless, the ability to perform to this extent undoubtedly showed that Yang Kai's alchemy skills had surpassed everybody here. Bailey Yun Sang couldn't help feeling old. All of a sudden he realized something odd. He observed strange patterns on the surface of these pills. Those patterns resembled the meridians in the human body. It was a mysterious sight to see, more so since he had never seen such patterns before. Under the guidance of his spirit chi, the 9 spirit-grade pills were collected by Yang Kai. Even though he had clearly refined a furnace of extraordinary spirit-grade pills, he scowled fiercely and stood there lost in thought. Nobody dared to recklessly disturb him, so they simply waited there quietly. 10 years was not a short time for Yang Kai. He had spent the first 2 years resolving the hidden dangers of the heaven-devouring battle law. Afterwards, he spent the remaining 8 years cultivating while refining the Medicine King furnace. At present, he was in the 8th step spirit realm. That was not the most important thing though. The critical point was that he had nearly finished refining the Medicine King furnace. All that was left were the finishing touches. It was not due to a lack of time that he hadn't finished, however, nor was it due to some difficulties in refining the divine armament. Rather, Yang Kai was certain that he could finish refining the Medicine King furnace in the next moment, if he so wished. It was just that he had a vague feeling that he would immediately be rejected by this world as soon as he took that step. At that time, he would be forced to leave this place. Thinking about it, that was only to be expected. The reason he came to the divine armament world was to refine part of the source strength of this world. Once he achieved his goal, he would no longer be allowed to remain here. That was also part of the rules in this world. However, Yang Kai was not willing to leave just like this. It could even be said that he never imagined that such a situation would occur in the first place. When he first entered the divine armament world, he had assumed that he would need to wait 100 years until the next divine armament tournament to snatch the divine armaments. It could now be seen that his assumption had been wrong. Joining Profound Pill sect and coming into contact with the Medicine King furnace had given him the chance to refine it in advance. It was not easy for Yang Kai to enter this small source world though, so how could he return without getting as many benefits as possible? A vague plan suddenly formed in his mind. It was just that he would need careful planning to determine how he could implement it. Gathering his thoughts, Yang Kai suddenly noticed that everybody was staring at him eagerly, so he gently nodded and cupped his fist. Greetings, sect master, honored master and elders. Bailey Yin Sang couldn't care for pleasantries, so with a mixture of agitation and anxiety he asked, Martial nephew, what kind of spirit-grade pills did you refine earlier? Can you let me see them? They are spirit yuan pills, which have the effect of aiding spirit realm masters in their cultivation. Didn't I already hand the pill recipe to the sect? While speaking, Yang Kai took out one of the spirit yuan pills and handed it to Bailey Yun Sang. Everybody immediately crowded around Bailey Yun Sang, as they couldn't wait to lay their eyes on the pill to take a good look. Dan Qingzi observed and emulated for a while before he frowned and said, We are familiar with the pill recipe of the spirit yuan pill, but why does your refining process seem a little different? Yang Kai explained, It's an alchemy technique that I created myself. I will prepare a copy for the contribution hall later. Dan Qingzi was satisfied. Good disciple. Bailey Yun Sang held the spirit yuan pill between his fingers and looked at Yang Kai in puzzlement. Martial nephew, what are these patterns on the pill? Why do I get the feeling that these patterns contain something extremely mysterious? These are pill veins. Yang Kai took the spirit-grade pill from Bailey Yun Sang's hands and tossed the pill into his mouth. Crunching noisily on the pill, he finally swallowed and added, With these pill veins, the medicinal efficacies of this spirit yuan pill is double that of a normal spirit yuan pill. What? Yu Bo Yang exclaimed in astonishment. Double? Even Wu Fenghua was shocked. Bailey Yun Sang was heartbroken. How can you eat such a precious thing? Looking at his expression, Bailey Yun Sang seemed like he was tempted to rush over to Yang Kai and dig it out from his mouth with his bare hands. Yang Kai laughed. Pills are meant to be eaten, but only I can eat these. Nobody else can eat them. This is the reason. While speaking, a humming sound suddenly came from within his body. Immediately after that, Yang Kai's entire body abruptly swelled. Following the expansion of his body, it seemed to transform into a bottomless pit. An enormous wave of world energy rushed towards his body, kicking up a gust of wind along the way. Even the red jades piled beside the Medicine King furnace turned into dust in an instant. Hong hong hong. Following several consecutive rumblings, Yang Kai's body expanded and contracted several times before he suddenly went back to normal. Everybody was dumbfounded by the sight. Bailey Yun Sang stared at something by the side with a lifeless gaze. In just 10 breaths of time, at least 300,000 red jades had been drained of energy and turned into dust. Those red jades had been consumed and devoured by Yang Kai in that time. That speed was simply appalling. But in this way, the elders finally understood why Yang Kai claimed that only he could eat these pills. Ever since Yang Kai contributed the pill recipe for the Spirit Yuan pills, Profound Pill sect had refined many of these pills for the spirit realm masters in the sect to consume as an auxiliary to their cultivation. The effects were remarkable, and all those who ate these pills claimed that the effects were amazing. A normal Spirit Yuan pill already had such powerful effects. On the other hand, a Spirit Yuan pill with pill veins had double the effects. It was certainly not something normal spirit realm masters could bear. These pill veins, how do you refine them? Dan Qingzi stared at Yang Kai excitedly, his eyes gleaming brightly. Although it was his first time hearing about pill veins, he had witnessed their terrifying strength with his own eyes. If this knowledge could be promoted in Profound Pill sect, then no other alchemy sects would have a future in the world. It is not easy to form pill veins. It is one part talent and one part effort. Of course, the most important factor is luck. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and continued, I'm sure everybody is tired today. Why don't you all come to Fixed Moon Peak tomorrow? I will teach you about pill veins in detail then. Dan Qingzi nodded lightly. Good. Bailey Yin Sang looked at Yang Kai eagerly. Martial nephew, can I have another Spirit Yuan pill? This old master wishes to go back and study it. I want one too. Wu Fenghua immediately chimed in. Cough. This old master would like one too. Yu Bo Yang stepped forward. Seeing that the other elders were about to speak, Yang Kai hurriedly raised his hand to stop them. I don't have many in the first place. Why don't you all go to the sect master's place to discuss and research the pill together? They exchanged glances with each other. Then Bailey Yin Sang nodded. Good. Yang Kai immediately handed another Spirit Yuan pill to Bailey Yin Sang. Bailey Yin Sang took the pill, as though he was accepting a great treasure. Taking out a jade bottle, he stored the pill carefully. After obtaining the Spirit Yuan pill, he eagerly said, Martial nephew, your 10-year retreat ends today. You should go back and get some rest. After saying that, he hurried away while the rest of the elders followed closely behind him. Yang Kai called out to Dan Qingzi. Please wait, honored master. This disciple has a question. Dan Qingzi glanced in the direction where the others were leaving and said impatiently, What is it? Hurry up. Yang Kai secretly stuffed a jade bottle into Dan Qingzi's hand and smilingly replied, It's nothing important. Maybe it's because it's been so long since I've seen you, honored master. I missed you very much. Dan Qingzi lowered his head to look at the object in his hands and smiled. It's good that you are filial. He looked up again. Glancing at the Medicine King furnace, he asked, You used the Medicine King furnace for alchemy. Will there be any issues? Yang Kai laughed. The Medicine King furnace is a divine armament. How can there be any issues? Besides, it was born for the sake of alchemy. It is only because the Medicine King furnace is too precious that nobody dared to do something like this before. Dan Qingzi nodded. That's good then. You should go back and rest now. You still have much to do tomorrow. I will see you off, honored master, Yang Kai said. Martial Peak, Chapter 4536, Worldwide Celebration. The sky was slowly brightening on the horizon. Dan Qingzi's sleeves fluttered as he landed halfway up the mountain of Fixed Moon Peak, and looked in the direction of Yang Kai's cave mansion, with a strange expression. He had been so shocked by Yang Kai's alchemy skills yesterday, that he failed to notice an issue based on seniority. The brat was one whole generation lower than the elders. So how could he be so arrogant as to invite everybody over to his secluded home, to listen to him preach the Tao about these new pill veins? Logically speaking, he should have reported this matter to the elders instead. Although it was said that the one who discovered the truth of the Grand Tao first was supreme, proper etiquette should not have been neglected. For that reason, Dan Qingzi had rushed over early in the morning. He wanted to advise Yang Kai to head towards the Spirit Peak, where the sect master was staying instead. Going by Yang Kai's behavior yesterday, He seemed to recognize the master-disciple relationship between them. Since he considered Dan Chengzi as his honored master, then Dan Chengzi was the best person to step forward and speak to him about this breach of etiquette. Outside the cave mansion, Yang Huai and Hua Rong stood on both sides of the door and cupped their fists in greeting when they saw Dan Chengzi approaching them. Dan Chengzi looked lightly at them before walking into the cave mansion under Hua Rong's guidance. When he looked up though, he couldn't help being terrified for a moment. It turned out that Bailey Yun Sang and the others had arrived before him. Not only were all the elders of the sect gathered in this place, but they were also sitting upright with thin cushions beneath them. Dan Chengzi's face twitched slightly. The scene in front of him looked very familiar. Upon a closer look, he couldn't help recalling a scene from when he was still a young boy. It was a scene from the past where he had listened to the teachings of his honored master with many of his fellow brothers. So many years had passed that this old memory had almost been forgotten. However, thoughts of those times came surging back today. The young men from back then had now become world-famous spirit-grade alchemists. Even so, the scene in front of him was almost identical to that memory from the past. The only difference was that those handsome young men were now old men with gray beards. He couldn't help feeling a little emotional. "You're here, little junior brother?" Bailey Yun Sang turned back and nodded at Dan Chengzi in greeting. Dan Chengzi was taken aback. "Sect Master, why is your appearance so haggard?" At this moment, Bailey Yun Sang's eyes were completely bloodshot. He looked like he had not rested for weeks on end. Even his hair, which was usually kept neat and tidy, was completely disheveled, as though he had run his hands through it countless times. "Why are you all so haggard?" Dan Chengzi swept his gaze over the others only to discover that the condition of every single person in the room was no different from Bailey Yun Sang. It was just that their bloodshot eyes were shining with excitement, even though they looked a little tired. That was the natural reaction they got after seeing something that was extremely stimulating to them. Bailey Yun Sang gave a wry smile. "The pill veins that Marshal Nephew showed us yesterday are truly profound and mysterious. We couldn't learn anything at all after studying the pill for the entire night. Since you're here, little junior brother, you should hurry up and take a seat. Marshal Nephew will probably wake up soon." Dan Chengzi no longer knew how to bring up what he wanted to say earlier. The initial reason he arrived so early was to advise Yang Kai to head to the Spirit Peak, where the sect master lived, so as to prevent any discourtesy. Who could have known that the sect master himself was already here? Judging from how everybody else was also waiting in this place, there seemed to be no complaint at all. In this world, who could make so many spirit-grade alchemists wait with such patience? In terms of status, there was nobody in the divine armament world who had this qualification. Only their yearning for the alchemic Tao could make these arrogant spirit-grade alchemists put aside their dignity. Therefore, Dan Chengzi said nothing else and sat down cross-legged with the rest of them. Approximately an incense stick later, Yang Kai walked out from the inner room and bowed in greeting. "Greetings, sect master, honored master elders." To his surprise, everybody stood up and returned the bow. Taken aback for a moment, Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "You are all my seniors. Please take a seat." After ordering somebody to serve tea, Yang Kai wasted no time and immediately began explaining pill veins. The alchemic Tao that he mastered far exceeded the scope of what the alchemists in the divine armament world could understand, so he only taught them about certain aspects that they could accept and comprehend. The higher-ups of Profound Pill Sect listened fascinatedly. From time to time, somebody would ask a question, and Yang Kai would answer them one by one. The lecture went on for 3 whole days. The group of old men sitting below were not young anymore, and although they had strong cultivation, it was very exhausting for them to remain in such an excited state over such a long period. That was especially true when Yang Kai noticed that their spirits were incredibly high even though they were obviously very tired. He was worried that something bad might happen to them, so he ended the lesson abruptly. Naturally, none of these eager alchemists was willing to let this opportunity end, but they knew that what they learned over the past 3 days was enough for them to take another step further in the alchemic Tao. Before leaving, Bailey Yunsang suddenly asked, "Martial nephew, do the pill clouds you mentioned at the end really exist?" Yang Kai nodded. Of course they exist. Pill clouds are another level above pill veins. It's just that pill veins can be forged through hard work and effort, but pill clouds can only occur serendipitously. Bailey Yunsang frowned. Even with your talents, martial nephew, do you have no confidence in refining the pill clouds? Yang Kai shook his head in response. Bailey Yunsang sighed softly. I really want to see how a pill with pill clouds looks. If I could see that, I would be able to die without regrets. Yang Kai smiled. I'm sure you'll get the chance. Who knows? Maybe you or the elders will be favored by the heavens one day, and successfully refine the pill clouds as a result. Bailey Yunsang waved his hand dismissively. This old master knows the abilities of himself, and these old fogies well. We may not even be able to fully comprehend the mysteries of pill veins, let alone pill clouds. On the other hand, your alchemy skills are superb, martial nephew. If you manage to refine a pill that forms pill clouds one day, you must show it to this old master. Of course, sect master. Yang Kai nodded respectfully. In addition, you are now a spirit-grade alchemist. Not only do your alchemy skills far exceed old folks like us, but you also contributed greatly to Profound Pill Sect. You are more than qualified to become one of the elders in Profound Pill Sect. What do you think, martial nephew? Yang Kai was stunned. He never imagined that Bailey Yunsang would propose something like that. It didn't matter to him whether he became an elder or not, so he simply nodded. I will leave the arrangements to you, sect master. Good. After so many years, Profound Pill Sect will finally have another elder among our ranks. The whole world will celebrate with us. Smiling, Bailey Yunsang stroked his beard and left. Dan Qingzi looked in the direction that Bailey Yunsang left and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. It looks like the sect master has high hopes for you. He probably plans to let you take over as the next sect master. Yang Kai was shocked. Does sect master have such intentions? Dan Qingzi smiled. Why else would he be so anxious for you to become an elder? We are old, and might not have many years left to live. Be it in alchemy or the martial Tao, your aptitude is the highest in Profound Pill Sect. Handing the sect over to you is the best choice. Yang Kai didn't know what to say. 10 years ago, he had caused a huge commotion in Profound Pill Sect, and nearly burned all his bridges with them. It was difficult to imagine that he was now being trained as its successor. When Bailey Yunsang said, "The whole world will celebrate with us," Yang Kai thought that he had only said those words out of happiness. In reality, news of his elder promotion ceremony was actually spread across the world. Profound Pill Sect widely distributed invitations, inviting all the sects in the divine armament world to witness the ceremony. As one of the 10 great sects, and a great force overseen by alchemists, it was only natural for everybody to show their respect to Profound Pill Sect. 2 months later, the entire Profound Pill Sect was overflowing with festivities. They had countless guests in attendance, and almost all the sects in the divine armament world with some influence had sent representatives. Profound Pill City was overcrowded at one point, so much so that even the outskirts of the city were not spared. Throughout history, this was the first time an elder promotion ceremony had ever become a grand event that practically involved the entire divine armament world. Representatives of the various great forces became aware of how remarkable the new elder of Profound Pill Sect was at this time. If Profound Pill Sect did not cherish this elder, they would not have held such a grand event. Therefore, Yang Kai's name became known across the world in a single night. Countless people were filled with curiosity about Yang Kai. Unfortunately, not much information could be inquired about him, since he had been in retreat for the past 10 years. The rumors spreading among the people claimed that this new elder was the reason for Profound Pill Sect's rapid development over the years. Moreover, this elder could arouse the resonance of the Medicine King Furnace and comprehend the mysteries of the Grand Tao Divine Tone. He alone had contributed dozens of pill recipes that never existed before to Profound Pill Sect. His contributions had elevated the alchemic Tao of the entire Profound Pill sect by a large margin. Even the sect master of Profound Pill sect, Bailey Yunsang, sighed at his incompetence when it came to his own attainments in the alchemic Tao. Yang Kai was worthy of being known as the greatest alchemist in the divine armament world. Needless to say, the other alchemy sects refused to recognize this title. During the elder promotion ceremony, they even went so far as to send out several spirit-grade alchemists to compete against Yang Kai in alchemy on the grounds of learning. Nobody knew the outcome of the competition, but the spirit-grade alchemists of those great forces immediately entered retreat after returning to their respective sects, and there was no further news from them afterwards. The biggest advantage of becoming an elder of Profound Pill sect was that Yang Kai could become the master of a spirit peak, owning one all to himself. He used to live on Fixed Moon Peak, but several other heaven-grade alchemists also lived on Fixed Moon Peak. Gao Xian Peng was one of them. Now that he was an elder of Profound Pill sect, Yang Kai moved to live on Limitless Peak instead. After the ceremony, Limitless Peak remained very lively. Several storehouses on Limitless Peak were filled to the brim with gifts from countless sects. There were so many precious treasures that the very sight would dazzle a person. It took Yang Huai and Hua Rong many days to organize and categorize the gifts with a group of servants. Inside a quiet room, Yang Kai played with a stone the size of a melon. Both his spirit chi and the space principles surged as he refined the object in his hand. Everything in the divine armament world was wonderful. However, the greatest inconvenience Yang Kai faced was that there were no storage tools like universe bags or space rings. Whenever he cultivated nowadays, he would consume an extremely large number of resources, and it was very troublesome to move these resources around without something like a space ring. More importantly, he could not bring much with him if he were to travel outside. He could only carry some pills with him at most. He had been searching for an opportunity to refine a space ring the entire time he had been here. Unfortunately, even the cleverest woman could not cook a meal without rice. There were no space spirit crystals in this world, so he was unable to refine a space ring. Unexpectedly, he found a strange or among the gifts sent by one of the great forces. This strange or had some similar properties to space spirit crystal, which might allow him to use it to refine a space ring. The white alchemy flame danced. Since this alchemy flame could be used for alchemy, it was only natural that it could also be used for artifact refining. It was just that Yang Kai did not know much about artifact refining. That was why refining this object was very challenging. Fortunately, his attainments in the Tao of space were quite profound, so refining a simple space ring should not be a problem. Martial Peak, Chapter 4537, Borrow the Sword. Several days later, Yang Kai looked at the hideous ring in his hand and sighed softly. There was no helping it given that he didn't know much about the Tao of artifact refining. Although he originally planned to refine a space ring, what he actually produced after all that effort was a black and crude ring with no sense of aesthetics at all. Fortunately, the practicality of the item was not bad, even though the appearance was rather ugly. He had used space principles to open up a small space inside of the ore, taking advantage of its natural properties, which was enough to hold quite a number of things. Afterward, he went to the storehouse. When he found some resources that might be useful to him, he stuffed them all into the space ring. Dan Qingzi was right. Bailey Yunsang really intended to train Yang Kai to become the next sect master of Profound Pill sect. After all, 10 years of dull and lonely retreat, combined with Yang Kai's enormous contribution to the sect, was enough to prove his loyalty to Profound Pill sect. Following the elder promotion ceremony, Profound Pill sect secretly built up the momentum and fervently boosted his reputation. A 30-year-old spirit-grade alchemist, the youngest elder, the future hope of Profound Pill sect. All kinds of praises were added to Yang Kai's name. For a time, he was in the spotlight of the entire divine armament world, and the entire Profound Pill sect was incredibly proud of him. Vanishing Sword Mountain was one of the 10 great sects in the divine armament world. The so-called 10 great sects were not fixed, but changed with the divine armament tournament that was held every 100 years. Only the sects that managed to obtain a divine armament were eligible to be part of the 10 great sects. The title was an honorary title. It was also a symbol of strength to some extent, but that was not always the case. There was one such sect among the existing 10 great sects. The sect's overall strength was not particularly superior. It was only because they had a heaven-defying person among their ranks who managed to obtain one of the divine armaments in the last divine armament tournament that the sect was also promoted to become one of the 10 great sects. Having survived for over 1,000 years, Vanishing Sword Mountain had a long history. Moreover, they managed to obtain the divine armament True Void Sword on numerous occasions throughout the past 1,000 years. Accordingly, the sect was also periodically listed as part of 10 great sects. It could be said that Vanishing Sword Mountain was one of the undisputed leading sects in the divine armament world. Even without the protection of a divine armament, nobody dared to underestimate the strength of this sect. What more when the divine armament True Void Sword was currently in Vanishing Sword Mountain. In the dark of the night, the full moon hung high in the sky and cold moonlight illuminated the world. A ghostly figure silently appeared out of nowhere on top of a tall building. Yang Kai stood on the highest point of Vanishing Sword Mountain, looking down on the large sect that boasted an inheritance lasting over 1,000 years. The True Void Sword around his waist was currently humming like crazy. Looking down, he raised an eyebrow. The True Void Sword around his waist was something that the ancestral founder of Void Spirit Sword sect spent a lot of resources to forge in the past. It was an imitation of the genuine divine armament, but the sword itself was just a spirit armament. Regardless of the circumstances, there would always be a subtle connection between the replica and the genuine object. If not for that, Yang Kai would not have deliberately carried the True Void Sword with him. He could have just stored the sword in the space ring. At this point, Yang Kai had almost finished refining the Medicine King furnace. He was only one step away from completion. Once he took that last step, he would definitely obtain a portion of the divine armament world's source strength. At the same time, this world would also produce a strong rejection force to expel him out of the divine armament world. At that time, he would be forced to leave even if he didn't want to. It was not easy for him to come here, so it was only natural for Yang Kai to want to acquire more benefits. The divine armament world source had been divided into 10 pieces, and the 10 great divine armaments were the physical embodiments of these pieces. If Yang Kai wanted to acquire more benefits, then he would need to refine more of the divine armaments. For that reason, Vanishing Sword Mountain was his first target. That was because the divine armament True Void Sword was here. Yang Kai was very curious as to what would happen if he refined all of the 10 great divine armaments. Would he be able to devour the entire world force of the divine armament world and expand his small universe enormously as a result? If that were the case, he figured he would immediately advance into the 7th step open heaven realm. As for whether he would be discovered, Yang Kai was not worried. His strength had reached a point where he was now unrivaled in the divine armament world. There was no need for him to continue living if he was discovered despite moving about so sneakily. What's more, the divine armament was not owned by anybody. Even if he stole the True Void Sword, Vanishing Sword Mountain would have no way of determining the culprit. The fact that the divine armaments had no owners was something he deliberately inquired about from Dan Chengzi. That was because he had found the situation very strange when he previously refined the Medicine King furnace. Logically speaking, the Medicine King furnace should have an owner when it was already in profound pill sect. In reality though, Yang Kai had not felt anybody's aura in the Medicine King furnace. Lan Yin also mentioned in the past that there was nobody in profound pill sect who could refine the Medicine King furnace. If that was the case for the Medicine King furnace, then it would surely be the same for the rest of the divine armaments. The so-called armament masters were simply people who had obtained the divine armaments. However, The divine armaments were nothing more than weapons that were slightly sharper than spirit armaments in their hands. They were completely incapable of bringing out the true power of the divine armaments. Throughout the ages, many heroes had tried to become the true masters of the divine armaments. Unfortunately, nobody had ever succeeded. There was even a precedent of being killed by the backlash from trying to refine a divine armament. From the standpoint of an outsider, the divine armaments were the manifestations of this world's source strength. If people in this world wanted to refine the source strength, they would need to have the vision and the strength to escape the shackles of this world. Otherwise, their attempts would only lead to their destruction. It was just that each divine armament also represented various grand Taos of this world, so the benefits that these divine armaments could bring were immeasurable even if they were just placed in a hall and studied. Take the Vanishing Sword Mountain's True Void Sword for example. If a person could comprehend the mysteries of the True Void Sword, they could significantly improve their attainments in the Sword Tao. Everybody in Vanishing Sword Mountain was trained in the sword. Not to mention, they had obtained the True Void Sword multiple times over the past 1,000 or so years. That was why there were countless sword masters in Vanishing Sword Mountain. The True Void Sword on Yang Kai's waist continued to hum. The sound was soft, but the hearing of the masters in Vanishing Sword Mountain was sharp and keen. Nobody noticed his arrival, but they definitely noticed his presence now. A shout rang out from the shadows. Who is sneaking around? Numerous sword waves blasted out towards Yang Kai from all directions as soon as those words rang out. In an instant, the place where he had been standing was covered in an inescapable barrage of attacks. When the sword lights subsided, more than a dozen silhouettes had already leapt onto the building's roof. They searched the surrounding area, but there was nothing there. Where is he? One of them was puzzled and bewildered. Could it be that we were mistaken? Impossible. I saw it clearly. There was definitely somebody standing here just now. A person who can escape from beneath our noses must be a high-rank spirit realm master. Who knows why he is sneaking around? Hurry up and inform the Mountain Lord about this. With a few simple words, somebody quickly rushed off to make a report. The remaining people summoned more of their comrades to search their surroundings for anything suspicious. The entire Vanishing Sword Mountain was thrown into turmoil in a short time. Figures weaved about in the dark of the night, and each one surged with spirit chi. This display highlighted the immense heritage of this sect. At the same time, Yang Kai suddenly appeared in a quiet place. The True Void Sword at his waist had already been stuffed into his space ring. The momentary connection formed from the resonance between the replica and the genuine object was enough for him to confirm the location of the actual divine armament. So at this point, leaving his True Void Sword out in the open would only invite more trouble. Yang Kai stood at the entrance to a certain mountain valley. He turned to look around and saw a stone monument by the side of the stone valley. The character's sword pedestal were carved on the stone monument. He raised his brow slightly at the sight. The sword pedestal of Vanishing Sword Mountain was famous all over the world. It was also the restricted area located in the deepest parts of Vanishing Sword Mountain. It was reasonable for the True Void Sword to be placed here. Yang Kai stepped inside, his figure flitting about with no fixed pattern. Under the night sky, he looked like a ghost. Muffled groans and the thudding sounds of something heavy dropping to the ground would come from the shadows from time to time. These were the sounds of the secret guards stationed outside the restricted area being knocked unconscious. It didn't take long before Yang Kai arrived in the deepest part of the restricted area. There was a sword inserted straight into the middle of a stone cistern, on top of a round platform. In terms of shape and appearance, the sword was identical to Void Spirit Sword Sect's True Void Sword, and under the moonlight, the blade of the sword reflected the moonlight with a cold brilliance. Yang Kai stared at the sword calmly, seeming to hear a vague and mysterious voice in his ear. However, the voice was indistinct and incomprehensible. The Medicine King Furnace had a grand Tao divine tone. Naturally, so did the True Void Sword. While the Medicine King Furnace contained the truth of the alchemic Tao, the True Void Sword contained the truth of the Sword Tao. If one could comprehend the grand Tao divine tone in this place, one would surely reach the greatest heights of the sword Tao possible in the divine armament world. There were 4 men with white hair and white beards, sitting at 4 points around the round platform where the true void sword was located. The 4 of them looked extremely old. The beard of the one with the longest beard was so long that it actually dragged on the ground. One of them wore green robes, another red, another yellow, and the last one wore white. Their respective colors were very distinct. Yang Kai might have traveled soundlessly when he walked in from the outside, but his movements had not escaped the eyes and ears of these 4 people. That was why all 4 of them opened their eyes at the same time and stared at him fixedly as soon as he arrived here. It was just that Yang Kai had surged his space principles, so the space surrounding him fluctuated constantly. Even though the strength of these 4 old men was horrifying, they were unable to discern his true appearance. All they could see was a humanoid shadow, which they couldn't even tell was male or female. The 4 elders had neither seen nor heard of such strange methods before, so their expressions instantly became solemn. The green-robed old man asked, "Who are you?" Yang Kai shifted his gaze from the true void sword and swept a glance over them. Then, he gently nodded and said, "I've long heard that Vanishing Sword Mountain had 4 elders of the 4 seasons. Each one has strength that has reached the peak of the world. Now that I see you today, you truly are worthy of your reputation." Although none of them had made a move, Yang Kai could feel the mighty aura of the spirit qi coming from the bodies of these 4 old men. Their spirit qi was practically at the limits of this world. The red-robed summer elder quickly said, "We old men have not involved ourselves in the world for a long time, so we were unaware that people like you exist in this world. It seems that great talents are born in every generation." The yellow-robed autumn elder asked, "Why did you come here?" Yang Kai grinned, "I came to borrow the true void sword." The 4 elders exchanged glances with each other, but there was no anger in their eyes. The white-robed winter elder said, "We have been instructed to guard this place and watch over the true void sword. If you wish to take the true void sword, you will have to kill us first. Otherwise, you will never take the true void sword away." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Respecting the elderly and cherishing the young are the virtues of my generation. You are not young anymore, so you really shouldn't be acting so violent. I will leave after taking the true void sword." While saying so, he boldly strode forward. The expressions of the 4 elders changed drastically. Although they did not seem to have moved, a sword suddenly appeared in each of their hands. Then, flashing sword lights attacked Yang Kai from all directions. None of them had used any fancy moves when attacking him. On the contrary, each move they made was only the simplest of forms. It was just that the terrifying spirit qi in their bodies was controlled, so that every attack contained immense power. All 4 of them were among the strongest masters of this world, so it could be said that their combined strength was invincible. However, a scene that shocked them to the core appeared before them today. The hazy figure was completely unaffected by their attacks. Step by step, he slowly approached the true void sword. The space around him became distorted and warped. At the same time, all the attacks aimed at him were inexplicably extinguished. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.